princess. Wang Da, her original plan was a 2-day trip, but Lin Chuan sighed. She's so clingy. She couldn't wait a single day without coming back to me. Despite the blow to his ego from losing yet again in the early hours of the morning, he mostly felt exhilarated. Truly, it was beyond amazing. Fortunately, not many people knew about his ability to match Su Hua's stamina. You're living the dream, Wang Da said sourly. I'm hanging up now. You can go back to your precious Su Hua. The stench of romance was practically oozing through the phone. He really needed to get a girlfriend. This way, Shu and wouldn't keep gloating in front of him. Lin Shu and hung up and changed into a fresh set of clothes before heading downstairs. As soon as he entered the dining room, he saw Su Hua sipping something. Hua baby, what's that? It smells like medicine. Are you sick? Ling Chuan asked, frowning. No, Su Hua replied, her eyes flickering as she set the bowl down. I've been staying up late recently. It's just a regular tonic for my health. As long as you're all right, Lin Chuan said, no longer suspicious. Butler Wang smiled and said, Mr. Lin, your favorite dishes are still warm in the pot. Let me bring them out for you. Butler Wang headed to the kitchen, and Lin Chuan suddenly stood up from his chair. Su Hua glanced at him. Lin Chuan explained sheepishly, I'll go help Butler Wang. Lin Chuan squeezed into the kitchen. Butler Wang, Lin Chuan said in a low voice. Mr. Lin, Butler Wang greeted respectfully. Lin Chuan carefully looked around, then whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, Butler Wang, did you prepare the 10 treasure tonic soup? I prepared it for you a long time ago, Mr. Lin, Butler Wang said with a smile, ladling out a bowl of thick soup from a medicinal pot. Lin Chuan drank the soup in one go. Butler Wang's smile grew even warmer. The young couple really thought alike. Great, great. If they kept this up, it wouldn't be long before there would be little masters and young ladies for him to carry. Ling Chuan returned to the dining table. Feigning a normal expression, he continued eating dinner with Su Hua. After dropping out of Shanking University, Qin Royale had been living in a haze of depression. Mom, is my life over? Qin Royale cried in her mother's arms. I only have a high school diploma now. My reputation is ruined. No rich families will ever look at me. I'm so miserable, so heartbroken. She should have been a proud daughter of heaven, living a life of luxury and admiration. Instead, she was now stuck in a shabby rental apartment, wearing clothes that cost just over 100 yuan each, using cosmetics that cost a few hundred at most. Qin's mother stroked her hair and comforted her, saying, My dear Royale, with your beauty, how could your life be over? Mom, what should I do now? Qin Royale's tears kept falling. Qin's mother said, with your looks, you could become a star. But my reputation is damaged, Qin Royale said, biting her lip. She had always loved the entertainment industry, the feeling of being admired by everyone. But those big families didn't like celebrities, so she had given up on the idea. In the entertainment industry, black can easily be turned white. What's a little scandal compared to that? Once you sign with an entertainment company, they'll help you clean up your image, Qin's mother said with a smile. Mom, don't you remember? Qin Royale choked up. Starlight Entertainment controls most of the entertainment industry. After what I did to their family, how could they ever let me rise in the industry? Don't worry, Royale. I've already thought of a solution. Qin's mother smiled. You can go to Tamu Entertainment. Tamu Entertainment? Qin Royale frowned. Why did that name sound so familiar? Yes, Qin's mother nodded with a smile. They've signed many artists who have been banned by Starlight Entertainment. They're clearly positioning themselves as rivals to Starlight. I've already looked into it. Tamu Entertainment has great potential. Their artists are mostly average. With my daughter's beauty, if you sign with them, they'll definitely invest in you. Qin's mother was confident. Qin Royale's eyes lit up with hope. Yes, she could join another entertainment company. She would become a shining star. Okay, Mom, I'll follow your arrangement. Qin Royale nodded. I've already submitted the application form for you. The audition is in a few days. Use this time to rest and practice your acting, Qin's mother said with a smile. Okay, Qin Royale nodded. In the Shen household, Miss Shen, the bodyguard said respectfully. Shen Qin was sitting on the sofa, wearing a pink princess dress. Seeing the bodyguard, she immediately straightened up excitedly and asked, how did the investigation go? Did you find out who Lin Chuan's girlfriend is? She definitely doesn't have as good a background as me, and she's not as pretty as me, right? In all of Yundu City, there were few women with better family backgrounds than her, even less considering she was the sole heir of Shen Corporation, which would one day be entirely hers. Her conditions were undoubtedly superior to Ling Xuan's girlfriend's. Lin Xuanji is single no. The bodyguard replied nervously, his head lowered. I only found out that he indeed has a girlfriend, but I couldn't find any information about her. Couldn't find any information? Shen Kaienqian's beautiful eyebrows furrowed tightly. How is that possible? With the power of the Shen family, how could they not find the identity information of a person? There was only one possibility. I understand now. Shen Kaienqian's eyes gleamed brightly. Ling Xuan doesn't have a girlfriend. He pretended to have one, even wearing a ring on his left middle finger to indicate he's in a relationship, all to create the illusion that he has a girlfriend. After experience in Kin Royale, such an unprincipled woman, Ling Xuan had shadows in his heart, so he shied away from other women as if they were venomous snakes. That's why he might have used this method to keep those women away from him. Yes, that must be it. She could give Ling Xuan enough warmth. This way, Ling Xuan would easily fall in love with her and treat her with special care. Shen Kaienqian's eyes grew brighter as she began to ponder in her heart. The first step was to help Ling Xuan reconcile with the Lin family, allowing him to return to the Lin family. Only then could she approach Ling Xuan as his fiancé. Thinking of this, Shen Kaienqian frowned slightly. She wondered how Lin Chang and Ling Xuan's conversation was going. At that moment, a servant hurried into the living room. Miss Young Master Lin Lai from the Lin family says he has urgent matters to discuss with you, the servant said respectfully. Shen Kaienqian sneered. Does Lin Lai even have the face to come and see me? Miss, should I send him away? The servant asked. No need, Shen Kaienqian said, her eyes cold. He probably came to apologize and seek my forgiveness. Let him in. Lin Lai entered the Shen family living room. Shen Kaienqian sat on the sofa, her demeanor arrogant as she said, Lin Lai, let me tell you, a man like you who indiscriminately cheats and lusts after any woman is someone I, Shen Kaienqian, will never accept. Not to mention, you've humiliated me to the fullest. No matter how much you beg me, I will never restore our engagement. Lin Lai listened to Shen Kaienqian insulting him, his eyes darkening. If it weren't for the important matter at hand, he wouldn't have stayed here, enduring Shen Kaienqian's insults. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Lin Lai spoke with a look of guilt. Kaienqian, I truly love you. At that time, I was drugged and accidentally slept with Kin Royale. She used the video of us to blackmail me. I was afraid you would discover it and leave me, so. Lin Lai choked up, seemingly unable to continue. He shook his head, bitterness in his voice. Forget it, regardless of the reasons, I did betray you. I have no face to plead for your forgiveness, let alone ask you to marry me. Then what did you come here for? Shen Kaienqian asked, frowning. Lin Lai pursed his lips. I overheard my father say that the betrothal will now be between you and my brother. Huh? Shen Kaienqian crossed her arms. Kaienqian, since Lin Xuan left the Lin family, he's been kept by a woman. Lin Xuan is my brother, but Kaienqian, I've already wronged you. I can't bear to see you jump into a fire pit, Lin Lai said, pretending to have Shen Kaienqian's best interests at heart. You mean, Lin Xuan is being kept by a woman? Shen Kaienqian frowned. Lin Lai nodded. Yes, we in the Lin family all know. He's probably been living with the woman who's keeping him all this time. HMPH, Shen Kaienqian scoffed. Lin Lai, you're trying to trick me? I know your intentions. Your former fiancé marrying your brother must make you feel ashamed, so you're trying to split us up. Kaienqian, believe me, I'm not. Everything I've said is true, Lin Lai said urgently. If what you said is true, then where are the photos of Ling Xuan and with that woman? Shen Kaienqian lifted her chin. Lin Lai clenched his fists. Where could he get photos from? The only photo he had was one taken by his older sister, but in it, Ling Xuan was just a blurry silhouette. Seeing Lin Lai's reaction, Shen Kaienqian was even more certain of her thoughts. Ling Xuan did not have a woman keeping him, nor did he have a girlfriend. Lin Lai, in the future, I'll be all lovey-dovey with Ling Xuan right in front of you, and I'll even help Ling Xuan take over the Starlight Group. Shen Kaienqian said haughtily, as for you, Lin Lai, I'll kick you out of the Lin family. That's the price you pay for betraying me. Someone, show him out. Lin Lai was ushered out of the Shen family. All he could think about was what Shen Kaienqian had said, that she would help Ling Xuan take over the Starlight Group and kick him out of the Lin family. Now that Ling Xuan had changed, if Ling Xuan really married Shen Kaienqian with the support of the Su Corporation and with Ling Xuan's hatred toward him, his future would be bleak. No, he absolutely couldn't let Ling Xuan and Shen Kaienqian be together. Since it wasn't working out with Shen Kaienqian, he could only find the woman keeping Ling Xuan and Su Hua. He had to inform Su Hua about this before Ling Xuan and cut ties with her. What? Lin Lai was filled with despair. He didn't have Su Hua's contact information, nor could he easily meet her. How could he inform Su Hua about this? Ever since Shen Kainqian came to the Lin family, Lin Chang had been trying every means to contact Lin Xuan, only to find that Lin Xuan had changed his phone number and his address was unknown. Lin Chang could only come to King University to look for Lin Xuan. Driving his car, Lin Chang attempted to enter King University. Unexpectedly, the iron gate at the school entrance remained closed. Lin Chang got out of the car. I'm Lin Chang from Starlight Group. I once donated a building to King University, and they granted me the privilege of entering the campus at any time. The security guard said respectfully, Sir, the system was recently upgraded, and it seems your record was missed. I'll check the records right away. Please wait a moment. No matter how the security guard searched, he couldn't find any record of approving Lin Chang's entry. Seeing Lin Chang's attire and the car he drove, the security guard believed he wasn't some swindler. Thus, he made a phone call to his superior director. There's a man named Lin Chang who claims he has the right to enter the school, but I can't find any record. Tell him he has no access rights, the director said. This was personally instructed by the CEO of Su Corporation, not allowing any Lin family members to enter the school. After hanging up, the school director shook his head. The Lin family had lost out on a fortune of immense proportions. If they had treated Lin Xuan better instead of publicly announcing their disassociation with him, the Lin family could have thrived, leaning on the Su Corporation. The security guard returned to Lin Chang. Did you consult with your superiors? Lin Chang snorted coldly. Yes, I did. The security guard nodded, about to continue. Lin Chang interrupted again. If you've already asked, then why aren't you opening the gate? I need to go in and find my son urgently. Sir, the security guard said awkwardly. Our director said you have no access rights. Lin Xuan is speechless. What? Lin Chang furrowed his brow deeply. This can't be true. Did you make a mistake? Sir, our leader did indeed say so. If you're looking for someone, you can call them out. The security guard apologized with a smile. No need, Lin Chang said solemnly. He didn't have any contact information for Lin Xuan, so how could he even look for him? Lin Chang drove away with a heavy expression, found a parking spot, and waited outside the school for Lin Xuan to leave. He was harboring a deep sense of dissatisfaction with King University's approach, yet he couldn't afford to lose his temper. King University's largest shareholder was Su Corporation, and he was afraid of offending Su Hua. After waiting for 3 consecutive days, Lin Chang finally saw Lin Xuan. Xuaner. Lin Chang spoke affectionately, completely devoid of the arrogance he had displayed toward Lin Xuan at Lin Lai's birthday party. What do you want? Lin Xuan frowned. Xuaner, father has some matters to discuss with you. Let's find a place where we can talk as father and son, Lin Chang said. All right, Lin Xuan nodded. He had nothing urgent to do anyway, so he was curious about what Lin Chang had in mind. They went to a restaurant near the school. Lin Chang picked up the menu, intending to order some dishes he thought Lin Xuan might like. As he glanced at the menu, his brows suddenly knit together. He had no idea what Xuaner liked to eat. Lin Chang had no choice but to push the menu toward Lin Xuan. Xuaner, take a look at what you'd like. Order whatever you want. There's no need for a meal. Just get to the point if you have something to say. I still need to accompany Lin Xuan paused, his lips curling into a sarcastic smile. The person who's keeping me. The entire Lin family believed that his relationship with Su Hua wasn't genuine. Since that was their assumption, he saw no point in explaining. If they wanted to think of him as being kept, so be it. For people he didn't care about, their opinions of him didn't matter. Lin Chang's expression darkened slightly. He despised Lin Xuan's apparent willingness to wallow in self-degradation. Lin Chang suppressed the anger bubbling within him and feigned a concerned tone. Xuaner, is that woman treating you well? He was certain it wasn't. A woman who only saw Lin Xuan as a toy couldn't possibly be good to him. Lin Xuan retorted sarcastically. At least it's better than being in the Lin family. At least I won't be stuck with a monthly allowance of 400, nor will I be subjected to abuse from every member of the Lin family. Lin Chang was momentarily at a loss for words. Mr. Lin, if you continue to waste time with idle chatter, I'm afraid I can't stay any longer, Lin Xuan said, making a move to leave. Wait, Lin Chang quickly stopped him. After waiting for several days, this was the first time he had managed to meet Lin Xuan. The next time might be even further away. The matter of restoring cooperation with the Shen family couldn't be delayed any longer. Every day that passed was a significant loss. Then cut the chatter, Lin Xuan leaned back in his chair, waiting calmly. Here's the thing. Due to what happened at Lear's birthday party, it's clear our Lin family has wronged Kainqian. His wedding with Kainqian can no longer proceed. Lin Chang sighed. Lin Xuan frowned. Why did he have a bad feeling about this? Sir, here's your water. The waitress brought over a glass of water and placed it in front of Lin Xuan. Thank you, Lin Qiuan said, picking it up and taking a big gulp. Lin Chang continued, so, Qiuan, father wants to transfer Lear's engagement with Qian to you. PFFT, Lin Qiuan hadn't even swallowed the water when Lin Chang's words caused him to spray it all out. You said who? Lin Qiuan's face was filled with shock. Shen Qian? Yes, Lin Chang nodded. When you were still in your mother's womb, the Shen family and the Lin family had already arranged a betrothal. It was a mistake that caused Lear and Qian to become engaged. Perhaps it was fate that you two were meant to be together, which is why Lear's situation with Qin Royao occurred. Lin Qiuan was speechless. Absolutely speechless. He had thought that by mentioning he had a girlfriend, Shen Qian would give up. After all, given Shen Qian's status, she had no need to pursue a man who already had a girlfriend. But then Shen Qian approached the Lin family. Damn it, this was not how things were supposed to go. This was Qian who approached you, asking you to transfer Lin Lai's engagement to me, wasn't it? Lin Qiuan stated confidently. Otherwise, Lin Chang wouldn't have thought of him. Yes, Lin Chang nodded. I've already agreed on your behalf. They want to maintain the original betrothal. His voice carried a tone of condescension. As long as you're willing to return to the Lin family, you can become engaged to Shen Qian. Shen Qian was the only daughter of Shen Mao, and such a boon was something Lin Chang didn't believe Lin Qiuan could refuse. Mr. Lin Qiuan gave a cold smile. When did my affairs become your responsibility? Don't forget, you've already announced on all platforms that I, Lin Qiuan, am no longer your son. Lin Chang's expression darkened abruptly. What was Lin Qiuan's attitude? Clearly, he was nothing but a rebellious son. If it weren't for the fact that he still held some use, Lin Chang wouldn't have deigned to approach him with such humility. Lin Chang took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within him. Xuaner, Lin Chang adopted a kindly expression. Father is doing this for your own good. Shen Qian is the only daughter of Shen Mao. If you marry her, Shen Corporation will be yours. If you're capable enough, the Starlight Group will also be placed in your hands. This is certainly better than being with the woman who's keeping you. You'll be able to do as you please, have endless money, and won't need to grovel before her. Lin Qiuan sneered. Lin Chang, do you really think I'd stoop to your level, sacrificing my happiness for profit? I won't sell myself for money. Lin Qiuan! Lin Chang could no longer maintain his facade as a loving father, his voice spiking with anger. I'm thinking of you. Marrying into a wealthy family and inheriting their company is far better than being kept and having to beg for scraps. Oh, is that so? Lin Qiuan raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Are you really doing this for me, or for the company? You know the truth. Lin Chang's veins bulged on his forehead. Lin Qiuan's lips curved into a faint, mocking smile. Lin Chang, if I'm not mistaken, the Shen family must have suggested that as long as I, Lin Qiuan, successfully become engaged to Shen Qian, then the cooperation between our two families will proceed smoothly. Isn't that right? Yes, it's crucial for the company, Lin Chang admitted. But what does that have to do with me? I have no connection to the Lin family anymore. Lin Qiuan leaned back, his manner relaxed and indifferent. Lin Chang's expression darkened. Lin Qiuan, I'm giving you one last chance. Will you return to the Lin family or not? If you come back, you can enjoy the status of being a young master of the Lin family. If not, then forget about any betrothal with Shen Qian. From now on, you'll fend for yourself out there. When you die, the Lin family won't even bother to bury you. Mr. Su, Lin Qiuan flirts with Shen Qian. Lin Qiuan thought of his previous life. He had died, and the entire Lin family had seen the news of his death. They were all still celebrating Lin Lai's birthday. Lin Qiuan's eyes filled with more and more mockery. These were his biological parents and biological sister. I couldn't be happier, Lin Qiuan stood up from his seat. Chairman Lin, I'll remind you one more time. Don't forget, we've severed ties. Lin Qiuan, you! Lin Chang's face had turned ashen with anger. Fine. He pointed toward the door, his fingers trembling with rage. Get out. Don't ever think of coming begging to the Lin family for anything. Lin Qiuan gave him a cold smile. The next time they met, they would be competitors. After Lin Qiuan left, Lin Chang slumped dejectedly into his chair. He had thought Lin Qiuan would agree to the engagement with Shen Qian, but he had rejected it. Without the cooperation of the Shen family, their company's billions of funds would be flushed down the drain. Lin Chang glanced outside and suddenly saw a man in a suit, looking like a bodyguard, extending his hand to Lin Qiuan, who then got into a car. It was a Rolls-Royce. Such a car cost tens of millions, and even he couldn't bear to buy one. Lin Chang frowned. Could the woman who was keeping Lin Chuan be more powerful than the Lin family? No, that couldn't be possible. Why would a woman like that even look at Lin Chuan? A phone call suddenly came through. It was Shen Kainqian. Kainqian, Lin Chang spoke gently. Uncle, have you talked to brother Lin Chuan about my wedding yet? Shen Kainqian asked eagerly. I've discussed it with Chu, and Lin Chang sighed. He's currently in a temper with me. I'll talk to him again after he calms down. Shen Kainqian frowned. That was too slow. However, the Lin family was her quickest way to get close to brother Lin Chuan. She couldn't afford to fall out with them. Then do it quickly. Shen Kainqian hung up the phone. Lin Chang's face darkened as he dropped his phone onto the desk. It seemed he needed to push Lin Chuan even harder. He couldn't let him live too comfortably outside. That way, Lin Chuan would remember the benefits of the Lin family. Outside the raunchy hotel, Lin Lai's face was as pale as a ghost, his hands tightly gripping his phone. His father had found Lin Chuan such a good opportunity to return to the Lin family. Lin Chuan wouldn't let it slip away. This time, when he returned to the Lin family, he would likely see Lin Chuan sitting arrogantly in the living room of the Lin family mansion. If Lin Chuan became the son-in-law of the Shen family and Shen Kainqian was a fool, Shen Corporation would inevitably fall into Lin Chuan's hands. His father was a man who highly valued interests. For the development of the company, he might very well hand over Starlight Group to Lin Chuan. Then he would have nothing. What should he do now? Lin Lai's mind was blank. Suddenly, a Maybach stopped in front of the hotel, with 2 black cars on each side as escorts. 8 bodyguards got out of the cars. They moved with military precision, forming a protective shield around a woman in the middle. The woman was dressed in a sleek black suit, with a belt accentuating her waist so slender it seemed barely a handful. A gust of wind blew, making her long, silky hair flutter around her shoulders. Her skin was as white as snow, her lips as red as flames. Her beauty was breathtaking. Lin Lai's eyes lit up. It was Su Hua. Lin Lai was both surprised and filled with intense jealousy. Where did Lin Chuan get the audacity to attract women like Su Hua and then Shen Kainqian? It seemed they all liked him one after another. However, someone like Su Hua must have a sharp eye for where faults lie. If he could tell her about Lin Chuan seducing Shen Kainqian, perhaps Su Hua would abandon Lin Chuan and deal with the Shen family as well. Lin Chuan's plans would be ruined. Lin Lai strode forward, wanting to approach Su Hua and tell her about Lin Chuan and Shen Kainqian. The bodyguards stopped him. What do you want? The bodyguards asked, their faces threatening. In front of these towering bodyguards, Lin Lai's frail figure looked pitiful and defenseless. Lin Lai felt an inexplicable chill and took several steps back involuntarily. The bodyguards remained vigilant, keeping their eyes on him. Lin Lai watched as Su Hua was about to enter the hotel. If he missed this chance to see her, he might never get another opportunity. He had to tell Su Hua about Lin Chu, and before his plan was completed, otherwise it would be too late. Some unknown courage surged within Lin Lai as he started yelling at Su Hua. Madam Su, Lin Chuan isn't a good person. He has betrayed you. He only has his eyes on your money. Don't be fooled by him. Su Hua stopped in her tracks. She frowned and glanced at Lin Lai. Jiang King whispered, Madam Su, it's Lin Lai. Su Hua frowned. Bring him over. One bodyguard received the order and walked up to Lin Lai. Our Madam Su summons you. Lin Lai's heart raced with excitement as he hurried over, following the bodyguard to Su Hua. You say, Xuan has betrayed me? Su Hua's voice was icy. Yes, Lin Lai nodded. Shen Kainqian and I were fiancés. Lin Chuan exposed a video of me and Qin Royal at my birthday party, and Shen Kainqian cancelled our engagement. Only later did I realize Lin Chuan's true intention. He wanted to become engaged to Shen Kainqian himself. With our engagement cancelled, the betrothal between the Lin family and the Shen family naturally fell to him. Su Hua narrowed her eyes. Xuan and Shen Kainqian. They have a betrothal? Yes, Lin Lai nodded. This betrothal was arranged when my mother was still pregnant with me and the Shen family. Su Hua's jealousy almost overwhelmed her rationality. So Xuan and another woman had a betrothal. Madam Su, Lin Lai continued, Shen Kainqian and Lin Chuan had no previous interactions. But a few days ago, she came to the Lin family asking for her engagement with Lin Chuan to be arranged. Shen Kainqian suddenly wants to marry Lin Chuan. I'm not sure if something happened recently for Lin Chuan to make Shen Kainqian fall for him. This was a blatant implication that Lin Chuan was seducing Shen Kainqian. Su Hua clenched her fists, the darkness in her eyes swirling. Lin Lai watched Su Hua's expression and felt triumphant. It seemed Su Hua believed him and was indeed angry. Speaking of which, Shen Corporation only has Shen Kainkian as their only daughter. He schemed all this, probably aiming for Shen Corporation. Lin Lai pressed on, painting Lin Xuan as both a scumbag and a money grubber. Is that so? Su Hua's lips curled into a chilling smile. Lin Lai felt triumphant inside. This time, Madame Su definitely wouldn't let Lin Xuan off easy. Master Lin, danger, you'd better make sure everything you said is true. Su Hua glanced at him, her lips parting coldly. Lin Lai felt a chill run up his spine. Su Hua retracted her gaze and continued walking toward the hotel. Her figure disappeared. Lin Lai breathed heavily as if he had narrowly escaped death. He had the unsettling feeling that Su Hua was about to kill him. Miss Su, do you want to ask Mr. Lin for clarification? John King, following behind Su Hua, couldn't help but speak up. No need, Su Hua said calmly. Jiang King's eyes filled with concern. Miss Su's composure was clearly the calm before the storm. This time, Mr. Lin might be in serious trouble. Su Hua, surrounded by a crowd, arrived at the hotel lobby, drawing attention from many. The onlookers were astonished by her stunning beauty. Shen Kainkian was one of them. Looking at Su Hua's breathtaking face, Shen Kainkian's eyes brimmed with jealousy. Who was this woman? She was even prettier than Shen Kainkian herself. Shen Kainkian inexplicably disliked Su Hua. Her gaze towards Su Hua was filled with hostility. Tesk, she's just putting on an act, Shen Kainkian scoffed. Kainkian, her best friend, laughed. Some people flaunt what they lack. Don't look at her now, surrounded by so many bodyguards. She's probably just wealthy on a small scale, trying to show off. Shen Kainkian sneered. Wasn't she just showing off? Among the women in the high society of Yundu City, unless she wasn't qualified to meet them, she had practically met them all. She had never seen this woman before. Therefore, her background couldn't be very impressive. Shen Kainkian's lips curled into a smug smile. Without a strong background, what good was a pretty face? Wait, her best friend added, she's not wealthy herself. She's relying on a man to have all these bodyguards around her. Tesk, another mistress who has climbed to her position through her body. Alright, stop talking. You're not afraid of getting dirty, Shen Kainkian sneered. Su Hua was there to negotiate a partnership with an executive. The executive felt an intense low pressure. He was nervous throughout the discussion with Su Hua. They desperately needed the technology and investment from Su Corporation. He feared offending Su Hua, who might refuse to cooperate if she got upset. Please wait, Su Hua said sternly. She stood up and headed for the restroom. After Su Hua disappeared from sight, the executive couldn't help but ask Jiang King, MS. Jiang, did I do something that offended Miss Su? He had met Su Hua before. She wasn't this terrifying previously. Miss Su is indeed in a bad mood. Jiang King nodded. But it has nothing to do with you, Mr. Wife. You don't need to worry. Miss Su won't take it out on you. In work-related matters, Su Hua rarely acted on impulse. Of course, work involving Lin Xuan was an exception. That's good, that's good. The executive sighed in relief. In the restroom, Su Hua stood at the sink, splashing cold water on her face several times. Only then did the rage inside her subside slightly, keeping her from the brink of losing control. Su Hua wiped the water droplets from her face and hands and returned to the table. Her aura was no longer as harsh. The partnership negotiation proceeded smoothly. Seeing Su Hua sign her name, the executive's worries were finally laid to rest. Miss Su, we look forward to a successful partnership. The executive's eyes beamed with joy, almost closing into slits. Su Hua responded faintly and stood up to leave. Su Hua sat in the backseat of the car. Her slender, fair fingers massaged her brow and her eyes still held a deep darkness. John King could feel the chill emanating from Su Hua. Miss Su, John King cautiously asked, are you going to the office or back to the night garden to see Mr. Go to the office, Su Hua said in a deep voice. Miss Su, regarding Shen Kainkian, should we ask Mr. Lin about it? John King ventured. It was unlikely that Mr. Lin would have tried to seduce Shen Kainkian as Lin Lai had claimed. As for his ambitions to take over Shen Corporation, that was even more ridiculous. 10 Shen corporations couldn't compare to one Su Corporation. If not for the desire to control Mr. Lin, Miss Su might have already handed over Su Corporation to him. No need. Su Hua's voice was icily calm. Oh, okay, John King nodded. Just as John King was about to start the car, Su Hua's voice came from the back seat again. You send someone to investigate Shen Kainkian. When we arrive at the office, I need her information. Understood. John King felt as if Su Hua was completely immersed in jealousy. Strangely, she didn't sense any anger from Miss Su, only an intense suppression of something. Lin Chuan also returned to the night garden. If Su Hua was there, she would usually be waiting for him on the living room couch. This time, he didn't see her tall, elegant figure. "Where's Hua? Hasn't she come back yet?" Lin Chuan asked. "Yes, but Mistress Su called in specially, telling you not to wait for her as she still has matters to attend to and will be returning late tonight," Butler Wang replied respectfully. Lin Chuan felt something was off. She hadn't called him directly but informed the butler. "Ado, ado." Lin Chuan sneezed several times in a row. "Who's cursing me?" Lin Chuan rubbed his itchy nose. Worried that something had happened, he tried calling Su Hua. Her phone kept ringing. Sitting in the car, Su Hua tightly pursed her lips, staring at the screen with the name, Darling Xuan. The atmosphere in the car was oppressive. Jian King drove cautiously. "Weird," Lin Xu, and muttered while looking at his phone. "This is the first time she hasn't answered my call. Could something really have happened?" Lin Xuan couldn't rest, so he called Jian King. Seeing the incoming call, Jian King asked, "Miss Su, it's Mr. Lin calling. Should I answer it?" "Answer," Su Hua said sternly. If she didn't pick up, Darling Chu and would worry. Jian King swiped to answer. "Mr. Lin," Jian King greeted respectfully. Jian King, Hua said she would be home early tonight, but it's already 6, and she hasn't returned yet. She's not answering her phone either. Has something happened? Lin Xuan asked worriedly. Jian King glanced at the woman with an inscrutable expression and replied, "Mr. Lin, don't worry. There's some urgent business at the office that needs handling." Miss Su probably turned her phone to silent mode to avoid interruptions. "That's good." Lin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. "Remember to tell her to eat on time, reduce her alcohol intake, and drink less coffee." Lin Xuan couldn't help but nag. "Please rest assured, Mr. Lin, I'll take care of Miss Su." Jian King nodded. Arriving at the company, Jian King also printed out the investigation files and delivered them to Su Hua's office. The water of cutting roots stepping into Su Hua's office. "President Su, these are the documents on Shen Kaijian." Su Hua flipped through the file. Jian King stood by and introduced, "Shen Kaijian doesn't have any particularly outstanding characteristics. She's just rather arrogant and tyrannical, often bullying others." Before Lin Chuan was born, the Lin family and the Shen family had indeed arranged a marriage, but later the Shen family looked down on Lin Chuan and instead arranged for Shen Kaijian to marry Lin Lai. Not long ago, at Lin Lai's birthday party, Lin Chuan publicly exposed the affair between Lin Lai and Qin Royale, and Shen Kaijian's father, Shen Mao, announced publicly that their engagement was cancelled. Due to time constraints, they were only able to find this much. Su Hua looked at the information and slightly frowned. "Jian King, who do you think is prettier between me and Shen Kaijian?" Su Hua suddenly asked. "Jian King, why would President Su suddenly compare looks with Shen Kaijian?" "President Su, of course, you are far more beautiful. Your looks are the most stunning in all of Yundu City." Jian King replied. She spoke nothing but the truth. Su Hua's beauty was very striking, capable of stunning anyone at first glance and leaving a lasting impression, not to mention her inborn noble aura, which only added to her beauty. "How about our abilities and characters?" Su Hua asked again. "Shen Kaijian is far inferior to President Su in every way." Jian King continued to answer. Su Hua's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "So, I'm better than Shen Kaijian in every aspect. With me as Xuan's girlfriend, how could he possibly abandon me and fall for a woman like Shen Kaijian?" Su Hua murmured softly. As for Xu and coveting the Shen family's wealth, that was even more impossible. Her fortune was his to spend freely. As long as Xu and didn't run away again, she was willing to gift him the company. Jian King, so that was why President Su was comparing herself to Shen Kaijian. Indeed, love makes women so irrational, always comparing themselves to rivals. "President Su, do you really believe that Lin Chuan didn't seduce Shen Kaijian?" Jian King asked tentatively. "Yes, from beginning to end, I have faith in him. I believe he wouldn't look at Shen Kaijian, let alone seduce her." Su Hua lowered her eyes, gently stroking the ring on her left hand with her slender fingers. However, her Xuan was now too outstanding, attracting far too many women. First, there was Qin Royale. Now, there's Shen Kaijian. In the future, there will likely be many more. The mere thought of those women trying to snatch Xuan from her, even ogling him with improper desires, made her want to lock him away. His eyes should only see her. She didn't dare return to Yi Garden because she was afraid she wouldn't be able to suppress her urges and end up locking Xuan away. What if she scared him and he became as desperate as before, trying to escape from her side? She didn't want to break the current tranquility. so she distracted herself with work, hoping to calm down before returning to him. President Su, I initially thought you believed Lin Lai's words. Jian King felt a sense of relief. I guess I overthought. If President Su had believed Lin Lai, she would have dropped everything, rushed back, and locked Lin Shu and in a dark room instead of heading to the company. Su Hua let out a soft chuckle. However, even if Xu and wouldn't be seduced by other women, his admirers are relentless, one after another, like waves crashing ashore. Su Hua's voice carried an infinite coldness. Jiang King shivered from the icy chill. Oh no, Lin Xuan is in trouble. President Su's jealousy is about to flood the ocean. She's definitely not easy to appease. President Su, should we deal with the troublemaker, Lin Lai? Jiang King asked. No need. Xuan is dealing with the Lin family. Let him use Lin Lai as a toy. Su Hua's eyes were cold. But since he dared to use me to hurt Xuan, he must pay the price. Su Hua smirked faintly, her tone eerie. Jiang King silently prayed for Lin Lai's fate. Lin Lai is in for a rough ride this time. Jiang King. Su Hua spoke emotionlessly. Send someone to capture Lin Lai and torture him. Also, isn't there a new root-severing potion developed in the lab? Use that on him as a test subject. Root-severing potion? Jiang King's eyes widened in shock. President Su intends to use the root-severing potion on Lin Lai. Looks like President Su is truly furious this time. Understood, I'll make arrangements immediately. Jiang King acknowledged. Also, Su Hua continued, spread the information you've collected about Shen Kaiqian's arrogance and bullying to Xuan. Ness? Jiang King exited the office. The office was now empty except for Su Hua. Xuan! Su Hua gently stroked the ring, murmuring softly, I truly want to lock you up. She wanted to turn him into a caged golden canary, confined to a garden forever. A world with only the two of them. Lin Chang returned to the Lin family. Lin Qingwen had been sitting on the living room sofa waiting for Lin Chang. Master, the servant respectfully called out. Lin Qingwen's eyes lit up. It's Dad's return. He might also bring Xuan back. Lin Lai clutched his hands tightly, his palms sweating nervously. Lin Chang changed into slippers and entered the villa. Lin Qingwen glanced at Lin Chang's back and asked curiously, Dad, where's Xuan? Didn't he come back with you? Don't mention him to me. Lin Chang's expression darkened. He's an unfilial son, totally lawless. Dad, what happened? Lin Qingwen frowned. Lin Chang clenched his teeth. He said the Lin family has nothing to do with him and he won't be coming back. He even rejoiced at the consequences the Shen family's cancellation of the cooperation with Starlight Group will bring. Dad Xu, and probably still has resentment in his heart. Maybe he'll calm down after a few days. Dad Xu, and is still young and immature. Don't let him affect your health. Lin Qingwen advised. She didn't want to see Xuan's relationship with their parents deteriorate. Otherwise, it would be even harder for Xuan to return to the Lin family in the future. Wanner, you don't need to defend Lin Xuan. I know what he's thinking. He now views the Lin family as his enemy. Lin Chang raged. Lin Lai frowned. Lin Xuan isn't trying everything to return to the Lin family? Such a great opportunity. Why would he reject it? Jiang Shu can breathe a sigh of relief. With Lin Xuan not coming back, she won't have to see that irritating presence. Jiang Shuken crossed her arms and sat on the sofa. Lin Xuan isn't great. If he ever returned to the Lin family, it would be like inviting a wolf into the house, turning our home into chaos. It's better this way. No? Lin Chang clenched his teeth. He must return. I absolutely must maintain the cooperation with the Shen family. He needed to find an opportunity to force Lin Xuan to come begging him. When Su Hua returned to Yi Garden, it was already late at night, with everything silent. She was brimming with suppressed rage. Apparently, the entire evening of work didn't help much. Strong desire for possession. Su Hua walked into the living room. Young miss, you're back. Butler Wang greeted respectfully. Yes, Su Hua nodded. Lin Xuan, who was in the dining room, heard the commotion outside and came out. Hua bowed Lin Xuan and approached, taking the bag from Su Hua's hand, intending to put it away for her. Lin Xuan frowned. Why are your hands so cold? He held Su Hua's hands in his palms, rubbing them to warm them up. Su Hua stared fixedly at Lin Xuan, a strong sense of possessiveness deep in her eyes. I really want to lock up Xuan. Lin Xuan keenly sensed something was off with Su Hua's mood. Hua Bao, what's wrong? Lin Xuan asked with concern. Su Hua suppressed the urge within her heart. She couldn't scare her Xuan. I'm fine. Su Hua shook her head. Lin Xuan was full of doubts. Really? Nothing's wrong? You came back so late. You must be hungry. Hua Bao, I made some of your favorite dishes. Let's have some as a midnight snack, Lin Shu and said, leading Su Hua into the dining room by the hand. Bang! Su Hua closed the dining room door. Butler Wang left outside. He was completely baffled. What's going on? Inside the dining room, Su Hua leaned her back against the cold wall, her arms encircling Lin Shu's neck, her lips close to his, their breaths mingling. Lin Shu understood Su Hua's intention and whispered soothingly, Hua Bao, let's eat first. Akshuan, kiss me. Su Hua's voice was restrained. The whirlpool in her eyes seemed deep enough to suck Lin Shu in. Hua Bao, you're tired. Let's sleep well tonight. After you've rested, I'll let you do as you please. Lin Shu was genuinely worried about Su Hua's health. Su Hua had left for work early in the morning and didn't return until 1 a.m. Continuing like this, even the strongest body couldn't hold out. Is Akshuan not being good? Su Hua narrowed her eyes dangerously. Lin Shu sighed helplessly. If he didn't satisfy Su Hua today, she wouldn't let it go. He could only cup the back of her head and kiss her crimson lips. Su Hua closed her eyes, letting Lin Shu kiss her freely like a person on the verge of death in a snowy wilderness, desperately seeking warmth from Lin Shu. Outside the dining room, Butler Wang suddenly heard a bang, the sound of a chair falling. Butler Wang instantly understood. No wonder the young miss didn't let him in. She wanted to have some alone time with young Master Lin. All right. Butler Wang nodded with a smile, standing guard not far from the dining room to prevent any nosy servants from disturbing Su Hua and Lin Shu. More than an hour later, Lin Shu carried Su Hua back to her room. The dining room was a mess. The dining table was empty and the floor was covered with broken plates and scattered food. The next day, Su Hua went to the company. President Su, John King frowned, noticing that President Su's mood hadn't improved. Su Hua coldly ordered, bring me all the documents that need my attention these days. President Su, do you have something to attend to? Will you not be coming to the company for the next few days? John King asked, puzzled. Yes. Su Hua lowered her gaze. She wanted to make sure Akshuan firmly remembered whose man he was. Su Hua found that work couldn't alleviate her urge to lock up Lin Shuan. Only actions like last night could slightly reduce it. Lin Shuan slept until 10 a.m., skipping his classes once again. Of course, Su Hua had already personally called the principal to explain. Lei Hui approached Lin Shuan. Lin Shuan decided to go to the company. Boss, Lei Hui brought out a stack of documents. Boss, these all need your attention. Cough. That seems a bit much. Lei Hui rubbed his nose. He always felt that with Lin Shu's intellect, he would come up with perfect solutions. So he thought of having Lin Shu review these important documents. All right, Lin Shu took the documents and started flipping through them. The document was thick, with dozens of pages. Lei Hui thought it would take Lin Shu a long time to go through the document, so he left to attend to other work. An hour later, Lei Hui returned to the office. I finished reading the document and have made some revisions. Take a look, Lin Shu said. Lei Hui's eyes widened. Already finished reading? Lei Hui glanced at his watch. It had only been half an hour. This would usually take at least a day to read. Could it be that the boss just skimmed through it? Lei Hui frowned as he picked up the document. After reading the first few pages, he was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. He flipped through several more pages. It was true! Reading 10 lines at a glance, Lei Hui swallowed hard. It seemed the boss's level of genius was even more formidable than he had imagined. Lin Shu noticed Lei Hui's expression and frowned. Is there a problem? No, Lei Hui swallowed hard. Boss, I will make the revisions as per your instructions, Lei Hui said respectfully. All right, Lin Shu nodded. After leaving Lei Hui's office, Lin Shu walked around to observe. Everyone in the company was diligently performing their duties, everything proceeding in an orderly fashion. Lin Shu nodded in satisfaction. Lei Hui had a good grip on managing the company. Lin Shu's phone buzzed with message notifications. He glanced at it and found that they were QQ message alerts. He frowned. Why were they all about Shen Kaienqian? Out of curiosity, Lin Shu clicked to look. The content was almost entirely photos and videos of Shen Kaienqian. Among them was a video where a girl was being held down by 2 bodyguards, and Shen Kaienqian was slapping her face repeatedly. She even forced the girl to pick up her vomit with her hands and eat it, the video ending with a freeze frame of Shen Kaienqian's face, filled with disdain and twisted satisfaction. Lin Shu wasn't surprised by the side of Shen Kaienqian. She appeared pure and cute on the surface, but in private, she couldn't tolerate the slightest disobedience. He had experienced this before when he was with the Lin family. Meanwhile, The company was conducting auditions for actors, with a line of well-dressed men and women standing outside the audition room, half male and half female. Kin Royale was among them. A girl looked at Kin Royale with confusion. She looks familiar. I think I've seen her somewhere. Haven't you seen the news? That's Kin Royale. The scandal about her being the other woman, having an affair with Lin Lai, who was engaged, caused quite a stir. Wow, that's juicy. Exactly. Lin Lai is the heir to the Starlight Group. Knowing she couldn't get signed with Starlight Entertainment, Kin Royale came to audition for Sky Screen Entertainment. The other candidates also felt a sense of urgency. They were auditioning for the role of Xiao in the palace drama The Legend of Zhen Huan. The one chosen to play Xiao would be signed by Sky Screen Entertainment. It must be said, Kin Royale's face had a delicate, fragile look that easily evoked a protective instinct. Facing Kin Royale, they didn't feel very confident. Kin Royale listened to their discussions, her expression darkening, but she was determined to secure the role of Xiao. Once she got the role, she would make sure to silence their gossip. Next, number 15, a man in a suit called from outside the room. Lin Xuan is the boss of Tanu Group. Kin Royale's heart was pounding as she stepped into the audition room. The three people sitting inside nodded in unison. Not bad, her face perfectly matched the image of Xiao. Kin Royale, right? Can you dance? The director asked. Yes, she replied. Dancing could elevate a person's aura. Kin's mother had sent Kin Royale to dance classes at a very young age, hoping to make her irresistibly captivating to men. Kin Royale began to dance gracefully in the center of the room. Not bad, not bad, the director nodded approvingly. Alright, let's see you perform this scene. The director handed Kin Royale 2 pages of the script. The scene was one where Xiao feigned vulnerability and wept bitterly. This was well within Kin Royale's comfort zone. As she performed, her eyes turned red and tears streamed down her face like rain on pear blossoms. Her voice trembled as she delivered her lines. She perfectly executed the scene. My performance is over, Kin Royale said, bowing to the panel. Very good, the director couldn't stop nodding. Kin Royale couldn't help but smile at their praise. If she could sign with Tamu Entertainment, this would be her chance to turn her life around. Suddenly, the door swung open. Everyone turned to see an extraordinarily handsome man walk in. None of them had met Lin Xuan before, let alone knew he was their boss. Lin Xuan looked at Kin Royale in surprise. What was she doing here? Sir, are you here to audition for the role of Prince Guo? We're currently auditioning for Xiao. Please step out for now, the director said. Though his tone wasn't harsh, he was quite impressed with Lin Xuan's appearance, which perfectly matched the image of Prince Guo, tall, elegant, and dashing. If his acting skills were good, it would be perfect. Hearing the director's words, Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. So, this was the audition for the script he had brought from another world. Not bad, she does suit Xiao. Lin Xuan nodded. He casually sat down on a chair, crossing his legs. Same White Lotus personality too. Kin Royale's face flushed red, and she clenched her fists. Lin Xuan, I've already left Kinghua University. Do you still have to humiliate me like this? She bit her lip, her voice filled with resentment. Kin Royale, didn't I tell you that leaving Kinghua University was just the beginning? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Did she think he would let her off so easily? What do you think of Kin Royale? Lin Xuan asked, glancing at the panel. Not bad, the director replied from a professional standpoint. Her appearance fits the delicate image of Xiao, and her acting is decent. Kick her out, Lin Xuan said nonchalantly. Kin Royale was stunned. Then she sneered, Lin Xuan, who do you think you are? You can't just kick me out like that. Are you overestimating yourself? Lin Xuan, I'll show you how I, Kin Royale, will rise to the top. Until you'll be abandoned by Su Hua and you'll beg on your knees before me. Kin Royale whispered to Lin Xuan. Once she found a wealthy and powerful man to rely on, she would make sure Lin Xuan experienced everything she had gone through. The three panelists were all quite satisfied with her. She was confident she could land the role of Xiao. Once she joined Tamu Entertainment with her talent, she would surely be groomed for stardom. She would become a household name. Lin Xuan casually rested his hands behind his head and raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. I am actually the boss of Tamu Entertainment. Lin Xuan, if you are really the boss of Tamu Entertainment, why wouldn't they recognize you? Kin Royale scoffed. At that moment, Lei Hui pushed the door open and walked in. The director immediately stood up and greeted him respectfully. General Manager. Lei Hui nodded. He was about to approach Lin Xuan, and when Kin Royale blocked his path, Lei Hui looked at Kin Royale, frowning. Wasn't this Kin Royale, the person their boss was personally dealing with? General Manager, someone is impersonating your boss, Kin Royale said. Hoot, Lei Hui asked, frowning. Lin Xuan. Qin Royale pointed at Lin Xuan. She glanced at Lin Xuan triumphantly, waiting to see him kicked out of Tanmu Entertainment. Lei Hui ignored her, stepped past her, and walked up to Lin Xuan, bowing respectfully. Boss? Qin Royale's eyes widened in shock. Boss? You just called Lin Xuan. Boss? Qin Royale's face was filled with disbelief. That's right, Lei Hui nodded. He is our boss. Tanmu Group belongs to him. No, that's impossible. Qin Royale shook her head, unable to accept it. How could this be? How could Lin Xuan own such a massive company? Lin Xuan stood up calmly from his chair. Remove Qin Royale from the company. Additionally, all businesses under Tanmu Group are to permanently blacklist her. With that one sentence, Qin Royale's fate was sealed. Her dream of climbing the ladder through Tanmu Entertainment was completely shattered. She staggered back, barely able to stand. What could she do now? Starlight Entertainment wouldn't take her, and now Tanmu Entertainment had rejected her. Which entertainment company would accept her? If she couldn't break into the entertainment industry, what else could she do? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Qin Royale, our company doesn't welcome you. Please leave. Qin Royale bit her lip and stumbled out of Tanmu Group's building. What? She crouched on the ground, crying bitterly. She regretted it, truly regretted it. If only she had stayed loyal to Lin Xuan, she would be living a happy life now. Qin Royale returned to the Qin household like a walking corpse. Royale, how did the audition go? Qin's mother asked with concern. I didn't get it. Qin Royale shook her head, her eyes red. How is that possible? Qin's mother was stunned. With her daughter's talent, how could she have been rejected? Mom, the boss of Tanmu Group is Lin Xuan, Qin Royale cried. Attempt! Exclamation. Qin's mother's face was filled with disbelief. Mom, what should I do now? Qin Royale's tears continued to stream down her face. Qin's mother's mind was in chaos. What could they do? She had no idea. Ugh! Qin Royale suddenly felt a strong wave of nausea. She stumbled into the bathroom and vomited violently. Mom, I'm pregnant. Yao Yao, what's wrong with you? Qin's mother asked with concern. Qin Royale's face was pale. I don't know what's going on, but I suddenly feel terrible. Even when I had stomach issues before, it was never like this, Qin Royale said, her eyelashes still damp with tears. Qin's mother anxiously replied, I'll take you to the hospital. Ugh! Qin Royale began vomiting into the sink again. Qin's mother patted her back, her voice filled with worry. Yao Yao, I was the same when I was pregnant with you. But you couldn't possibly be pregnant, could you? Pregnant. Qin Royale's eyes lit up. She grabbed Qin's mother's hand. Mom, I know why my stomach feels so bad now. I'm pregnant. I must be pregnant. Her voice was filled with excitement. If she was pregnant, she could use this child to secure her position and marry into the Lin family. Pregnant? Qin's mother frowned. Whose child is it? It's Lin Lai's. Mom, I'm carrying Lin Lai's child, Qin Royale said, clutching her mother's hand. I can marry into the Lin family now. But Yao Yao, didn't you say Lin Lai always used protection? Qin's mother asked, puzzled. Mom, during the last few times, I secretly replaced his condoms with ones that had holes in them, Qin Royale explained excitedly. Qin's mother's eyes widened. If you're really pregnant, Yao Yao, you can use this child to marry into the Lin family. Exactly, Qin Royale nodded. Once I become Lin Lai's wife, I'll have endless wealth. And if I want to enter the entertainment industry, I can use Starlight Entertainment's resources to promote myself. Also, I'll destroy Lin Xuan's company. Qin Royale's eyes were filled with hope. This child had come at the perfect time. Yao Yao, let's go to the hospital for a test, Qin's mother said, taking Qin Royale to the gynecology department. They opted for a blood test, which would take 2 hours for the results. Qin's mother, worried that Qin Royale might be too exhausted, let her return to their rented apartment first. Qin's mother returned with the test results. Mom, what's the result? Am I pregnant? Qin Royale asked anxiously. You're pregnant, Qin's mother nodded with a smile. Qin Royale snatched the report and saw the words pregnant on it. Her hands trembled with excitement. Mom, I'm going to find Lin Lai, Qin Royale said eagerly. Yao Yao, wait, Qin's mother stopped her. Mom, what is it? Qin Royale asked, confused. You can't just go to him like this, Qin's mother said. Last time, you ruined his reputation. He must hate you now. If you go to him directly, he might not let you keep the child. Qin Royale thought back to the birthday party where Lin Lai had spoken harshly to her. Her mother was right. Lin Lai wouldn't want this child. Qin Royale touched her belly, a wave of fear washing over her. This was her last bargaining chip. She couldn't lose it. Mom, what should I do then? Qin Royale asked urgently. Let me think. Qin's mother furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Time ticked by. 2 minutes later. I've got it. Qin's mother's eyes lit up. Yao Yao, we'll go to the media and make this public. We'll let everyone know you're pregnant. That way, Lin Lai won't dare to harm the child. Moreover, under public pressure, Lin Lai will have no choice but to marry you. Okay, Mom, I'll do as you say. Qin Royao couldn't help but smile. It seemed fate was still on her side, giving her this child when she was at her lowest. The news of Qin Royao's pregnancy spread like wildfire in just one afternoon, as her relationship with Lin Lai had already been a hot topic. Lin Chang saw the news and slammed his phone down, his face dark. She's pregnant, Lin Chang said through gritted teeth. Qin Royao was a stain on Lin Lai's reputation, and now her pregnancy had become public knowledge. How could Lin Lai ever marry someone from a family more prestigious than the Lin family now? Who's pregnant? Jiang Shuqin asked, confused. Qin Royao, Lin Chang replied grimly. What? Exclamation. Jiang Shuqin stood up abruptly from the sofa. Lin Chang clenched his teeth. Now everyone is speculating whether Lin Lai will marry Qin Royao. If he doesn't, our family will be condemned by the public. If he does, people will ridicule us. The Lin family was caught between a rock and a hard place. Jiang Shuqin's mind was in turmoil, unsure of how to handle the situation. One thing was certain, Qin Royao could not marry into the Lin family. With her temperament, she would turn the family upside down. Lin Lai returned home. He had been busy preparing for the national computer competition ever since he heard that Lin Xuan would represent King Hua University. He was determined to beat Lin Xuan. Lin Lai hadn't had time to check the news. Dad, Mom, what's going on? Lin Lai asked, noticing the grim expressions on Lin Chang and Jiang Shuqin's faces. See for yourself. Lin Chang tossed his phone onto the coffee table, his voice heavy. Look at the mess you've made. Jiang Shuqin frowned disapprovingly. What kind of attitude is that? This was all orchestrated by Lin Xuan to trap Lin Lai and Qin Royao. Lin Lai is the victim here. Why are you blaming him? Your indulgence has ruined him. Lin Chang snapped. Lin Lai picked up the phone, a sinking feeling in his stomach. His hands trembled as he read the bold headline, Qin Royao pregnant with Lin Lai's child. Lin Lai's eyes widened in shock. How could this be? He had always used protection with Qin Royao. How could she be pregnant? Lin Lai's face turned pale. His affair with Qin Royao had been nothing more than a scandal, something people would eventually forget. But now that she was pregnant, everything had changed. That bitch must have done something. You need to fix this, Lin Chang said sternly. Yes, Lin Lai replied, his expression dark. Qin Royao, you forced my hand. Lin Xuan had just emerged from his private space and was lounging on his bed, scrolling through his phone. As soon as he opened Weibo, he saw a trending topic. Holy crap! Lin Xuan exclaimed. Qin Royao is pregnant. What was going on? In his previous life, Qin Royao had never been pregnant before his death. Couldn't be. Lin Xuan thought of Luo Yuan and called him Brother Xuan. Luo Yuan's tone was unusually deferential. Once bitter rivals, Luo Yuan had disliked Lin Xuan in every way. Now, he had become Lin Xuan's devoted admirer. Did you have something to do with Qin Royao's pregnancy? Lin Xuan asked. Not going to class these days, yes. At the time, I just gave Qin Royao a little piece of advice about being prepared for danger in times of peace. I suggested she have a child so she wouldn't be easily discarded by Lin Lai. I didn't expect Qin Royao to actually get pregnant. It seems her execution is quite strong, huh? Luo Yuan chuckled. Well done. Lin Xuan's lips curled upward. Next, there's going to be a great show of dogs biting each other. Lin Lai would never marry Qin Royao. As Qin Royao watches her hopes of marrying into the Lin family and becoming a noble lady fade, she's bound to be in excruciating pain. Hee hee, thank you. Luo Yuan scratched his head. Study hard. When you're capable, you can come work at my company. Lin Xuan noticed that Luo Yuan's mind was quite sharp. Using him might not be a bad idea. Really? Luo Yuan jumped up from the sofa. He had been disciplined for Qin Royao, and although he had a degree from King University, the better companies wouldn't consider him. His family had gone bankrupt, so now he had to fend for himself. He had thought his future would only involve jobs paying a few $1,000s, but then Lin Xuan extended him an olive branch. The condition is that your abilities meet the standards. My company doesn't keep useless people, Lin Xuan said coldly. Oh no, I'm too useless. Luo Yuan wilted again. During his first 2 years of university, he spent all his time chasing after Qin Royao, and since his family had some money, he hadn't studied hard. After his family went bankrupt, he started to work hard, but with his current abilities, he probably wouldn't meet the requirements of Lin Xuan's company. I'll give you some computer books. You should study them carefully, and if you have any questions, you can ask Wang Da. Lin Xuan said. Luo Yuan's eyes lit up. Those were the books Lin Xuan had given to Wang Da. He had been coveting them for a long time. Thank you, Xuan Ji, Liu Yuan said excitedly. Lin Xuan hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Qin Royale also contacted Lin Lai. Lai Jij, can we meet? Lin Lai's eyes were ice cold. Sure, let's meet. Lin Lai pulled his lips into a smirk. They arranged to meet at a hotel. Lai Jij. Qin Royale threw herself into Lin Lai's arms and hugged his waist. I miss you so much. Lin Lai clenched his fists, forcing himself to resist the urge to push Qin Royale away. Right now, he found Qin Royale utterly disgusting. Lai Jij, I only did it because I love you so much. I leaked the news about my pregnancy to the media. Don't be mad at me. Qin Royale sobbed aggrievedly. I've been thinking about you so much that I've nearly gone insane. What about the child? Lin Lai asked coldly. I don't know. Qin Royale shook her head. Although we were careful, there were 1 or 2 accidents, which is normal, right? Lin Lai's eyes showed mockery. Accident? How could this be an accident? First, there was footage, then pregnancy. All these events happened so coincidentally. Did she really think he was a fool? Lin Lai sighed and said gently, Yao Yao, I always thought I was using you. But during this time we were apart, you often appeared in my dreams during the night. It was only then that I realized, after spending so much time with you, I've fallen in love with you. Qin Royale raised her head in disbelief, meeting Lin Lai's eyes filled with love. Did Lai Jij really fall in love with her? Qin Royale's heart raced with excitement. Yao Yao, because of your background and the video from our birthday party, my parents didn't like you, and they forbade me from seeing you. But now that you have a child, Yao Yao, my parents have agreed to let us be together. That's wonderful. Qin Royale excitedly hugged Lin Lai. Lin Lai's hands also wrapped around Qin Royale's waist. He talked sweetly, but his eyes were filled with endless coldness. He was lowering Qin Royale's guard, planning to find an opportunity to get rid of her child. How could he possibly keep a child from a woman like her? As for the child, he could have another one in the future. After leaving the hotel, Lin Lai noticed a car with 4 men inside, all staring at him. Lin Lai is out. A man wearing sunglasses spoke up. The man in the passenger seat smoking a cigarette said, just wait a bit. There are too many people and cameras here. Keep tracking. That. Boss Wang. The man with sunglasses asked curiously, do you know how Lin Lai angered the master? Tesk. Making Lin Lai a guinea pig for the sterilization drug is just ruthless. I want to know too. Boss Wang also looked curious. It was 11 o'clock in the evening when Su Hua finally returned to Night Garden. Lin Xuan, who was exhausted from dealing with Su Hua the previous night, had already fallen asleep early. He had planned to sleep for a while and then get up to wait for Su Hua, but he ended up turning off the alarm. Su Hua looked at the man on the bed, her eyes filled with a surge of impulsiveness, the urge to lock Lin Xuan up. It had been exactly 1 day and 5 hours since Lin Lai told her about Lin Xuan and Chen Kainqian. During those 2 years, Su Hua had often confined Lin Xuan, but he could still go to school and return to the Lin family. She had given him a lot of freedom. In truth, what she really wanted was to lock Lin Xuan in a room where he could only be seen by her. This urge had always been suppressed in her heart. Until Shen Kainqian appeared, the impulse became harder and harder to control. Su Hua's eyes darkened as she glanced at Lin Xuan again before stepping into the bathroom to wash up. When she came out, she was only wearing some intimate clothing, her bare feet stepping onto the soft carpet. Xuan! Su Hua pressed herself against Lin Xuan, her voice filled with restraint. Remember, you forever belong to me, Su Hua. You can't fall for anyone else. She kissed Lin Xuan's lips, almost biting them. Lin Xuan, who had been deep in sleep, was awakened by Su Hua's actions. Hua Bao, what's wrong? Lin Xuan supported the woman's waist, who was on top of him. Xuan, you don't need to go to class these days. Stay at Night Garden and accompany me. Su Hua's voice was filled with desire. Lin Xuan was completely drained in those few days. All over the villa, they left traces of their presence. Finally, Lin Xuan surrendered. Hua Bao, there's an urgent matter at my company that requires my attention. I'm leaving now. Without waiting for Su Hua's consent, Lin Xuan quickly escaped. Lin Xuan, with big dark circles under his eyes and looking utterly exhausted, hurried into Tanmu Group, hoping to get some rest in the office. However, by sheer coincidence, he ran into Lin Lai. Seeing Lin Xuan's haggard appearance, Lin Lai sneered and approached. How is it? Lin Xuan, you've been abandoned by CEO Su, haven't you? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Been abandoned? Tesk, Lin Lai, I'm afraid you won't get your wish. Lin Xuan, you're still so stubborn. CEO Su is a woman with high standards for men. I don't believe she'd keep you by her side after you betrayed her. Lin Lai said smugly. 1,314,520 F******. Lin Lai, what exactly did you say to Su Hua? Lin Xuan had a deeply unsettling feeling. Nothing else could make Su Hua's emotions fluctuate so intensely, except for two things. Either he was trying to escape from her, or he was entangled with another woman. Could it be that Su Hua had found out about his affair with Shen Kaiqian? As if to confirm his thoughts, Lin Lai sneered and replied, I told General Su everything about you and Shen Kaiqian. I let her know about the arranged match between you and Shen Kaiqian. I also told her that you seduced Shen Kaiqian and that you were planning to get engaged, even marry her. Lin Xuan was numb, utterly numb. But no wonder Su Hua had been acting strangely lately. He hadn't seen her so out of control in a long time. It was all because Lin Lai had told Su Hua Shen Kaiqian was his arranged fiancée, and Lin Lai had spread rumors that he had seduced her. This couldn't stand. He had to fix this. Otherwise, he'd be running himself ragged just to keep up, and worse, he might end up locked in a dark room by Su Hua. Lin Xu and Lin Lai gloated. Don't think for a second that you're worthy of General Su's genuine affection. You're just her toy, and a disobedient toy is bound to be thrown away. Lin Xuan gave Lin Lai a mocking look. Thrown away by Su Hua? That's it. Lin Lai's wish would never come true in this lifetime. Lin Xu, and whether you're in the Lin family or outside of it, you're destined to be stuck under my feet for the rest of your life, Lin Lai said, displaying his petty demeanor. Is that so? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. But if you're so desperate to get me out of Su Hua's life, wouldn't you be worried that I might accept Lin Chang's offer to return to the Lin family and marry Shen Kaiqian? Lin Xuan, you've already offended Su Hua. Do you really think she'd let you marry Shen Kaiqian as you wish? Lin Lai sneered. Lin Lai, are you so certain? What if Su Hua doesn't even see me as a threat and simply kicks me out? She might not intervene in whatever happens afterward. Lin Xuan spoke slowly, his words dripping with sarcasm. Lin Lai clenched his fists, his palms sweating. How could he have overlooked that? Su Hua was the type who wouldn't bother with someone like Lin Xuan. If things really played out as Lin Xuan suggested, wouldn't he be pushing Lin Xuan back into the arms of the Lin family? Lin Xuan watched Lin Lai's increasingly troubled expression and let out a derisive snort. Turns out Lin Lai's tactics were not that sophisticated, just a bit underhanded. Yet in his previous life, he had lost to someone like Lin Lai. At that moment, a Porsche pulled up to the side of the road and Jiang King stepped out of the car. Lin Xuan! Exclamation, 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 holy crap. Miss Chai, what was she doing here? Could it be that she had come specifically to take him back to Yi Garden? Lin Xuan's heart filled with concern. He had already spent 3 full days in bed with Su Hua. How much longer could his kidneys hold up? Lin Lai also recognized Jiang King. She had been present at Su Hua's wedding ceremony when she'd whisked Lin Xuan away, and also at Su Hua's birthday party. What was she doing here? Was she looking for Lin Xuan? Lin Lai clenched his fists tightly. No, it was probably just a coincidence. If Su Hua had already discarded Lin Xuan, then as Su Hua's secretary, Jiang King certainly wouldn't be coming to look for him. Jiang King walked up to Lin Xuan. Young Master Lin, she greeted respectfully. Miss Jiang, Lin Xu, and asked nervously, I wonder what brings you here. Was she really here to drag him back to Yi Garden? Was Su Hua going to lock him in a dark room? Lin Xuan's thoughts raced through his mind. Please wait a moment. Jiang King smiled lightly. Soon, 3 large trucks pulled up. From the trucks, 30-odd men in suits and sunglasses stepped out, retrieving beautifully wrapped roses from the vehicles and arranging them into heart shapes on the ground. The bodyguards, who were supposed to guard her, looked incredibly disgruntled. Who could understand? They were usually the type to kill, yet 40 minutes ago, they had received an urgent order directly from their boss. They had been excited and anticipating an important mission, only to find out their boss wanted them to scour the city for red roses. What is this? Lin Xuan was stunned. Modus? Lin Lai also looked dumbfounded at the sight of the roses. These are the roses General Su asked me to deliver to young Master Lin, Jiang King said with a faint smile. There are exactly 1,314,520 roses here. Lin Xuan! Exclamation, exclamation, exclamation 1,314,520. The number meant one life, one world, and I love you. How did Su Hua even know about these cheesy internet phrases? Lin Xuan felt a flush of pleasure in his heart. Although Su Hua's gesture was tacky, it was effective. Damn, she knew how to sweep him off his feet. He was actually feeling his heart race after being swept off his feet by a woman. Young Master Lin, Jiang King pulled out an envelope. these are the words General Su wrote for you. Lin Xuan couldn't help himself and opened it right away. Inside were all sorts of love declarations, written with Su Hu as usual straightforward style. Lin Xuan blushed slightly. Really, they had been together for so long, and Su Hu was still pulling these moves on him. So much. After reading the letter, Lin Xuan carefully tucked it into his pocket like a treasured keepsake. Young Master Lin, Zhang King then handed over a bank card. General Su has opened a black gold card for you exclusively. She deposited 1 billion into it for you. It's meant for your pocket money, and you can spend it however you like. Lin Xuan took the black gold card, feeling a bit lightheaded. Was this what it felt like to have money literally thrown at you? This buttery rich life was exhilarating. However, the last time Su Hu had given him a black gold card with a 1 billion limit, he had only used a fraction of it for initial investments in his company. His company had been growing steadily according to plan, and his own funds were already sufficient. He wanted to be able to stand on his own 2 feet and become a man that Su Hu could rely on. Lin Xuan also felt a bit disheartened. Su Hu was just too powerful. It seemed like there wasn't much he could do to help her. Thank you, Miss Zhang. Lin Xuan nodded. Zhang King smiled. Young Master Lin, it's part of my job. You don't need to be polite. At that moment, Lin Lai's face turned ghostly pale as he shook his head repeatedly, muttering, "It can't be. This can't be. Lin Xuan, weren't you discarded by General Su? How could she still send you all these roses?" Lin Lai grabbed Lin Xuan's arm in agitation, desperate for an answer. Discarded by General Su? Zhang King gave Lin Lai a puzzled look. What are you talking about, sir? General Su dotes on young Master Lin like her most prized possession. How could she possibly discard him? It can't be, Lin Lai continued to deny, shaking his head. Lin Xuan has betrayed General Su. How could she, with her power and status, still keep a man like Lin Xu and by her side? Lin Lai, right? Jiang King said with a gentle smile. Our General Su trusts young Master Lin. She won't be swayed by outsiders' false accusations. Of course, even if she did believe them, General Su wouldn't discard young Master Lin. At most, she'd lock him in Yi Garden. Damn, this old geezer. How could that be? Lin Lai muttered to himself, feeling disoriented as he took his seat in his family driver's car. Su Hua hadn't abandoned Lin Xuan. She had even given him 1 billion yuan. 1 billion yuan! The entire cash reserves of the Lin family combined didn't even amount to a few billion yuan. Secretary Zhang Lin Xu and couldn't help but ask, I'm asking you, when Lin Lai was sowing discord in front of Su Hua, were you there? Yes, Jiang King nodded. It happened 5 days ago, when Su Hua went to Ranchi Hotel to discuss a deal. Lin Lai stopped her and spoke those words. That matched the timeline. 5 days ago, Su Hua had been unusually unresponsive, not picking up calls. When she returned to Night Garden late at night, she had started provoking him in the dining hall, her demeanor hinting at a loss of control. The following days were even more intense. Too much so. It got so wild that even as a man, he had found himself looking for opportunities to escape. What did he say to Su Hua? Lin Xuan asked impatiently. He said that you orchestrated the birthday party to expose Shen Kainqian to Lin Lai's affair with Qin Royale, causing Shen Kainqian to cancel her engagement with Lin Lai. And then, by seducing Shen Kainqian, you would manipulate her into marrying you, enabling your return to the Lin family and securing Shen Corporation. Oh, and he also told Su Hua about your childhood engagement with Shen Kainqian. Jiang King summarized Lin Lai's accusations succinctly for Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan smacked his forehead. Lin Lai had actually said all of that. That old bastard Lin Lai. This was bad. Su Hua must have misinterpreted the situation. Young Master Lin, Zhang King approached with sympathy, intending to pat Lin Xuan's shoulder. However, her hand stopped just 10 centimeters away from him. That wouldn't do. If she were to touch him like that, her hand might just get chopped off. Thinking of this, Zhang King quickly retreated several steps back. Young Master Lin, you better find a way to calm Su Hua's anger. Otherwise, your days ahead won't be very pleasant, Zhang King kindly advised. That's for sure. Lin Xuan nodded in agreement. If he didn't resolve this soon, he might end up completely exhausted, ready to drop dead in bed. Young Master Lin, where should we place these flowers? Jiang King pointed to the sea of flowers behind her. Put some in my office, and take the rest back to Night Garden, Lin Xuan instructed. Thus, over 30 people marched into Lin Xuan's office, carrying roses. The office was soon filled with flowers. Lin Xuan, feeling wide awake, began brainstorming solutions to the Shen Kainqian debacle. Lei Hui, upon returning and hearing that Lin Xuan had arrived, hurried to his office. Foxdale was also rushing over to Lin Xuan's office. He was there to nag about updates. Lin Chuan hadn't updated his novel in 5 days, and it was driving Foxtail mad. Stepping in, the strong scent of roses immediately filled the air. "Boss, why is your office filled with so many roses?" Lei Hui asked, curious. Foxtail forgot all about his nagging and was now filled with gossip. "They're from my girlfriend," Lin Chuan replied listlessly. "If your girlfriend sent you roses, why do you look so unhappy?" Lei Hui asked, puzzled. Lin Chuan sighed. "She's misunderstanding me for having an affair with another woman." "That doesn't make sense," Foxtail frowned. "If she really thinks you're having an affair, why would she send you all these roses?" Lin Chuan couldn't fathom Su Hua's reasoning either. However, Su Hua certainly wouldn't act like this if she was truly suspicious. If she truly believed in the misunderstanding, she would have locked him up. So, it was most likely that she was just jealous. Su Hua's possessiveness was intense. She probably just didn't like the idea of other women eyeing her man. If a girlfriend is extremely possessive and doesn't want other women ogling her man, and if she finds out that another woman is interested in her man, especially if it's a woman who was once engaged to him, and the girlfriend gets jealous over this, how would one resolve the situation? He had to resolve this today. Otherwise, when he went home in the evening, Su Hua would undoubtedly seduce him into bed, and they'd end up there for several more days. "A jealous girlfriend?" Lei Hughes, who is a straightforward man, replied. "That's simple. Just sweet talk her a bit." "Exactly," Foxtail, having been influenced by novels, agreed. "Just kiss her, and if that doesn't work, pin her down on the bed. That's guaranteed to dissipate her anger." Lin Chuan, what lousy advice. Absolutely terrible advice. Hadn't he kissed her enough already these past few days? Pinning her down in bed? Damn it, they hadn't left the bed in 3 days. Lin Chuan sat in his office chair, rubbing his temples. "Forget it, I can't rely on you two. I'll think of something myself." He started brainstorming feverishly. Ultimately, he couldn't come up with a good solution. Well, perhaps the best course of action was to resolve the source of the issue Shen Kainqian before it was too late. He needed to have a serious talk with Shen Kainqian to ensure she didn't appear again and inadvertently provoke Su Hua. Su Hua just might lock him up in a dark room if that happened. He needed to set it straight with Shen Kainqian. Lin Chuan utilized his hacking skills to locate Shen Kainqian's phone number and made contact with her. "I need to talk to you," Lin Chuan said firmly. "Lin Chuan, brother, it's you." Shen Kainqian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she recognized Lin Chuan's voice. He had actually taken the initiative to call her. Was it possible had Lin Chuan decided to be with her and made this call to inform her? "We'll meet up," Lin Chuan said plainly. "All right," Shen Kainqian nodded, her face flushed. They arranged to meet at a cafe. Shen Kainqian arrived wearing a pink Chanel-esque dress, her makeup carefully applied. "Lin Chuan, brother." Shen Kainqian's voice was filled with shyness. "You called me, what is it?" Lin Chuan took a deep breath. "Haven't I told you before? I have a girlfriend." "Lin Chuan, brother, I know." Shen Kainqian's face turned redder. "It's because Qin Royale broke your heart, isn't it? You're afraid of being hurt again, so you're keeping women at arm's length." "Lin Chuan, brother, trust me," Shen Kainqian promised earnestly. "My feelings for you are genuine. I will never hurt you like Qin Royale did. You can try accepting me." Lin Chuan, what the hell? What kind of reasoning was this? "Lin Chuan, brother, you're the only man I've ever loved. Marry me." And Shen Corporation, stop. Lin Chuan interrupted her with a deep breath. "Shen Kainqian, I will never love you. Don't waste your time on me." "What?" Shen Kainqian looked at him hurtfully, her eyes reddening. "Shen Kainqian, I have a girlfriend, and I love her deeply. I hope you don't interfere in our relationship, and I don't want my girlfriend to have any misunderstandings," Lin Chuan explained. "You're lying." Shen Kainqian's eyes filled with tears. "Your girlfriend is just a fabrication. Otherwise, how could she not have found any information about her? I'm sure you're just using the excuse of having a girlfriend to reject me." Shen Kainqian insisted stubbornly. Lin Chuan let out a deep sigh. "Since you don't believe me, then I'll call my girlfriend over. Let's see if I truly have one or not." Upon saying this, Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. How could he have missed this? Inviting Su Hua here to show that she was indeed his girlfriend to Shen Kainqian. This way, not only would it make Shen Kainqian completely give up, but it could also help appease Su Hua's jealousy. "Xuan, you are very naughty, Night Garden. Boss Su, the roses, love letter, and bank card have all been delivered to young Master Lin," Zhang King reported. Su Hua nodded. By the way, Su Hua hesitated for a moment before speaking again. What was Xuan's reaction when he received those gifts? Young Master Lin seemed quite delighted. He said he really liked them, Zhang King replied with a smile. That's good to hear. Soo-hyo's crimson lips curled into a smile. John King's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a book on the coffee table. She had initially thought it was some business magazine, but when she saw the bold title on the cover, her eyes widened in surprise. Step-by-Step Guide to Conquering Handsome Young Men? What the hell? Boss Soo is reading this? No wonder she had us buy flowers, write love letters, and even give young Master Lin a bank card today. So, all of this came from that book. And after being provoked by Shen Kainkian and young Master Lin's arranged marriage, instead of locking him up, Boss Soo decided to conquer him both physically and mentally. Soo-hyo picked up the book from the coffee table and began reading it intently. John King shook her head as she watched Soo-hyo. Indeed, love can change a woman. Boss Soo, I still have some work to report, John King said respectfully. She figured it was best to report these tasks to Boss Soo now. Judging by Boss Soo's current state, she probably wouldn't be going to the company for the next few days. Go ahead, Soo-hyo nodded. Yes? Soo-hyo listened to John King while simultaneously reading the book, multitasking effortlessly. Just as John King finished her report and was about to leave, a few text messages came in. John King glanced at her phone and saw that they were from the people monitoring Lin Xuan. Ever since Lin Lai had informed Soo-hyo about Lin Xuan and Shen Kainkian's relationship, although Soo-hyo trusted Lin Xuan, she couldn't shake off a strong sense of unease. She had John King assign 2 people to keep an eye on Lin Xuan. If they noticed Lin Xuan interacting with any other women, they were to report it to her immediately. The 2 subordinates had sent John King photos of Lin Xuan and Shen Kainkian meeting at a coffee shop. John King felt a headache coming on as she read the messages. What the hell is going on? At a time like this, young Master Lin is out having coffee with Shen Kainkian. And to make matters worse, in the photo, Shen Kainkian is smiling sweetly, her hand reaching toward young Master Lin's face. It might just be a trick of the angle, but in the photo, it looks like she's touching his face. The 2 of them look like a couple deeply in love. This is bad. If Boss Soo sees this, she's going to be furious. Soo-hyo noticed the change in John King's expression and frowned slightly. What's going on? Boss Soo, John King's voice trembled slightly. Wang Erhu, who's been monitoring young Master Lin, sent a message saying, young Master Lin and Shen Kainkian are having coffee at Blue Mountain Coffee Shop, and here are their photos. John King wiped the sweat from her forehead. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. The faint smile on Soo-hyo's face had long since vanished, replaced by a cold expression. After a long silence, Soo-hyo spoke in a chilling tone, bring it here. Ness? John King nervously handed her phone to Soo-hyo. Soo-hyo looked at the photo of Lin Xuan and Shen Kainkian sitting across from each other, their behavior appearing unusually intimate. Her grip on the phone tightened. Soo-hyo suddenly smiled. She murmured softly, Xuan, you're really being naughty, aren't you? He had told her he had urgent business at the company, but instead, he was out having coffee with Shen Kainkian. He had lied to her. What? Xuan, was all the obedience and affection you showed me these past few months just an act? Soo-hyo's voice was hoarse, filled with pain. Her heart ached terribly. It seemed like it was all just a dream. Xuan, that light, would never truly belong to her. But then again, someone like her, destined to be betrayed by everyone, didn't deserve to have any light, did she? Xuan, why couldn't you just keep pretending? Soo-hyo whispered to herself. This time, he had acted so convincingly. Even she had believed that he truly wanted to stay by her side this time. Even when Lin Lai had accused Lin Xuan of seducing Shen Kainkian, she had refused to believe it. But now, it was true. Xuan's heart would always belong to his parents and sister. As for her, to him, she was probably just a crazy woman with an obsessive desire to possess him. Boss Soo, John King said anxiously, maybe there's some misunderstanding here. Shouldn't we call young Master Lin and ask him about it? No need, Soo-hyo replied in a hoarse voice, send someone to bring him back. This time, Xuan, you won't have any freedom. She wouldn't let go, so the only way to keep her Xuan by her side was to lock him up. Boss Soo, John King protested. What? Are you disobeying me now? Soo-hyo's icy gaze bore into John King. Yes, John King had no choice but to comply. She thought, those involved are blind, while onlookers see clearly. Boss Soo was too deeply involved, and this photo had provoked her. As an outsider, John King could see that there must be some misunderstanding here. Well, now they could only wait for young Master Lin to return and explain everything to Boss Soo himself. Send someone. John King was about to instruct the team to bring Lin Xuan back when Soo-hyo's phone rang. John King discreetly glanced at the caller ID. It was young Master Lin. John King's eyes lit up. The person on the other end of the line asked in confusion. Secretary John, you said to send someone to do something? Never mind, just carry on with your work, John King replied with a smile before hanging up. Young Master Lin, the fire extinguisher, had called. With him around, he would definitely be able to calm Boss Su down. If they send people out to bring young Master Lin back now, Boss Su would probably call them back soon anyway. So why bother with all the back and forth? Too much trouble. Su Hua's eyes remained fixed on the phone, her fingers tightening around it. John King quietly reached over, swiped to answer the call, and put it on speaker. Hua Bao, Lin Xuan's voice came through the phone. Su Hua pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Hua Bao, are you there? Lin Xuan asked again when Su Hua didn't respond. John King had no choice but to answer for Su Hua. Young Master Lin, Boss Su is busy right now. If you have something to say, just go ahead. She is listening. Lin Xuan got straight to the point. Hua Bao, I'm with Shen Qian right now. The air around Su Hua grew even colder. With a crack, she actually crushed a glass in her hand, shards embedding themselves into her flesh. A servant nearby quickly went to fetch the first aid kit. Lin Xuan frowned. What was that sound? What's going on? Young Master Lin, John King replied. I just accidentally broke a glass. It's nothing. Please continue. It was freezing in the room. If he didn't say something soon, Boss Su might actually kill someone. Lin Xuan brand fire extinguisher. Oh, it's like this. This Shen Qian has been relentlessly pursuing me, and I can't seem to shake her off no matter what I do. I told her I have a girlfriend, but she doesn't believe me, Lin Xuan said through gritted teeth. He really hated his own magnetic charm that seemed to attract unwanted attention. No, these weren't admirers, they were curses pushing him into a dark corner. The cold, heavy aura around Su Hua gradually dissipated. John King breathed a sigh of relief. As she had expected, it was all a misunderstanding. Indeed, when it came to calming Su Hua's temper, Lin Xuan was the most effective. Lin Xuan's voice came through the phone again. Hua Bao, are you free now? I want her to see with her own eyes just how beautiful my girlfriend is. Compared to you, she's not even worth a toe. Su Hua replied, MHM. Hua Bao, I'm at the Blue Mountain Cafe near Tamu Group. Are you free to come over? Lin Xuan asked. Alright, I'll be there soon. Su Hua hung up the phone, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. It seemed she had misunderstood Lin Xuan. John King couldn't help but give Lin Xuan a mental thumbs up. Lin Xuan's move was brilliant. Bringing Su Hua to meet Shen Qian? Genius, absolutely genius. Su Hua instructed, call the makeup artist and stylist over. Yes, John King responded. At the Blue Mountain Cafe, Shen Qian frowned as she listened to Lin Xuan's words. Could it be that Lin Xuan really has a girlfriend? But he's been protecting her so well that her people haven't been able to find out anything about her. Shen Qian had a vague suspicion, but she refused to believe it. Lin Xuan, are you just putting on an act again? Shen Qian insisted stubbornly. You're overthinking it, Lin Xuan said with a smirk. Shen Qian thought of another possibility and frowned. Lin Xuan, did you hire someone to pretend to be your girlfriend? I don't have time for such nonsense. Lin Xuan had little patience for Shen Qian. She'll be here soon. Whether she's my girlfriend or not, you'll see for yourself. Fine, then I'll see who this girlfriend of yours is. Shen Qian snorted. Even if Lin Xuan did have a girlfriend, that woman's looks and family background couldn't possibly compare to hers. For the next while, Shen Qian tried to strike up a conversation, but Lin Xuan didn't even glance her way. If it weren't for Shen Qian's relentless pursuit, he wouldn't have been exhausted like a dog over the past 5 days, and Su Hua wouldn't have been in such a bad mood because of her. Why would he give Shen Qian any more courtesy? Time ticked by. Half an hour passed, and Su Hua still hadn't arrived. Shen Qian became increasingly convinced that Lin Xuan was lying to her that he didn't have a girlfriend at all. He had fabricated the story just to get her to leave him alone. Lin Xuan, where's your girlfriend? Shen Qian taunted. What's the rush? Lin Xuan didn't even look up from his phone. Girls need time to get ready. Isn't it normal for her to be a bit late? Another half hour passed. Still no sign of Su Hua. Lin Xuan, is your girlfriend still putting on makeup? Shen Qian said, raising her chin. Lin Xuan replied, just wait. Fine, I'll wait. Shen Qian crossed her arms. She was determined to wait it out with Lin Xuan today. As long as his girlfriend didn't show up, Lin Xuan would have no excuse to reject her in the future. Another hour went by. It had been a full 2 hours since Lin Xuan called Su Hua over. Lin Xuan, stop pretending. You don't have a girlfriend, Shen Qian said with a sneer. Lin Xuan frowned. Why was Su Hua taking so long? Could something have happened? Meanwhile, at Night Garden, in a bedroom on the second floor, the atmosphere was tense. Everyone stood with their heads down, trembling, not daring to make a sound. Clothes were scattered all over the bed and sofa. While Su Hua was in the bathroom changing, the stylist pulled Jiang King aside. Secretary Jiang, what kind of outfit does President Su want to wear? I have no idea, Jiang King said with a helpless expression. The makeup had taken half an hour, and the clothes? An hour and a half had passed with over 100 outfits tried on, and Su Hua still hadn't found one she liked. Jiang King was just as curious as everyone else about what would finally satisfy Su Hua. Su Hua stepped out of the bathroom, this time wearing a light green kipao with intricate hand-embroidered patterns that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. President Su, you look stunning in this outfit, Jiang King said, her eyes lighting up. She wasn't just flattering, Su Hua truly suited the dress. The stylist nodded in agreement. Continue, Su Hua said coldly, still seemingly unsatisfied. Yes, the stylist replied weakly, selecting another outfit for Su Hua. Secretary Jiang, you have to do something, the stylist pleaded, looking desperate. What can I do? Jiang King said, feeling defeated. This was the first time she had seen Su Hua so particular about her appearance. Normally, Su Hua would just throw something on without a second thought. Suddenly, an idea struck her. How could I forget about Lin Xuan? At that moment, Su Hua's phone on the table rang. It was Lin Xuan calling. Jiang King picked up and answered. Hua Bao, where are you? Lin Xuan asked. Lin Xuan, President Su is still getting ready. I'll take a photo of her and send it to you for your opinion, Jiang King said with a smile. All right, Lin Xuan agreed. Su Hua stepped out of the bathroom once more. Continue, she said, her brow furrowed. President Su, try this one, the stylist said, handing her the last outfit with a look of desperation. This was the final piece. He had already called his team to deliver more clothes, but it would take another 10 minutes, and time was running out. He never expected that out of over 100 outfits, not a single one would satisfy Su Hua. Just as Su Hua was about to head back into the bathroom, Jiang King rushed over with her phone. President Su, look, a message from Lin Xuan. On the screen, it read, ***, you look absolutely stunning. As expected, my Hua Bao looks amazing in anything. You're so elegant. ***, Su Hua's lips curled into a faint smile. All right, this one will do. The stylist finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the outfit settled, it was time for accessories, which fell under the stylist's responsibility. Secretary Jiang, the stylist whispered, pulling Jiang King aside. What did you show President Su? She actually agreed to keep that outfit. Jiang King smiled mysteriously. No matter how much we praise the outfit, it's nothing compared to a single word from him. Indeed, when it came to Su Hua, invoking Lin Xuan's opinion was the ultimate solution. Lin Xuan was Su Hua's cure. The stylist looked confused. Oh, who was he? You are my man, Blue Mountain Cafe. Shen Kainqian crossed her arms, her expression one of absolute confidence as she stared at Lin Xuan. She wanted to see how Lin Xuan would try to wriggle out of this situation. Lin Xuan, if your girlfriend doesn't show up within half an hour, I'll assume you don't have one, she declared. At that moment, a collective gasp echoed through the cafe. Everyone turned their heads toward the entrance, even the waitstaff holding coffee cups frozen in place as a woman walked in. Damn, who is that? She's stunning. She's not just beautiful, she has such a commanding presence. Oh my god, I think I'm falling for her. Sis, I'm yours. If I had a wife like that, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. Shen Kainqian frowned at the murmurs around her. When she had entered the cafe, no one had reacted like this. Was this woman really that beautiful? How provincial? She had to see for herself. No matter how pretty she was, could she possibly compare to Shen Kainqian? Shen Kainqian glanced up, and her eyes widened in shock. A woman in a soft lavender-fitted dress walked in, draped with a beige shawl. Her dark, slightly wavy hair cascaded over her shoulders, with a few strands falling delicately over her collarbone. Her skin was as fair as snow, her features as if meticulously carved by the gods, every detail perfect. She was so breathtakingly beautiful that everything around her seemed to pale in comparison. The term peerless beauty didn't even do her justice. It was her, the woman Shen Kainqian had seen at the wrong hotel. Shen Kainqian's brow furrowed. What was this woman doing here? Su Hua's cool gaze swept across the cafe, and when it landed on Lin Xuan, her icy demeanor softened. She walked straight toward him. She's here, Lin Xuan said with a smirk. Lin Xuan, what do you mean she's here? Shen Kainqian asked, confused. Lin Xuan replied, my girlfriend. In Shen Kaienkian's disbelieving eyes, Lin Xuan walked over to Su Hua. My darling, you're finally here, Lin Xuan said, taking Su Hua's hand and leading her to their table. He pulled out a chair for her to sit beside him. Lin Xuan, are you saying she's your girlfriend? Shen Kaienkian's eyes widened in shock. Isn't it obvious? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Shen Kaienkian, let me introduce you, he said, his voice softening as he mentioned Su Hua. This is my girlfriend. No way, Shen Kaienkian exclaimed. Lin Xuan, did you hire her to play this role? Do you think you can fool me with some random woman? Lin Xuan sighed in frustration. Damn it, this woman was really hard to shake off. Just then, Su Hua spoke up. Xuan. Yes, my darling? Lin Xuan asked, puzzled. Su Hua leaned in suddenly, her crimson lips pressing against Lin Xuan's. She closed her eyes, leaving her mark on him. The entire cafe watched with wide eyes, their excitement palpable. Ah, they're kissing. A girl squealed. They're so perfect together. Beautiful people really do belong with beautiful people. It's such a sight. Shen Kaienkian's pupils dilated in shock. Su Hua pulled away from Lin Xuan's lips, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Miss Shen, surely you believe now that Akshu and I are together? Ah, Shen Kaienkian let out a piercing scream. She couldn't accept losing to a woman like this. Lin Xuan, Shen Kaienkian said, her voice trembling with emotion. You can't be with her. Do you know she had 6 bodyguards with her that day? She's just using men to climb the social ladder. Lin Xuan, she's not worthy of you. She is tainted. Only someone like Shen Kaienkian deserved a man as honorable as Lin Xuan. Shen Kaienkian, Lin Xuan's voice turned cold. Watch your mouth. What do you mean she's using men? What do you mean she's not worthy of me? Do you think you're the one who deserves me? Lin Xuan's icy gaze bore into Shen Kaienkian. Let me make this clear, even if I didn't have someone I loved, I would never be with you. Shen Kaienkian's heart ached at his harsh words. She looked hurt. Lin Xuan, what kind of spell has this woman cast on you? Why are you defending her like this? HMPH, Su Hua leisurely sipped her coffee. Miss Shen, whether I'm worthy of Akshu and or not is none of your concern. A girl like you shouldn't be meddling in other people's relationships. Don't you think? There was a hint of menace in Su Hua's eyes. If Shen Kaienkian continued to cling to Lin Xuan, Su Hua wouldn't hold back. Shen Kaienkian shivered under Su Hua's commanding presence. Xuan, let's go, Su Hua said. She couldn't stand the way Shen Kaienkian looked at Lin Xuan. If they stayed any longer, she might not be able to resist the urge to gouge out those eyes. If it weren't for the crowd and Lin Xuan's presence, Shen Kaienkian's eyes might already be gone. Su Hua and Lin Xuan left the cafe together. Shen Kaienkian gripped her coffee cup tightly, her eyes fixed on their retreating figures until they disappeared from sight. Lin Xuan, you're mine, Shen Kaienkian muttered through gritted teeth. I won't give up. I will marry you. Her eyes burned with determination. There was nothing in this world she couldn't have, and she would make Lin Xuan hers. This woman thought she could steal her man? She wasn't even worthy. Lin Xuan and Su Hua got into their car. My darling, you have to believe me. I have no connection with Shen Kaienkian. I never wanted anything to do with her. I only invited her to the cafe today to talk things out, Lin Xuan explained nervously. I have no idea why she's so fixated on me. Su Hua's lips curled into a faint smile. I believe you, Xuan. Seeing the softness in Su Hua's eyes, Lin Xuan felt relieved. It seemed his black room warning had been averted for now. Xuan, Su Hua whispered, her voice sultry as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Her soft lips brushed against his brow, trailing down to his lips. Her breathing grew heavier. Her touch was intoxicating. Lin Xuan felt himself drowning in the tenderness she wove around him. The air between them grew thick with desire. Jian King quickly lowered the car's partition. After a moment, Su Hua pulled away, her breath uneven as she looked into Lin Xuan's eyes. Xuan, this is your reward. Remember, you belong to me, Su Hua. Stay away from other women from now on. Otherwise, she might lose control. Her jealousy would drive her mad, and she might even lock him away. Dealing with her child, don't worry, Hua Bao, I won't let any other women get close to me. Lin Xuan couldn't help but think of Su Hua's intense possessiveness over the past few days. How could he dare to provoke any other woman? Su Hua's lips curved into a smile. They returned to Night Garden. The staff at Night Garden could clearly sense that the cold, oppressive aura around Su Hua had dissipated. They were surprised. Had the storm passed for Su Hua? Young Master Lin was truly impressive, having managed to soothe Su Hua's temper. On Ken Royale's side, Lin Lai had been extremely gentle with her recently. Lin Lai had even taken her to meet Zhang Shuken and Lin Chang. Lin Lai's recent actions had lulled Qin Royale into a dream of marrying into the Lin family. She gradually let her guard down. Royale, Qin's mother cautioned with concern, you must be careful and protect the child in your belly. This child was the only hope for both mother and daughter. Nothing could go wrong. Qin Royale, however, didn't take her mother's words to heart. She caressed her belly and smiled blissfully. Mom, don't worry. The baby will be fine. Royale. Qin's mother wanted to say more. Qin Royale reassured her. Mom, Brother Lai won't harm this child. I can tell he values the baby very much. His parents are also delighted and even gave me 100,000 yuan as pocket money. They care so much about this child. They would never do anything to harm it. This time, I will definitely marry into the Lin family through this child. Qin Royale's eyes sparkled with the dream of becoming a wealthy young mistress. Royale, I understand what you're saying, but I can't shake this uneasy feeling in my heart. Qin's mother sighed. Mom, maybe it's because of what happened in the past that you're feeling this way, Qin Royale said with a smile. Perhaps. A layer of worry clouded Qin's mother's eyes. She hoped that Royale and the child would both be safe and well. Mom, Qin Royale rested her head on her mother's lap. When I become Brother Lai's wife, I promise to give you a life of comfort. Good, good. Qin's mother smiled. My daughter is so filial. Lin Lai stood at the door, listening to the conversation between Qin Royale and her mother. A cold smile tugged at his lips. Still dreaming of marrying into the Lin family? How ridiculous. It was almost time to close the net. Soon, he wouldn't have to pretend to be kind to such a disgusting woman like Qin Royale. Lin Lai quietly closed the door and then knocked twice. Qin Royale opened the door, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Lin Lai. Brother Lai, you're here. Yes, Lin Lai smiled. I brought some supplements for you. My mother personally prepared them. Please thank Annie for me, Qin Royale replied sweetly. Qin's mother watched the scene with satisfaction. It seemed Zhang Shuken truly cared for Royale and the baby, even preparing supplements for them. Perhaps she had been overthinking things. At Starlight Group, in the chairman's office, Dad, Lin Qingwen said, Palm Novel website has sold the film and television rights of several of their novels to Star Entertainment. Lin Xuan's company currently had limited resources, and Palm Novel website's library was vast, with many novels suitable for adaptation. Lin Xuan only kept the rights to the novels he believed would be hits. The rights to the less profitable novels were sold off to earn some licensing fees. Star Entertainment? Lin Cheng abruptly stood up from his chair, his fists clenched tightly. Every time we approached them to buy the rights, they refused. And now they sell them to Star Entertainment. Don't they know that Star Entertainment is Starlight Group's sworn enemy? Lin Cheng gritted his teeth. I always thought they simply didn't want to sell the rights. Turns out, they just didn't want to sell them to Starlight Group. Lin Cheng's eyes darkened. It seems Palm Novel website is determined to oppose us. Dad, how should we retaliate? Lin Qingwen asked. Send people to investigate. Find out what Palm Novel website is up to, and also look into who is behind Sky Curtain Group, Lin Cheng said coldly. If they dare to oppose Starlight Group, they should be prepared for the consequences. He had never paid much attention to Sky Curtain Group before, but now that they had crossed him, he would make them regret it. He would make Palm Novel website beg them to buy the rights. Understood, Lin Qingwen nodded. Lin Cheng glanced at his watch. Qingwen, send people to investigate, and then prepare to accompany me and Lin Lai to tonight's business conference. Qin Royale was dressed to the nines, her face heavily made up. She wore a white dress, looking every bit the part of a wealthy socialite. Royale, where are you going? Qin's mother asked, puzzled. Mom, I'm going to my high school reunion, Qin Royale replied. It's so late. Royale, you should stay home, Qin's mother said with concern. Mom, don't worry. The reunion is being held at the Cloud City Center. It's perfectly safe. Some of the girls from her class had always looked down on her. This time, she would attend the reunion and show them all. Then be careful, Royale, Qin's mother urged. Don't worry, Mom. I will. Qin Royale left the small rental apartment. Several men in black suits discreetly followed her, watching as she entered a hotel. The employers said we must take care of the child in her belly within the next few days, one of the men in the car said. That's easy, another man smoking a cigarette replied. Tonight, I can make the child disappear without a trace. I've already arranged everything. We just need the right opportunity. An opportunity like her crossing a remote street. He was already setting the stage for it. Meanwhile, Lin Lai was also being followed by Su Hua's people. Lin Lai and Lin Qingwen accompanied Lin Chang to the business conference. It was a high-profile event attended by the top 50 entrepreneurs in Cloud City, along with some specially invited rising stars such as Lin Xuan. The hall was bustling with people, the air filled with the clinking of glasses and lively conversations. Lin Chang introduced his children with a smile. This is my eldest daughter, Lin Qingwen. She currently manages the entertainment division of our company. Youthful and talented, truly impressive, Mr. Wang praised without hesitation. His gaze then fell on Lin Lai. Chairman Lin, is this your son? Yes, this is Lin Lai, Lin Chang replied, about to introduce him further. Lin Lai? Mr. Wang frowned. That name sounds familiar. Wasn't he involved in that scandalous affair with someone named Qin Royale? I heard she's even pregnant now. He had heard this from his gossip-loving daughter. Embarrassment, that man who shares the same name as you is really something else. He cheated not long after getting engaged. If they were to get married, who knows what would happen? Mr. Wang said indignantly. If his daughter were to marry such a man, he would feel like committing murder. Lin Chang's expression froze. Lin Lai clenched his fists tightly, his face turning extremely unpleasant. During the conversation, many people subtly brought up the matter, especially those who were in the know, casting strange glances at Lin Lai. Some even mentioned the issue of Qin Royale's pregnancy. Lin Lai could barely stand it. Lin Chang felt a surge of resentment toward Lin Lai. If it weren't for Lin Lai's involvement with Qin Royale, he would still be basking in the admiration of others. Of course, Lin Chang's greatest hatred was reserved for Lin Xuan. It was all Lin Xuan's fault for exposing Lin Lai and Qin Royale's affair. If it weren't for that, none of this would have happened. Outside the banquet hall, Lei Hui received a sudden phone call. After listening to the report on the other end, his expression turned serious. All right, I'll head back right away. He hurried back to Lin Xuan's side with his phone. Boss, something's come up at the company. I need to go back and handle it. Go ahead. Lin Xuan nodded. Lei Hui left in a rush. Lin Xuan entered the banquet hall alone. He wasn't fond of the usual business flattery, so he found a quiet corner to sit by himself. Lin Lai noticed him and frowned. Isn't that Lin Xuan? What is he doing at such a high-profile business banquet? Lin Lai's first instinct was to look around, wondering if Lin Xuan had come with Su Hua, but he didn't see Su Hua anywhere. So, Lin Xuan had come alone? Lin Lai narrowed his eyes. It seemed Lin Xuan had sneaked in. Lin Xuan had orchestrated that scene at his birthday party, causing him to lose face in front of everyone. This time, he would make sure Lin Xuan was humiliated in front of all these people too. A cold smile curled on Lin Lai's lips. Dad, Lin Lai approached Lin Chang. Isn't that my brother? Did you invite him to such a high-profile business banquet? Lin Xuan? Lin Chang frowned. What is he doing here? He followed Lin Lai's gaze and saw Lin Xuan sitting alone, sipping his drink. Lin Chang's face darkened instantly. He strode over to Lin Xuan with a cold expression. Lin Xuan, Lin Chang said through gritted teeth. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow and leisurely set down his glass. Chairman Lin, Lin Xuan said with a mocking smile. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? Lin Xuan, do you even know where you are? Lin Chang said in a low voice. How dare you sneak into such a high-profile event? Lin Xuan glanced at him dismissively. And what does that have to do with you? Don't forget, we've already cut ties. You have no right to interfere in my affairs, Chairman Lin. Lin Xuan, if you're not embarrassed, I am. How dare you use my name, Lin Chang, to get in here? Lin Chang hissed. Lin Lai's scandal had already tarnished his reputation. Now, having Lin Xuan and a good-for-nothing who had even cut ties with the family show up would only invite more gossip behind his back. One of the main reasons he attended this banquet was to build relationships with top-tier companies. If possible, he hoped to secure collaborations with them. But Lin Xuan was hell-bent on opposing the Lin family. He might even sabotage things. So, he had to make sure Lin Xuan left the banquet. Lin Chang pointed toward the exit. Get out of here right now. Chairman Lin, why should I listen to you? Lin Xuan remained seated on the couch, completely at ease. Fine, fine, Lin Chang said, laughing bitterly. If that's how it is, don't blame me for what happens next. Lin Lai, go call the event organizers. Lin Qingwen arrived and quickly got a rough idea of what was happening from Lin Lai. Dad, Lin Qingwen said, frowning. Just let Lin Xuan stay. It's good for him to see the world. Lin Qingwen thought back to all the previous banquets where her father had always brought Lin Lai and never Lin Xuan. She felt it was unfair to Lin Xuan. Now, Lin Xuan harbored a lot of resentment toward the Lin family. If they kicked him out this time, it would only deepen his hostility. Lin Lai subtly clenched his fists. As expected, Lin Qingwen was clearly siding with Lin Xuan, always speaking up for him. Didn't Lin Xuan claim he's cut ties with the Lin family? Lin Chang sneered. If that's the case, how did he get an invitation to a business banquet like this? If he's so bold, he shouldn't rely on the Lin family for anything. Lin Lai, Lin Chang barked. Go call the organizers now. Not. Lin Lai hesitated. Are you disobeying me too? Lin Chang's cold gaze bore into Lin Lai. All right, I'll go call them. Lin Lai had no choice but to do as Lin Chang said and fetch the organizers. Lin Qingwen anxiously said, Lin Xuan, just apologize to Dad. If you talk to him properly, he'll let you stay. Lin Xuan scoffed. Lin Qingwen, don't you think you're being hypocritical? Lin Xuan, you. Lin Qingwen looked hurt. Qingwen, don't bother with him, Lin Chang said coldly. He is an ungrateful wretch. No matter how kind you are to him, he'll never appreciate it. Lin Qingwen felt a deep sense of helplessness. All she wanted was for the family to be together and happy. Why was it so difficult? She had no idea how to reconcile Lin Shu and with their parents. Lin Lai returned with the event organizers. Chairman Lin, the staff member said respectfully, he's no longer my son. He has no right to be here. Take him away, Lin Chang ordered. Lin Lai was inwardly gleeful. He had already contacted the media. Once Lin Shu and was kicked out, he would have the reporters splash the story everywhere. This time, Lin Xuan would be utterly humiliated. The staff member frowned. He approached Lin Xuan. Sir, may I see your invitation? Lin Lai smirked inwardly. How could Lin Xuan possibly have an invitation? Su Huan never attended these kinds of events. She wouldn't even accept the invitation, let alone give it to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. He calmly pulled out the invitation and handed it over. Lin Xuan Canopy Group Lin Lai widened his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that Su Hua, the CEO, had been so kind to Lin Shu and that she even gave him the invitation letter? Lin Lai couldn't help but think about the 10 billion yuan Su Hua had given Lin Shu and his pocket money a few days ago. Jealousy began to spread in his heart, and now Lin Xuan was representing Su Hua at this business banquet. Soon, everyone would know about the relationship between Lin Xuan and Su Hua. Lin Lai's face turned pale. Lin Chang frowned. How could he have gotten the invitation? Lin Chang asked, is this invitation fake? The staff member shook his head. It's genuine. There's no sign of forgery. Chairman Lin, you said he sneaked in. Could there be some misunderstanding? Not fake. How is that possible? Lin Chang's brows furrowed deeply. Given Lin Xuan's status, how could he possibly possess such an invitation? Suddenly, Lin Chang's expression darkened as if he had thought of something. Lin Xuan, when did you start doing such sneaky things? Tell me, where did you get this invitation? Lin Xuan glanced at Lin Chang. Lin Chang was a seasoned fox in the business world, but every time it came to Lin Xuan, Lin Chang's intelligence seemed to plummet. It was clear how much bias could cloud a person's judgment. Where did I get the invitation? Lin Xuan sneered. It was naturally given to me by the organizers. Impossible. Lin Chang frowned. Where would you get such capability? Lin Chang became even more convinced that Lin Xuan shouldn't be allowed to stay at the banquet. He turned to the staff member. You better take Lin Shu and out of the banquet now, before he causes any trouble here. He used to be my son. I know exactly how much he's capable of. There's no way he could have been invited by you. The staff member looked at Lin Chang's confident expression, then at the invitation in Lin Xuan's hand, unsure of how to proceed. Dad, let's just drop this, Lin Lai advised. Aren't you here to secure partnerships? Don't waste time on this. He was afraid that if this continued, Lin Xuan might end up mentioning Su Hua's name. He didn't want Lin Chang to find out about the relationship between Lin Xuan and Su Hua. Lei Hui returned to the banquet hall. He scanned the room but didn't see Lin Xuan, so he called him. Boss, where are you? Lei Hui asked. I'm surrounded by a group of people, Lin Xuan said casually. They're all saying I don't have the right to attend the banquet. I'll be right there. After hanging up, Lei Hui quickly made his way to where Lin Xuan was. The staff member asked, puzzled, Sir, may I ask who you are? And Lei Hui, the general manager of Tanmu Group, Lei Hui said, handing over a business card. Tanmu Group. Lin Chang's expression darkened. It was Tanmu Group, the company that had been competing fiercely with Starlight Group. Ah, Mr. Lei, nice to meet you, the staff member said respectfully. They had been instructed earlier to treat Tanmu Group with care. Although the company wasn't large yet, it had great potential. Lei Hui narrowed his eyes at Lin Chang. Are you the one questioning Lin Xuan's right to attend the banquet? Lin Chang nodded. Yes, so I'm asking you to remove him to avoid disrupting the event. The head of Tanmu Group, personally invited by the organizers, doesn't have the right to attend? Lei Hui scoffed. Lei Hui's words struck the Lin family like a thunderbolt. Lin Chang and the others stared at Lin Xuan in shock. Lei Hui had just said Lin Xuan was the head of their company. The onlookers were equally stunned. The head of Tanmu Group is so young. I remember Lin Chuan hasn't even graduated yet. He's still a junior in college, right? To achieve so much at such a young age, Lin Chuan founded Tanmu Group less than a year ago, without any family backing, and has already grown it to this scale. Truly a prodigy. Lin Chuan's company primarily focused on the internet, an industry that typically required massive capital investment for marketing. But Lin Chuan was a penny pincher when it came to marketing expenses. He had gained recognition for Palm Novel by taking shots at Leap website, then used short dramas to divert Palm Novel's readers to Hein. Through high-quality content and a referral system, he further expanded the app's user base. Unlike other apps, Hein didn't rely on massive marketing campaigns. It had grown quietly. By the time others realized it, Hein had already captured a significant share of the market. Now, entering the short video space would require a massive, costly effort. Lin Chuan was nothing short of a business genius. The staff member was stunned for a moment before regaining his composure. So you're the head of Tanmu Group, Mr. Look, my apologies for the earlier disrespect. Lin Chang was still in shock. You're the CEO of Tanmu Group? Lin Chuan, why didn't you tell me? Lin Chang exclaimed. As he listened to the praises surrounding Lin Chuan, Lin Chang felt a surge of pride. This was his son, his own flesh and blood. Who are you to me? Why should I tell you? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow. Lin Chang's pride was instantly doused by Lin Chuan's cold words. How could he have forgotten? From Palm Novel to the founding of the entertainment company, Lin Chuan had always been targeting Starlight Group. The onlookers shook their heads at Lin Chuan's attitude toward Lin Chang. Lin Chang always favored Lin Lai, but now Lin Lai has made a fool of himself, while the truly successful one is Lin Chuan, and Lin Chuan has distanced himself from the Lin family. They've truly lost the bigger prize for a smaller one. Did you notice? Tanmu Group's focus overlaps almost entirely with Starlight Group's. I think we're about to witness a father-son showdown. What a drama! Lin Chang's expression turned grim. After Lin Chuan's identity was revealed, he became the center of attention. Many entrepreneurs, whom even Lin Chang couldn't get close to, approached Lin Chuan to exchange words. Mr. Lin, here's my card. I'm Xiao Tang, chairman of Tanyang Group. If you need investment or collaboration, feel free to contact me. Mr. Lin, I'm Chen Chen from Chen Group. Lin Lai watched as Lin Chuan was showered with attention, his face pale. He had always thought that once Lin Chuan left the Lin family, he would fall into obscurity, forever beneath him. But now, not only had Lin Chuan gained the favor of Su Hua, the CEO of Su Group, but he had also founded Tanmu Group. He had lost completely. Throughout the banquet, few people paid attention to Lin Lai. He barely made it to the end of the event. Dad, I have something to do. I'm not going back with you, Lin Lai said. All right, Lin Chang nodded. Lin Lai drove alone through the outskirts, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands. Screech! He slammed on the brakes. Lin Chuan and Lin Lai gritted his teeth, almost spitting out the words, I won't lose to you. Just you wait. He would kick Lin Chuan off the mountain sooner or later. Lin Lai's eyes were dark with determination. At that moment, several cars with blinding headlights appeared. Lin Lai frowned. It was such a remote area. Why were there so many cars at this hour? Screech, with the sound of tires skidding, several black cars surrounded him. Par accident, Lin Lai looked at the cars surrounding him, and a sudden wave of fear surged in his heart. His first instinct was to drive away, to escape. But where could he go? Cars were everywhere, in front, behind, to his left, and to his right. Lin Lai's mind buzzed with noise, and he could clearly sense that these cars were coming for him. Clenching his fists tightly, he forced himself to stay calm and think of a way out. The area was surrounded by woods. Maybe, if he ran into the forest, he could lose them. Lin Lai flung open the car door and sprinted out in a frenzy. At that moment, the doors of all the surrounding cars opened. Nearly 12 men stepped out, wearing masks, sunglasses, and black suits. They were tall, muscular, and exuded an intimidating aura. They formed a human wall, trapping him with no way to escape. Master Lin, the leader sneered, where do you think you're going? Lin Lai's lips trembled. This man knew his surname. They were definitely here for him. Lin Lai took a step back, his face filled with terror. Who are you? What do you want from me? Nothing much. You offended our boss, and we're just here to teach you a lesson. Lin Lai frowned, frantically trying to recall who he might have crossed. He had always maintained a gentle and humble demeanor in public. He rarely made enemies. Could it be Qin Royao? He shook his head at the thought. No, it couldn't be her. Not only had he charmed her completely, but even if she still held a grudge, she wouldn't dare send so many people after him. If not Qin Royao, then it had to be Lin Chuan. Yes, it must be him. Only Lin Chuan would hate him this much. You can't do anything to me, Lin Lai gritted his teeth. I'm the sole heir of Starlight Group. If you dare lay a finger on me, not only will the police come after you, but my father won't let you off either. Breaking the law? Wang Hao sneered. You're talking about the law, Master Lin? Don't you think that's laughable? As for your father, let him come after us if he dares. Lin Lai's lips quivered. Wang Hao had no patience for further conversation. He gestured to his man, grab him. Yes, sir. Lin Lai's mouth was sealed with duct tape, his hands and feet bound with ropes, and his eyes covered with a black cloth. He was then shoved into the trunk of a car. Blinded by the cloth, Lin Lai was plunged into endless darkness. Fear spread through his heart. What were they going to do to him? Meanwhile, Qin Royale had just left her class reunion and was heading home. She hailed a taxi on the street. Driver, take me to Wenyan Community, Qin Royale said as she got into the car. Sure thing, the driver replied. The taxi sped off, but Qin Royale didn't notice the cold smirk on the driver's face. Qin Royale had dozed off during the ride. About 10 minutes later, she woke up, frowning. Why weren't they there yet? Driver, where are we? Qin Royale asked. The driver remained silent. Qin Royale looked around and noticed how eerily quiet the surroundings were. There were no other cars in sight. The streetlights cast a faint glow. There were a few houses nearby, but all the lights were off. Everyone seemed to be asleep. Driver, did you take the wrong route? Qin Royale asked, puzzled. No, I didn't, the driver replied coldly. Qin Royale finally picked up on the driver's ominous tone. She recalled recent news about a female passenger being taken to a remote area, assaulted, and killed by a taxi driver. Could this be the same? Qin Royale began to feel uneasy. Fearing the worst, she shouted, stop. Driver, stop the car. The driver slammed on the brakes. Little miss, are you sure this is the place? Yes. Qin Royale forced herself to sound calm. The driver gave her an unsettling vibe, as if he was planning something sinister. She just wanted to get away from him. All right, that'll be 40 yuan, the driver said. Qin Royale didn't hesitate. She quickly handed over a 100 yuan bill. Keep the change, she said, hurrying out of the car and pretending to walk toward a nearby house. The driver watched her retreating figure and let out a cold laugh before driving away. Qin Royale returned to her original spot, watching the taxi's taillights fade into the distance. She frowned. Had she overreacted? It seemed like the driver hadn't intended to harm her. Looking around, she regretted her decision. The driver must have just taken a wrong turn or tried to overcharge her by taking a longer route. She shouldn't have gotten out of the car. Now, Qin Royale was left waiting by the roadside, hoping to flag down another taxi. But in this area, there were no taxis, not even regular cars. After about 10 minutes, a car appeared in the distance. It was an ordinary family car, not a taxi. Qin Royale's eyes lit up. Finally, she could escape this eerie place. She waved at the car from afar, ready to offer a generous sum to the driver in exchange for a ride. Inside the car, a thin man stared intently at Qin Royale. That's her. Hit her. Either kill her or make her miscarry, a voice commanded through his earpiece. Got it, the driver replied, his eyes filled with determination. All he could think about was the large sum of money he'd receive if he succeeded. His daughter's life depended on it. He came from an ordinary working-class family. Recently, his daughter had been diagnosed with leukemia, and he couldn't afford the treatment. 3 days ago, a man approached him with an offer. If he caused a woman to lose her unborn child, he'd receive 2 million yuan, enough to take his daughter abroad for treatment. He couldn't stand by and watch his daughter die because of his lack of money. The man had assured him it would look like a simple traffic accident. Insurance would cover it, and he'd face no consequences. So, he agreed. This time, he had to make sure the woman lost her child. Qin Royale kept waving, trying to get the car to stop. Suddenly, she felt dizzy and didn't notice that the car wasn't slowing down, it was speeding straight toward her. Qin Royale saw the car coming at her and wanted to run, but her mind went blank and her feet seemed rooted to the ground. She stood frozen in place. Qin Royale was struck in the abdomen, her body flung backward like a broken kite. It hurts so much, screech. The driver slammed on the brakes and the piercing sound of tires skidding filled the air. Qin Royale was still conscious. Her injuries weren't severe, but her stomach was in excruciating pain. Qin Royale clutched her stomach, writhing on the ground in agony. My baby, hurry. Call an ambulance. The driver quickly got out of the car to check on her. He saw blood trickling down from between her thighs. A weight lifted from his chest. He had planned it all. If her stomach had been unharmed, he would have continued to hit her with a rock to induce a miscarriage. Even if it meant risking himself, he had to secure it at 2 million. All right, I'll call an ambulance right away, the driver said, feigning panic as he pulled out his phone to dial for an ambulance and the police. After hanging up, he asked, "Miss, are you okay?" Kin Royale, drenched in sweat and unable to speak from the pain, could only clutch her stomach. Wee-woo, with the sound of sirens, an ambulance and police cars arrived one after another. Kin Royale was rushed to the hospital and taken into the emergency room. The driver cooperated with the investigation. "Officer, my daughter has leukemia. She needs medication every week. I was on my way to Haicheng to get her medicine. I have to work the next day, and it was late at night. I didn't notice someone standing in the middle of the road. Hitting her was completely unintentional. Officer, you tell me, I have no grudge against her. Why would I want to harm her?" The police reviewed the roadside surveillance footage. There was no evidence to prove the driver had acted intentionally. The incident could only be treated as an accident. Kin's mother waited anxiously outside the emergency room. "Please let Royale and the baby be okay," she prayed, clasping her hands together. They couldn't afford for anything to go wrong. The in-surgery sign went dark. A doctor emerged from the emergency room. "Doctor, how are my daughter and her baby?" Kin's mother asked urgently. The doctor removed his mask. "The patient is fine," but he sighed. "The baby couldn't be saved." Kin's mother staggered. The baby was gone. Kin Royale was moved to a regular ward and soon woke up from her unconscious state. "Mom," Kin Royale grabbed Kin's mother's hand, frantic. "Where's my baby? Is my baby okay?" "Royale, listen to me. Stay calm," Kin's mother said, holding her daughter's shoulders. "My baby." Kin Royale touched her flat stomach, already sensing the truth. Her emotions were overwhelming. "Mom, please tell me the baby's okay, right?" "Royale, it's okay. You'll have another baby in the future," Kin's mother comforted her. "The baby was really gone, Mom." Kin Royale broke down, sobbing into Kin's mother's arms. "This baby was my only hope of marrying into the Lin family. Lin Chang and Zhang Shukin were only kind to me because of this baby. Now that the baby's gone, Mom, what am I going to do?" Kin Royale felt as if her world had collapsed. Kin's mother's mind was in chaos too. She didn't know what to do either. "Mom, where's that driver? It's all his fault. If he hadn't hit me, my baby wouldn't have been lost. I'll make him pay," Kin Royale said, her voice filled with rage. The traffic police had already concluded that the accident was a routine traffic incident. The driver was at fault, but he wouldn't face jail time. His car was insured, and the insurance company would compensate Kin Royale with a sum of money. Kin's mother, afraid of upsetting Kin Royale further, didn't dare tell her this outcome. "Royale, weren't you supposed to be at a class reunion? How did you end up in such a remote place?" Kin's mother asked, her face filled with confusion. "A driver took a wrong turn and brought me there," Kin Royale cried. That taxi driver." Kin Royale's eyes burned with fury. She would make him pay too. He was the root of all this. Kin's mother frowned, deep in thought. There couldn't be such a coincidence. First, her daughter was taken to a remote location, then a car appeared out of nowhere and hit her, causing her to miscarry. This had to be a carefully planned scheme. Kin's mother immediately thought of Lin Lai. He was the most likely suspect. "Royale, do you think Lin Lai could have orchestrated this? Did you notice anything unusual about him when you were together?" Kin's mother asked. "It can't be Lin Lai." Kin Royale shook her head. "He often leaned against my stomach, listening to the baby's movements. He's already bought so many baby things, even though it's still early. He loves this baby so much. How could he harm it?" Kin Royale's tone was firm. Tears fell as she thought of Lin Lai's adoring gaze, filled with love for her and the baby. "It's all my fault. I didn't protect the baby." She was utterly devastated. Without the baby, Lin Lai's parents would never accept her. What would happen to her and Lin Lai? Would he abandon her too? The doctor entered the room again, holding a report with a grave expression. "Medzes, Miss Kin, I have some unfortunate news to share." Kin Royale's heart clenched. Kin's mother frowned. "What is it?" She wasn't too worried. What could be worse than losing the baby? The doctor glanced at Kin Royale and said solemnly, "Miss Kin's abdomen suffered severe trauma during the collision. Her uterus is critically damaged. It's unlikely she'll be able to conceive in the future." "What?" Kin Royale's eyes widened in shock. She would never have a child. She knew how much the upper class valued heirs. If she couldn't bear children, her chances of marrying into a wealthy family were almost non-existent. Even if she managed to deceive her way in, she'd eventually be cast out. "What?" Kin Royale was utterly shattered, feeling as though she wanted to die. "Mom," she clung to Kin's mother, sobbing uncontrollably. "Why is fate so cruel to me?" Her hopes had been crushed again and again. "Royale, it's okay. Everything will be all right," Kin's mother said, patting her daughter's back soothingly. "Mr. Zhang King called Su Hua. We've captured Lin Lai." Su Hua's eyes turned icy. "Proceed as planned. Make sure Lin Lai suffers a fate worse than death, then throw him back to the Lin family. Let Xuan deal with him." The things Lin Lai had said to her, if she hadn't suppressed her anger, she would have locked Xu and away by now. Her relationship with Xu would have deteriorated. Anyone who dared to hurt Xu would pay dearly. You really know how to have fun. John King trembled slightly upon hearing Su Hua's instructions. Lin Lai should be grateful that he could still serve as young Master Lin's plaything. Otherwise, given Su Hua's temperament, this time he was caught, it might have ended with him becoming a corpse rather than just losing his manhood. Yes, I'll notify them right away to make Lin Lai wish he were dead, John King replied. Kua Bao. Lin Xuan pushed open the bathroom door, looking puzzled. What are you giving me to play with? Su Hua set her phone down calmly. Barefoot on the soft carpet, she walked up to Lin Shu and stood on her tiptoes and whispered seductively by his lips. Just some games for couples. Oh, Lin Xuan could clearly hear himself swallowing hard. To others, Su Hua was the serious, no-nonsense female CEO. Only Lin Xuan knew just how wild and seductive Su Hua could be. He had no idea where she came up with so many tricks. As he looked at the woman before him, her eyes alluring and playful, a sense of anticipation rose in his heart. What was she planning to do this time? Xu and Su Hua lowered her voice. Be a good boy and wait for me here, okay? She let go of Lin Xuan and walked into the walk-in closet. Oh, Lin Xuan cleared his throat, sitting on the bed and pretending to play with his phone, though his eyes kept darting toward the closet. Wang Da excitedly messaged Lin Xuan. Bro, Xu and Z, I've got some explosive news for you. Qin Royale had a miscarriage. Qin Royale had a miscarriage? Lin Xuan was intrigued. What happened? Bro, heard she got hit by a car. Karma's a bitch, huh? Serves her right. Lin Xuan frowned. Things like this didn't just happen by coincidence. Qin Royale's miscarriage was likely tied to Lin Lai. Lin Xuan smirked. Tisk tisk tisk. What a classic case of dogs eating dogs. When did this happen, bro? How did you find out? Lin Xuan asked curiously. Wang Da, with a piece of bread in his mouth, furiously typed on his phone. Just tonight, Wang Xiaoli from our class had a fever and went to the hospital. She saw Qin Royale being wheeled into the maternity ward. Her dad works at the hospital, so she got the scoop. Qin Royale probably thought she could marry into the Lin family with this kid. Now her dreams are shattered, and Lin Lai must be devastated without the child. Lin Xuan replied thoughtfully. Maybe Lin Lai got rid of the kid himself. Wang Da got rid of it himself. Bro, holy shit, that's insane. Bro, Xu and Z, do you know something we don't? Bro, stop holding out on me. Man, you're killing me with curiosity. At this point, Lin Xuan's attention was no longer on his phone. He was staring dumbfounded at the woman before him. Su Hua's soft hair cascaded over her shoulders as she wore a sheer white chiffon dress. She wasn't wearing anything underneath. The alluring sight beneath the chiffon dress was faintly visible. Further down were her long, slender, and perfectly proportioned legs, leaving much to the imagination. Though he was about to get a nosebleed. This half-revealed, half-concealed look was the most tantalizing. Lin Xuan struggled to look away. Yellow imp, dude, you've done this so many times already. What are you being shy for? Man up and go for it. The yellow imp was cheering him on wildly. Meanwhile, the white imp sat in a corner, drawing circles on the ground. Their master used to be so pure, but now Su Hua had corrupted him, leaving no room for the white imp. Wah wah wah. Lin Xuan was still hesitating. Should he go for it? Rao. Su Hua noticed Lin Xuan's reaction and curled her crimson lips into a smile. She stepped softly on the carpet, slowly approaching him. Hua Bao. Lin Xuan's heart was racing. Su Hua pushed Lin Xuan onto the bed, her soft body pressing against his. Xuan, be a good boy tonight, okay? Try on all those outfits for me. She had collected quite a few outfits this time, and they could try them on one by one. Damn it, Xuanzi, where'd you go? Wang Da muttered, frustrated with his phone. How could he just disappear mid-conversation? Wang Da was dying to know what Lin Xuan meant about Lin Lai getting rid of the kid himself. What was that about? Unable to wait any longer, Wang Da called Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, busy dealing with the seductive woman, tried to swipe his phone to hang up, but to his horror, he accidentally hit the answer button instead. Wang Da was about to speak when he heard Su Hua's muffled, restrained voice. Good boy, kiss me. Holy crap, that was CEO Su's voice. And this was Xuanzi's phone. Were they? Oh, Wang Da immediately hung up. No wonder Xuanzi wasn't responding. He was with CEO Su, and it sounded like she was the one taking the lead. Explosive. From the sound of it, CEO Su was on top. They sure knew how to have fun. Lin Qingwen also received a report from her subordinates about the investigation into Skyline Group. She carried the report into Lin Chang's study. Dad, here's the report on Skyline Group, Lin Kingwen reported. Currently, Skyline Group is involved in the entertainment industry, literature, and short video platforms. Many of their artists were either blacklisted by us or couldn't make it in our company. They are producing TV dramas and movies. Oh, and I heard they've submitted 2 animated films for review. Lin Chang's expression grew darker as he read the report. Look at this! Lin Xuan's actions in the scope of his company's operations were clearly targeting Starlight Group. Dad, I think Xuan is quite impressive. In just a few months, he's built the company to this level. Impressive? Lin Chang sneered. What good is that? I'm his father, the one who raised him, and yet he's deliberately undermining our company. No wonder Lin Xuan had refused to return to the Lin family. He had his own backing now. Lin Xuan, oh Lin Xuan, Lin Chang's eyes were filled with coldness. Since you don't care about family ties, don't blame me for what comes next. You think starting a company makes you untouchable? I'll clip your wings. Once Skyline Group collapses and he faces setbacks, he'll naturally remember the benefits of the Lin family. Dad, what are you planning to do to Xuan? Lin Kingwen asked with a frown. Becoming a eunuch, Lin Chang glanced at Lin Kingwen and replied coldly, doesn't he have 2 animated films waiting for approval? Use our connections to make sure his films don't get approved. Only after approval can the animated films be released. Producing animated films requires significant investment. If they fail to pass the review, all the investment would go down the drain, resulting in heavy losses. Dad, Lin Kingwen frowned, if Xiao Xuan finds out this was your doing, he'll probably hate us even more. And if we don't do it, will he stop hating us? Lin Chang retorted coldly. That, Lin Kingwen tried to persuade him further, but Lin Chang raised his hand to cut her off. Wanner, I know how you feel. You still have feelings for Xiao Xuan, and you want him to return to the Lin family. Don't you think I want the same? Lin Chang sighed, but Wanner, you've seen how Xiao Xuan treats us. He simply doesn't want to come back. Lin Kingwen fell silent. It was true. Xiao Xuan had the chance to return, but he refused to come back to this family. So Wanner, I want to force him to come back on his own, Lin Chang said seriously. Once he returns and gets engaged to Shen Kaijian, the Shen Corporation will be his. Wouldn't that be a better future than what he has now? Lin Kingwen's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Her father wasn't wrong. Returning to the Lin family was indeed the best choice for Xiao Xuan. The company Xiao Xuan founded was at risk of bankruptcy, and no matter how talented he was, it would be difficult for him to surpass the Shen Corporation. It would be better for him to marry Shen Kaijian and take control of the Shen Corporation in the future. All right, Lin Kingwen nodded. Dad, I'll follow your instructions and make the necessary arrangements. Lin Chang added, Wanner, go call Lear to my study. I have something to discuss with him. Lear went out to relax and hasn't returned yet, Lin Kingwen replied. Still not back. Lin Chang's brows tightened as he glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 11:30 p.m., an hour and a half after the business banquet. Why hadn't he returned yet? A sense of unease rose in Lin Chang's heart. Wanner, call him and tell him to come back immediately, Lin Chang ordered. All right. Lin Kingwen nodded, took out her phone, and dialed Lin Lai's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed has enabled the SMS reminder service. Please try again later. A cold, mechanical female voice came from the phone. Lin Kingwen's brows furrowed tightly. Dad, Lear's phone is off. He is not answering. Lin Chang frowned. Why would Lear's phone be off? In all these years, Lear had never turned off his phone. Dad, don't worry. Lear is a grown man. He'll be fine. Maybe his phone died, or he's out with friends, Lin Kingwen reassured him. True. Lin Chang nodded. He returned to strategizing against Tanmu Group, no longer dwelling on Lin Lai's absence. Meanwhile, Lin Lai was blindfolded and taken by men in black suits into a dimly lit basement. The place was filled with people. The surrounding screams and pleas for mercy sent chills down his spine. Get in. Lin Lai was thrown into a room. His blindfold was removed. This place. Lin Lai looked around, feeling an eerie sense of familiarity, as if he had been here before. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed in his mind. He was being sliced into pieces, his corpse fed to a tiger. The mental image only heightened his panic. Thud! Lin Lai's knees hit the ground hard as he trembled and begged, What do you want? Mother? Or something else? Whatever it is, I can give it to you. Just let me go, please. Mister Lin, keep your dirty money to yourself. We don't need it, Wang Hao sneered. He lit a cigarette. Tie him up, he ordered. Yes, sir. Several subordinates immediately bound Lin Lai's hands and feet to a wooden frame, leaving him spread-eagled. Brother Wang, should we bring the root severing water for him to drink? One subordinate asked eagerly, rubbing his hands. He was curious to see the effects of the infamous liquid. Not yet. Let's torment him a bit first. Wang Hao chuckled coldly. The boss ordered us to make him wish he were dead. He had almost forgotten. It wasn't time to hang him up yet, so they had to untie him again. What a hassle! Untie him and prepare the finger press, Wang Hao commanded. Finger press? Lin Lai's eyes widened in terror. Jiang Shuqin loved watching dramas, and he had once seen a finger press in a historical show. 10 fingers squeezed between wooden planks. It looked horrifying. Oh, Lin Lai pleaded, his voice shaking. You can't do this to me. Let me go now, and I'll pretend this never happened. I won't report you to the authorities. Report us? Mr. Lin, who do you think you are? Do you really think you can touch us? Wang Hao sat in a chair, mocking him. This man was someone the boss wanted to deal with, and Wang Hao was determined to make him suffer the consequences of crossing the boss. A finger press was brought in. Lin Lai's hands were forced into the device, his fingers placed between the planks. At Wang Hao's signal, 2 subordinates pulled the ropes tight, squeezing the planks together. A searing pain shot through Lin Lai's fingers. Lin Lai let out a blood-curdling scream, veins bulging on his forehead and neck. The 2 subordinates continued pulling the ropes from both sides. Lin Lai was on the verge of passing out from the pain. Wang Hao gave another signal. The subordinates loosened the finger press. Lin Lai's fingers trembled uncontrollably, bruised and swollen, blood pooling beneath the skin. Before he could catch his breath. Next, use needles on his fingers, Wang Hao ordered. Yes, sir. Lin Lai's fingers were grabbed again, and needles the size of toothpicks were driven into his fingertips. Another scream echoed through the room. By the time the 3rd needle pierced his finger, Lin Lai could no longer endure the pain and passed out. Mix chili, salt, and ice water. Dump it on him to wake him up, Wang Hao said casually, crossing his legs. Splash! A basin of icy water mixed with salt and chili was poured over Lin Lai's head. The wounds on his body burned like fire. At this moment, his face was deathly pale. The pain was unbearable. He wished he could chop off his own fingers. Lin Lai lay on the ground, gasping. Wang Hao walked over, crouched down, and said, Hurts, doesn't it? Mr. Lin, this is just the appetizer. Over the next few days, you'll get to enjoy the main course, Wang Hao said with a grin. For now, it was only physical torture. The final act, the root-severing water, would bring mental torment. As the name suggested, it would cause that part of him to rot and fall off, turning him into a eunuch. What man could endure becoming a eunuch? Moreover, it would render him completely sterile. Not even IVF would be an option. Who are you people? Did Lin Chuan send you? Lin Lai gritted his teeth. Mr. Lin, you still have the energy to worry about that? Wang Hao smiled faintly. You should be more concerned about yourself. Strip him naked, he ordered. Several subordinates brought in a brazier filled with glowing hot charcoal. The character giant, the brazier, was filled with several long needles. Brother Wang, what are you planning to do? A subordinate asked curiously. First, pricking fingers, then using finger clamps, and now this brazier with needles. Where did he even learn all this? Branding, Wang Hao said casually, crossing his legs. Vending? The subordinate was utterly confused. What kind of branding? Wang Hao explained. I've been reading some palace intrigue novels on Feiyu recently. Some of the torture methods in there are quite fascinating, so I thought I'd let Lin Lai try them out first. The subordinates shivered at the thought. Just looking at it made them wince in pain. The charcoal in the brazier crackled as the flames burned, and the long needle inside began to heat up, turning red hot. Every second felt like an eternity of torment for Lin Lai. The firelight reflected on his face. Lin Lai stared at the burning brazier, his legs trembling uncontrollably. When the needle was glowing red, Wang Hao, wearing a pair of heat-resistant gloves, pulled it out. With a grin, he said, Young Master Lin, bear with it. It'll be over soon. Wang Hao pressed the tip of the needle against Lin Lai's chest. The moment it made contact, a sizzling sound filled the air, accompanied by the smell of burning flesh. Lin Lai couldn't help but scream in agony. The pain in his chest was unbearable. Sweat poured down Lin Lai's face. When one needle cooled, another was used, until the character was fully branded. Lin Lai's chest was now a bloody mess, with a single character deeply carved into it, worthless. The character was etched so deeply that it would likely remain with Lin Lai for the rest of his life. Young Master Lin, enjoy the next few days, Wang Hao said with a kind smile. Don't worry, we have a doctor here. You won't die. What we really want, Wang Hao added with a smirk, is for you to live in misery. Fear filled Lin Lai's eyes. Lin Lai and Qin Royale were living in a living hell. Meanwhile, Su Hua and Lin Chuan were immersed in their sweet romance. The floor was covered with various women's clothes, all of them rather revealing. On the bed, only Lin Chuan lay alone. The enchanting woman from last night had already vanished. After waking up, Lin Xuan lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling utterly defeated. Davet. He had beaten Su Hu a few times before, but now he kept losing every time. He strongly suspected that Su Hu had been going easy on him in those earlier matches. Lin Xuan was deeply frustrated. With dark circles under his eyes, he dragged himself downstairs, looking completely drained. "Young Master Lin, your 10-ingredient tonic," Butler Wang said with a smile. Lin Xuan usually woke up between 7 and 8 in the morning. If he slept until 10 or 11, it was a sure sign that he had been up late with the young miss the night before. Butler Wang used this as a gauge to decide whether to prepare the tonic for Lin Xuan. "Butler Wang," Lin Xuan said through gritted teeth, "this tonic isn't working." He had been drinking it for months, and yet Su Hu kept dominating him every time. *% hashan !! Butler Wang, he was being unfairly blamed. The tonic really worked. He couldn't very well say that the young miss had also been taking supplements and had secretly been hitting the gym while Lin Xuan was at school. After breakfast, Lin Xuan didn't head to school. Instead, he went to the stock exchange. He opened a stock trading account. A stock on the star market was set to surge today, and he needed to buy it before the price shot up. Making money was one goal, but there was another reason. He wanted to mess with Lin Chang. This was one of the stocks Lin Chang had invested in. Lin Chang had received insider information and spent 300 million to buy the stock, only to find out that the information was wrong. The stock price plummeted, and the 300 million investment had shrunk to 90 million. Lin Chang wanted to sell the stock, but no one was willing to buy it. Then, on this very day, the stock surged, not only recovering the initial investment but also turning a profit of 100 million. Lin Xuan planned to invest a large sum of money to take over the stock from Lin Chang before the price skyrocketed. After registering his account, Lin Xuan began checking the stock for Feng Hui Technology. Sitting next to him was a well-meaning middle-aged man. Seeing how young Lin Xuan was, he couldn't help but ask, "Young man, is this your first time buying stocks?" "Yes," Lin Xuan nodded. "First time? Well, young man, you shouldn't just buy stocks blindly. You have to be careful or you might end up losing everything," the man said earnestly. "Take this Feng Hui Technology stock, for example. Look, it's already down 10% today. You should check the news. This company is on the verge of bankruptcy. You definitely shouldn't buy it. If you end up holding it, losing money would be the least of your worries. If the company goes bankrupt, you might not get a single penny back. Here, take a look at my stock. See how well it's performing," the man said, pointing proudly at his computer screen. Lin Xuan glanced at it and frowned. Xingji Real Estate? He remembered that the stock was about to crash. In his past life, an investor who had gone all in on this stock had jumped to his death, and the incident had caused quite a stir. Lin Xuan looked away and clicked to buy the stock, entering the amount he wanted to invest. 300 million. Most of his money was tied up in investments for TV dramas and movies, so he didn't have much cash on hand. These 300 million came from Su Hua's black card. The man next to him stared at the amount, his eyes widening. Was he seeing things? How many zeros was that? 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. 8 zeros. That was 300 million. The man frowned. The kid must have entered the wrong amount. How could he possibly have that much money? But then, he watched as Lin Xuan tapped a few keys. Transaction complete. Holy, the man's eyes nearly popped out of his head. It had actually gone through. That was 300 million. Kids these days were loaded. As the man stared in disbelief, Lin Xuan logged out of his account, stood up, and patted the man on the shoulder. "This stock of mine is going to surge, while the one you're looking at is about to crash. You might want to consider buying my stock instead." "Young man, how can you be so sure? Do you have some insider information?" the man asked, leaning closer with curiosity. Lin Xuan replied, "I'm a reincarnated soul, so I already know this stock will rise." The man gave Lin Xuan a look. It was the kind of look that said, "Do you think I'm an idiot?" "Young man, you've been reading too many novels and watching too many dramas," the man said. Reincarnation. This was a scientific society. There was no room for such mystical nonsense. Lin Xuan chuckled. "All right, I'll tell you the truth. The reason I think this stock will rise is because of my intuition." He paused, then added, "A man's intuition." "Man's intuition, uncle, a man's intuition. Damn it, a man's intuition. This is even less reliable." Compared to a man's intuition, he felt that the reason of reincarnation was more credible. After Lin Xuan left, Uncle returned to his seat. His mind was filled with thoughts of Lin Xuan buying Feng Hui Group's stocks. Even for wealthy people, 3 billion wasn't a small amount. He bought the stocks without hesitation. Did he really have insider information? Uncle rubbed his bald head. To buy or not to buy? He slapped his head and couldn't help but sell all his Xingji real estate stocks, then invested everything into Feng Hui Group's stocks. Dumbass, he was going all in. Take the risk, and a villa by the sea might be his. If he lost, well, he'd see you on the rooftop. Su Hua was sitting in her office, listening to a high-level executive's report when her phone buzzed with a notification. She casually picked it up and glanced at the message. It was a notification about a deduction from the black card she had given Lin Xuan. A total of 3 billion had been spent. Su Hua couldn't help but smile. Su, is there something good happening? Jiang King asked curiously. Yes, Su Hua replied with a slight smile. Lin Xuan spent my money 3 billion. The executives around her, Su was truly Su. Even her boyfriend spending her money made her happy. Speaking of which, why hadn't he met a girlfriend like that? His teeth weren't great either. He wanted to live off someone's wealth. At the stock exchange, Uncle sat in front of his computer, watching the stock price of Feng Hui Group drop by 5 points in just 15 minutes. He felt like he wanted to die. He had invested all his remaining money into it. If it kept falling, he was done for. He shouldn't have trusted that so-called man's intuition. It was a damn trap. Damn it. Feng Hui Group is about to soar. They just secured a 5 billion investment, and the key technology they brought solved Feng Hui Group's fatal problem. Feng Hui Group is about to make a comeback. Ugh, I just sold all my Feng Hui Group stocks. I regret it so much. Judging by the news, the stock is going to multiply several times over. Uncle, who had been sitting lifelessly in his chair, suddenly jumped up upon hearing the discussions around him. Did they just say, Feng Hui Group? Uncle quickly opened Feng Hui Group's stock page. It was rising. It was really rising. A huge surge straight up by 20 points, hitting the limit. Exclamation! Uncle remembered what Lin Xiu and had said about Xingji real estate stocks plummeting. He checked that stock, and sure enough, it had dropped, hitting the lower limit. Damn it! Uncle's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Was a man's intuition really this accurate? Meanwhile, at the Lin family's home, Lin Lai hadn't returned all night, and the entire Lin family was in a frenzy searching for him. Lin Chang also saw the news about Feng Hui Group's stock surge. He immediately called Wang Yajun. Yajun, keep all the Feng Hui Group stocks I bought. Don't sell them anytime soon, Lin Chang ordered. He wanted to hold on to those stocks. With Feng Hui Group's momentum, their stock was bound to skyrocket. He might even recover all the money he had lost before. But Wang Yajun bit her lip. Those stocks were already sold. Lin Chang's eyes widened. What? About 50 minutes before the surge, Wang Yajun replied. Lin Chang felt like he was about to spit blood. Why did that person have to buy the stocks at that exact moment? When he saw the news about Feng Hui Group, he thought he was about to break even, but it turned out to be a false hope. He had lost a total of 2 billion on that stock. Who the hell bought it? At that moment, Lin Xiu and sent him a message, a record of the stock transaction, clearly showing that Lin Xiu and had bought 3 billion worth of Feng Hui Group stocks. It was Lin Xuan. Lin Chang nearly crushed his phone in his hand. That ungrateful son. That ungrateful son. Lin Chang sat in his chair, gasping for breath. Lin Xuan was truly born to oppose him. Jiang King also reported to Su Hua. Su, we didn't even intervene, and Feng Hui Group's stock hit the limit. When Lin Xiu traded the stocks, a notification had been sent to Su Hua's phone. Su Hua had been worried that the stock might plummet, making Lin Xiu unhappy. She had planned to inject a large sum of money into Feng Hui Group to revive Feng Hui Group. But before Jiang King could act, the stock had already hit the limit. Lin Xuan is truly impressive, Su Hua said with a proud smile. Jiang King was also amazed. This time, young Master Lin was going to make a huge profit. What boldness! Over the next few days, Feng Hui Group's stock hit the limit as soon as the market opened. Every time Lin Chang saw the news about Feng Hui Group, he felt a surge of irritation. Even if he didn't check the stock market, he would hear occasional discussions among the executives and employees. Wang Lai, did you know? A few days ago, when I checked the stocks, I noticed that someone sold 1 billion worth of Feng Hui Group stocks just an hour before the surge. I wonder if they're spitting blood now? Hearing this, Lin Chang, apart from the stock market troubles, Lin Lai's disappearance had the Lin family running around like ants on a hot pan, frantic with worry. They were searching everywhere for Lin Lai. John Shuken even prayed to the gods, begging for Lin Lai's safety. Meanwhile, in a basement, Lin Lai had been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. In just 3 days, he had lost 11 pounds. His face was covered in stubble, his eyes bloodshot, his body covered in bloodstains, and his clothes torn to shreds by the ropes. There wasn't a single spot on his body that was intact. Over the past few days, Lin Lai had been driven to the brink of madness. He only slept for 2 hours a day, and the rest of the time he was being tortured. Cold water cells, snake pits, a place with millions of red ants, whippings. They used every method imaginable. Every time he passed out from the pain, they would wake him up with ice-cold water, forcing him to endure the agony with full consciousness. After Wang Hao whipped Lin Lai with a rope again, Lin Lai was barely clinging to life. Wang Hao threw the rope aside. "Take him down," he ordered. "Ness." The subordinates took Lin Lai down from the rack and forced him to kneel on the ground. "What else do you want to do?" Lin Lai asked with all the strength he had left. Wang Hao smiled kindly. "Young Master Lin, don't worry. We'll let you go soon. As I said, I have no interest in taking your life." Lin Lai was stunned. Were they really going to let him go? "However, before we release you, I need you to drink this," Wang Hao said, still smiling. A terrible premonition rose in Lin Lai's heart. This was definitely not something good. "What is it?" Lin Lai asked with difficulty. "That's a great question," Wang Hao replied with a smile. "This is called root-severing water, or, more commonly known as sterilization potion, the eunuch's potion." "Don't kill the child, what?" Lin Lai widened his eyes. "The root-severing potion. Don't worry, young Master Lin, it won't take long. It should be done in about 5 hours, Wang Hao said with a malicious grin. "During these 5 hours, you'll watch as your manhood slowly rots and falls off. The side effect? You'll become sterile." Lin Lai's pupils contracted in fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "No, this can't be. He didn't want to become a eunuch. He couldn't afford to be childless." "What's that smell?" Wang Hao pinched his nose, catching a whiff of urine. He looked down and saw a puddle where Lin Lai was standing. Lin Lai had been so terrified that he wet himself. "You can torture me however you want, but please, I beg you, don't use that potion on me. If you spare me, I'll give you anything you want," Lin Lai pleaded in despair. "Young Master Lin, becoming a eunuch isn't the end of the world. At least you'll still have your life, right? If you get lonely, you can always find comfort with men," Wang Hao said with a smirk. Wang Hao stepped closer, holding the potion in his hand. Lin Lai's eyes reflected the reddish-brown liquid in the bottle. "I won't drink it. Get away from me!" Lin Lai struggled fiercely. Wang Hao grabbed his chin, forcing his mouth open. Lin Lai was like a fish on a chopping board, completely powerless to resist as Wang Hao poured the potion down his throat. Only after seeing Lin Lai swallow did Wang Hao release him. Ugh! Lin Lai collapsed to the ground like a dog, desperately clawing at his throat, trying to vomit the potion out. But it was no use. He couldn't get rid of it at all. 2 minutes later, a dull pain began to radiate from that area. "Please," Lin Lai crawled to Wang Hao's feet, kowtowing frantically. "I beg you, give me the antidote. Please!" Thud. Lin Lai was kicked in the chest, sending him sprawling backward. Wang Hao planted his foot on Lin Lai's chest. "Cross our master, and you think you'd get off easy? What a joke! You should be grateful you'll even get to leave here alive." Lin Lai clawed at the ground. Who could have done this to him? At first, he thought it was Lin Chu, but now he realized it couldn't be. Lin Chu and didn't have the power to pull this off. Wang Hao returned to his chair and sat down. "Strip his pants. Let him watch the process of losing his manhood." "Yes, sir." A subordinate stepped forward and quickly yanked off Lin Lai's pants. "Young Master Lin, I'll be honest with you. This root-severing potion is newly developed. There's no antidote." Lin Lai could no longer process Wang Hao's words. He writhed on the ground in agony. The pain was unbearable. Lin Lai's entire body was drenched in sweat. He let out a series of blood-curdling screams. This wasn't just physical torture, it was psychological torment as well. Lin Lai watched in horror as *** turned red, then black, before finally falling off, leaving him a complete eunuch. Wang Hao crossed his legs, looking amused. "Fascinating, truly fascinating. Lin Lai, you know, in ancient times, when men became eunuchs, their testosterone levels dropped. Their voices gradually became higher-pitched and they stopped growing facial hair, just like women. I wonder if the same will happen to you." "No, wait." He was genuinely curious about this. He'd have to find time to visit Lin Lai later and see what he'd become. Lin Lai's eyes were hollow and lifeless. He couldn't accept what had happened, but the reality was undeniable. *** was gone. "Beat him up, then throw him out," Wang Hao ordered. Lin Lai was beaten half to death again. Then, out of some twisted kindness, Wang Hao had someone dress him and dump him on the side of the road. A kind passerby called an ambulance for Lin Lai. Lin Lai's injuries were mostly superficial and wouldn't cause lasting damage, though the external wounds were quite severe. The doctor clicked his tongue, shaking his head. Who could he have offended to be reduced to such a pitiful state? Lin Lai was bandaged up like a mummy. When Lin Lai woke up, the doctor came in with his medical records. Sir, your body will recover with some rest. However, the doctor's expression turned uneasy. That area is permanently damaged. You won't be able to engage in sexual relations with women. Hearing this, Lin Lai suddenly recalled Wang Cao's words you can always find comfort with men. Lin Lai broke down. He began pounding his pillow in a frenzy. The doctor tried to comfort him. Sir, please calm down. Medical science has advanced quite a bit. If you want children, you could always consider in vitro fertilization. In vitro fertilization? Lin Lai laughed hysterically. It's useless. I have no sperm left. I'm a useless man now. How can I even consider that? The doctor frowned. He looked at Lin Lai with pity. Doctor, Lin Lai grabbed the doctor's hand, pleading. Please, don't tell anyone about this. The Lin family must never find out. All right, I'll keep it confidential. The doctor nodded. Sir, I'll leave you to rest now. The doctor thought Lin Lai needed time to process everything. As the door to the hospital room closed, Lin Lai was left alone. His eyes were empty. He would never have children. Lin Chang, who valued profit above all else, would surely side with Lin Chu, and if he found out, children. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flickered in Lin Lai's hollow eyes. Wait, he still had a child. Didn't Qin Royale have one in her womb? Then, it hit him he had sent someone to eliminate Qin Royale's child. Oh no! That child had to survive. Lin Lai quickly grabbed his phone and called the man he had hired. I order you to stop the plan against Qin Royale immediately. You can't harm her child. Lin Lai shouted into the phone. This was his only child left. He couldn't let anything happen to it. On the other end, the man's face darkened. Young Master Lin, are you trying to back out of our deal? Lin Lai gritted his teeth. I'll still pay you, but you must not harm Qin Royale's child. You say you're not backing out? The man sneered. Let me tell you, the child is already dead. It's too late to change your mind now. You'll pay, whether you like it or not. Young Master Lin, if you don't believe me, check the trending topics on Weibo. Qin Royale's miscarriage is still at the top of the list. Lin Lai's hands trembled as he opened Weibo. Sure enough, the top trending topic was Qin Royale's miscarriage. Many comments speculated that he was behind it, though others argued that even a beast wouldn't harm its own offspring, suggesting it was just an accident. Among the trending posts was a photo of Qin Royale lying in a hospital bed. Her once rounded belly was now flat, and her expression was one of utter despair. The son she carried to spare flickered in Lin Lai's eyes. It was gone, his child, truly gone, and it was he himself who had sent someone to kill the child. This realization nearly shattered Lin Lai. The man on the other end of the phone spoke again. Remember, the two of us, 5 million in total. Transfer it to our account within 3 days, or I'll expose that it was you who killed the child. Don't worry, I'll transfer every penny to you. Lin Lai gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. Young Master Lin, pleasure doing business with you, the man chuckled before hanging up. The phone emitted a series of beeps and Lin Lai's phone slipped from his hand. He sat there, motionless on the bed, his eyes hollow like a living corpse. Jian Shuqin, Lin Chang, and the Lin sisters all rushed over. They had been searching for Lin Lai these past few days, their faces etched with exhaustion. Lear, my Lear, where have you been? Your mother has been worried sick, Jiang Shuqin cried as she threw her arms around Lin Lai, her heart aching at the sight of him. Lear, who did this to you? Who turned you into this state? Mom, Lin Lai snapped out of his daze, his voice trembling with emotion. You must avenge me. There were more than a dozen of them, all wearing masks. They kidnapped me near North Road. If he could find them, he would make sure they suffered 1,000 cuts. And more. He would cut off that part of every one of them, cook it, and feed it to the dogs. All right, your father and I will look into it, Jiang Shuqin said, her voice filled with concern. Lin Chang sighed. Lear, for now, just focus on recovering in the hospital. He pinched the bridge of his nose. These past 3 days had drained him completely. He had watched helplessly as Feng, Huey group stocks soared daily, all while worrying about Lin Lai's safety. He needed a good rest. Lear, you must be hungry, Jiang Shuqin said, sitting by the hospital bed and scooping a bowl of porridge from a takeout container. Here, I brought this from home. Let me feed you. She held the spoonful of porridge to Lin Lai's lips. Lin Chang frowned. Shuqin, you haven't slept well these past few days. For the sake of the baby in your womb, you should rest now. Lear has Wanner, Yanner, and Zir to take care of him. Lin Lai caught one word in Lin Chang's sentence *son*. Mom, have you found out the gender of the baby? Lin Lai asked, forcing himself to stay calm. Yes, Zhang Shuken replied, gently stroking her belly with a smile. The results are in. It's a boy. She could finally carry on the Lin family lineage. Lin Lai's eyes darkened. It was on. If Lin Chang found out that he was now infertile, the Lin family fortune would undoubtedly go to the child in Zhang Shuken's belly. So, this child, he had to find a way to eliminate it. Lin Lai stared at Zhang Shuken's belly, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Zhang Shuken frowned. Why did Lear give her such a chilling feeling? Lear, what are you thinking? Why did you have that look in your eyes just now? Zhang Shuken asked, puzzled. Nothing, Lin Lai snapped back to reality, lowering his head to hide the murderous glint in his eyes. I just couldn't help but remember the torture I endured while I was held captive. They locked me in a snake pit, swarmed me with thousands of ants, whipped me. Mom, they tortured me relentlessly. Lear, Zhang Shuken's heart ached. These were horrors she couldn't even imagine. What Lear had gone through was far worse than she had thought. Mom, during that time, I thought about ending it all countless times. But then I thought of you, Dad, and my sisters, Lin Lai said, his eyes red. So, I couldn't die. I was afraid you would suffer and grieve. The Lin family was deeply moved. They couldn't help but think of Lin Xuan, who now seemed to oppose them at every turn. Dad, Mom, Lin Lai forced a smile. It's all right. It's all in the past now. Lear, your mother will protect you from now on. I won't let anything like this happen to you again, Zhang Shuken said, her voice filled with tenderness. Mom, Dad is right. You should go rest, Lin Lai said, putting on an innocent expression. I'm looking forward to the safe arrival of my little brother. All right, Zhang Shuken smiled, relieved. She had been worried that Lear might not accept the child, but it seemed her fears were unfounded. Lear was truly obedient and understanding. Oh, Lear, Zhang Shuken added with a smile, I have some good news for you. Lin Lai frowned. Good news? Lear, 3 days ago, Qin Royale had a miscarriage, Zhang Shuken said, her tone dripping with satisfaction. Evil truly gets its due. That Qin Royale thought she could use that child to latch onto our family. Even the heavens couldn't stand it and took the child away. Lin Lai's face froze. Zhang Shuken continued gleefully, Qin Royale is so naive. My Lear is so outstanding, countless women would throw themselves at him. How could we possibly lack for children? What did we need hers for? Lin Lai could no longer maintain his composure. His face turned pale, then flushed. Lear, what's wrong? Why do you look so upset all of a sudden? Zhang Shuken asked, concerned. Mom, I'm tired. I need to rest, Lin Lai said, forcing a weak smile. All right, I won't disturb you anymore, Zhang Shuken said lovingly. Meanwhile, on Lin Chuan's side, his company's short video and entertainment sectors were developing steadily. He was currently working on a game project. The wildly popular game King of Glory from another world had inspired him to create a similar version. The gaming industry was lucrative, and gaming was one of Starlight Group's key sectors. Naturally, he wanted to dive in and make a splash. While Lin Xuan was brainstorming ideas for the game, his private investigator contacted him. Sir, Lin Chang and Wang Yajun are too cautious. I only managed to capture Lin Chang entering Wang Yajun's apartment. I couldn't get anything else. It's been over a month, and I've only caught Lin Chang visiting Wang Yajun's apartment once. Lin Xuan frowned as he looked at the photos sent by the private investigator. Indeed, with just these photos, it was hard to prove Lin Chang's infidelity. Given Zhang Shuken's overly trusting nature, even if he sent these to her, Lin Chang would likely sweet-talk his way out of it, and Zhang Shuken would believe him. Lin Xuan fell into deep thought. He needed a better way to expose their relationship. What? Lin Xuan suddenly remembered something in his previous life. Wang Yajun's husband had passed away not long after this. 10 complete Great Tonic Soup 02 Wang Yajun had been using her husband as a cover for so long, and it seemed she would continue to do so. But then he passed away. The most likely explanation was that her husband had come to his senses and discovered Wang Yajun's affair. Without hesitation, Wang Yajun decided to eliminate him. The more Lin Xuan thought about it, the more convinced he became of this possibility. He immediately sent people to keep a close watch on Wang Yajun's apartment. If her husband were to wake up, they were to report it to him immediately. After giving these instructions, Lin Xuan went to take a shower. He had been spending almost every night in bed with Su Hua lately, and he was exhausted. With Su Hua away on a business trip, he needed to catch up on some much-needed rest. The next day, in the classroom, Lin Xuan was sketching a model of a lewd and acute character in his notebook. Wang Da walked up to him, munching on a piece of bread, and asked curiously, Xuan, what are you drawing? Lin Chuan replied, a game character model. Wang Da frowned, looking disdainful. It looks so cute. How can it possibly have any combat power? Lin Chuan also frowned. The Luden character was indeed quite adorable. In the game's alternate world, its cuteness, short legs, and occasional long-range cannon shots to steal kills made it a magnet for hatred. Its fragile build also made it a frequent target of gang-ups, earning it the title of the most deceased hero in the game's canon. There was even a saying in the game's community, the team fight can be lost, but Luden must die. Should he add some survival skills to the character, like a dash or blink ability? Lin Chuan thought about it for a moment, but then he decided against it. A character this cute deserved to get beaten up. After all, it was a favorite among many female players, including a certain stubborn, daily updating, Yandere novel author who was terrible at the game but loved playing it anyway. Boss, He was called Lin Chuan. Neither of our two animations passed the review. What was the reason? Lin Chuan asked, frowning. They said it could negatively influence children. Lin Chuan's frown deepened. Lei Hui explained, after some digging I found out that Starlight Group was behind this. No matter how we modify our animations, they'll keep blocking us from passing the review. Ha! Lin Chuan let out a cold laugh. It seems Lin Chang is trying to ruin my company. Did Lin Chang think that by doing this, he could force Lin Shu and to return to the Lin family? But Lin Chang failed to realize that Lin Shu and wouldn't have revealed his identity so early without a trump card. That trump card was Su Hua. Lin Shu and didn't feel the least bit ashamed about relying on his girlfriend. Sometimes, you just had to swallow your pride and accept help when it was offered. Lin Shu and stroked his chin, deep in thought. It seemed he would have to seduce his beloved Hua properly. However, every time he tried to charm her, Su Hua would become like an athlete on steroids. Her energy, stamina, and endurance skyrocketed. His kidneys were in danger. Boss, what should we do about this? Lei Hui asked. Just stay the course and keep doing what you're doing, Lin Chuan said with a smirk. Understood. Back at Night Garden, Lin Chuan cleared his throat lightly. Butler Wang, could you prepare some nourishing soup for me every day for the next few days? He needed to replenish his energy so he could handle Su Hua when she returned. Of course, young Master Lin, Butler Wang replied with a knowing smile. Just a few days ago, who was it that refused to drink the nourishing soup? And now, here we are. Lin Lai had been staying in the hospital for several days before finally moving back home. Recently, his mood had been extremely dark. The servants were all too afraid to provoke him. At the moment, Lin Lai was lying in bed, enduring the constant pain in his lower body, a painful reminder of his emasculation. The pain flared up every day for about an hour, and it was happening now. Lin Lai clenched his fists tightly. Knock, 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 came a sound at the door. Come in, Lin Lai said through gritted teeth. A servant cautiously entered the room. Young master, the servant said respectfully, Miss Qin is here. She wants to see you. Should I let her in? Lin Lai's expression turned terrifying. The servant kept his head down. The young master used to be so kind, but lately, he had become a completely different person, frightening and unpredictable. Let her in, Lin Lai said, his eyes cold and menacing. Yes? The servant hurried out, gasping for air as soon as he left the room. The young master had truly become terrifying. Miss Qin, the young master is in his room. Please follow me, the servant said, leading Qin Royale into the Lin residence. Qin Royale looked at the grand villa, her heart filled with anxiety. She was afraid that without the child, the Lin family might change their attitude toward her and prevent her from marrying into the family. But she still had one card to play, Lin Lai. As long as Lin Lai stood firmly by her side, the Lin family wouldn't be able to oppose them forever. Qin Royale entered Lin Lai's room, and the servant quietly closed the door behind her. Lai, I heard you were badly injured. Are you okay? Qin Royale asked with concern. Lin Lai remained silent, his dark eyes fixed on her. Qin Royale bit her lip. I'm sorry, Lai. I couldn't protect our child. Her eyes welled up with tears, making her look pitiful. You should be sorry. Lin Lai suddenly grabbed Qin Royale by her hair, forcing her head closer to him. The veins on his hand bulged. Qin Royale, why did you go out to that class reunion so late at night? You had just stayed home. None of this would have happened. Lin Lai shouted angrily. This was the first time Qin Royale had seen Lin Lai in such a dark and terrifying state. Fear began to rise in her heart. Lai, please don't be like this. You're scaring me, Qin Royale said, tears brimming in her eyes. Dad, Lin Lai sneered. You know what fear is now. If you had been afraid, you wouldn't have gone out to that party in the middle of the night. If you hadn't gone, the people I sent wouldn't have had the chance to kill the child. Then Lin Lai wouldn't have lost his only heir. Qin Royale was stunned. Why, did you say? You sent people? She thought she must have misheard. Why, are you feeling unwell? Maybe you're confused, Qin Royale said softly, trying to guide him to lie down. I'm perfectly clear-headed. Lin Lai shoved her hand away. Ah, Qin Royale fell to the floor. Seeing Lin Lai's terrifying expression, she wanted to run away. Let me make it clear, Qin Royale. I was the one who sent people to get rid of that child. I spent 5 million to have it done, Lin Lai said, his face twisted with madness. And in doing so, he had destroyed his only chance at having an heir. Miscarriage prevention medicine, abortion medicine, boom. Lin Lai's words struck Qin Royale like a thunderbolt. How is this possible? How could this happen? Qin Royale couldn't snap out of her daze, muttering to herself repeatedly. Brother Lai. Qin Royale crawled to Lin Lai's feet, clutching his pant leg. You must be joking, right? You loved that child so much, bought him so many clothes. You even said you loved me, that he was our child. How could you bear to send someone to kill him? Yes, that child was just an accident. If Lin Lai really was responsible for his death, it meant all the tenderness he had shown her recently was just another deception, just like before. Qin Royale couldn't accept this outcome. Qin Royale, are you still daydreaming? Lin Lai crouched down, gripping her chin, his voice icy. A woman like you has always been nothing more than a disposable plaything in my eyes, something even repulsive to me. How could I possibly love you? Ridiculous! Qin Royale's face turned as pale as a sheet upon hearing his words. A plaything? Brother Lai actually called her a plaything. If it weren't for that child, and the fact that you made such a big fuss about him, you wouldn't even be worth a glance from me. Lin Lai's gaze at Qin Royale was filled with disdain, as if she were trash. Qin Royale sat on the floor, her expression blank. Lin Lai sneered and continued, the reason I treated you well recently was twofold. First, to lower your guard so I could act against the child. Second, to create the image of a loving father. That way, when the child died, no one would suspect me. Lin Lai's words shattered her illusions. Lin Lai, Qin Royale grabbed his clothes like a madwoman. You killed your own child. You'll face retribution for this. Her dream of a wealthy life had been utterly destroyed by Lin Lai. At this moment, Qin Royale hated Lin Lai to the core. Her entire life had been ruined by him. If Lin Lai hadn't deliberately approached her, there wouldn't have been that video, and she would still be the glamorous campus belle of Shanking University. Instead, she had become the laughingstock of the entire internet, branded as a promiscuous woman. Retribution! Lin Lai thought of the fact that he had become impotent and would never have descendants. His emotions suddenly turned volatile. What retribution could I possibly face? Lin Chuan has already been driven out of the Lin family. Soon, the entire Lin family will be mine. I've gained everything. What kind of retribution is that? So what if he could never have children again? In the future, he could inject another man's sperm into his future wife's body. He could still deceive Lin Chang and the others. I will climb step by step to the top, crushing Lin Shu and all of you beneath my feet. Ha ha ha! Lin Lai laughed maniacally. Qin Royale, terrified by his demeanor, tried to run, but it was too late. Lin Lai's scarred fingers closed around her neck. Qin Royale, not just you, but Lin Chu and anyone who defies me, they all deserve to die. Lin Lai's eyes were bloodshot, his grip tightening inch by inch. Qin Royale's breath was gradually cut off. Lin Lai, let me go. Qin Royale weakly pounded on his arm, but Lin Lai, now completely unhinged, tightened his hold on her throat. Qin Royale's consciousness began to fade until a sharp pain shot through Lin Lai's lower abdomen. Ah! Lin Lai released Qin Royale, writhing on the floor in agony. Cough, cough. Qin Royale collapsed to the ground, coughing weakly. Once she caught her breath, she scrambled to her feet and stumbled out of the room. Lin Lai was a madman. She never wanted to be near him again. Lin Lai remained in the room for a long time. Ha ha ha! He let out bursts of maniacal laughter. When Qin Royale fled, the door was left wide open. His laughter sent chills down the servants' spines. The noise in the room suddenly stopped, and a passing servant frowned. Why had the noise ceased? Just as she was wondering, Lin Lai appeared before her, his eyes dark and menacing. Ah! The servant was startled. Young master, she stammered, bowing her head. I'm sorry, young master. You appeared so suddenly. I didn't react in time. Lin Lai's face broke into a gentle smile. It's fine. Go about your work. The servant looked up in disbelief. Just moments ago, the young master had been terrifyingly sinister, but now he was back to his usual warm and sunny self. Lin Lai went downstairs and personally prepared a herbal tonic for Jiang Shukin. When Jiang Shukin returned from her beauty treatment, he brought the tonic to her. Lear, why did you prepare this tonic yourself? You're still injured. Shouldn't you be resting? Jiang Shukin chided gently. Mom, I was just sitting around at home, Lin Lai replied warmly. I wanted to do something for you. You silly child. Jiang Shuken sighed, though her heart swelled with joy. Lear was truly filial. Lin Lai urged, Mom, drink the tonic before it gets cold. Otherwise, it won't be as effective. All right, I'll drink it now. Lin Lai watched as Jiang Shuken lifted the bowl and drank the tonic in one go. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Qin Royale returned to the shabby rented apartment she shared with Qin's mother. Yao, what happened to your neck? Qin's mother asked with concern. Mom, Qin Royale hugged her mother tightly, tears streaming down her face. Mom, Lin Lai did this to me. Lin Lai? Qin's mother frowned. Yes, it was him. All his kindness toward me these past few days was a lie, Mom. He was the one who killed my child. Qin Royale sobbed. Qin's mother wasn't entirely surprised. Over the past few days, she had calmed down and thought carefully about everything that had happened. Lin Lai's sudden affection for Yao had been too suspicious. Aside from him, she couldn't think of anyone else who would harm the child. Mom, let's call the police. We have to report him. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be in this state. Mom, I have to make him pay. Yao, calm down. Qin's mother held her back. The Lin family has power and influence. Reporting him to the police won't do any good. Then what should I do? Qin Royale bit her lip. The male fox spirit Qin Royale's mother gently stroked her daughter's hair. Royale, let it go. It's time to start a new life. Qin Royale clenched her fists tightly. Start a new life? She had already dropped out of King Hua University, leaving her with only a high school diploma. She couldn't break into the entertainment industry, so is she supposed to settle for a mundane job earning a meager 2 or 3,000 yuan a month? She couldn't accept it. She was supposed to be a prodigy, a golden child. In a dimly lit room in the United States, a stunning woman dressed in black sat impassively on a golden Nanmu chair intricately carved with serpent motifs, exuding an air of regal authority. A deep gash ran down her arm, blood dripping steadily onto the floor. Su Hua's indifferent gaze swept over the 10 men kneeling before her. They stared at her in terror. They had thought she was just an ordinary CEO, nothing more. That's why they had accepted the mission to kill her. But she was no ordinary woman, she was the infamous Dark Rose. The mere mention of Dark Rose struck fear into the hearts of many. They were a notorious underground organization from the Golden Triangle, yet in just one day, their entire group had been wiped out, some killed, others captured, with no one spared. We apologize for our ignorance. We had no idea who you were. Please, Ms. Su, show us mercy. We will serve you faithfully from now on, one of the men pleaded, kowtowing frantically. They begged for their lives. Su Hua watched them with an icy calm. Then, a faint, almost beautiful smile curved her lips. To the men, however, it was the smile of a demon. Her crimson lips parted as she spoke softly. No one who falls into my hands ever leaves alive. She licked her lips. Young Master Lin didn't like her getting blood on her hands, so she had restrained herself for a long time. But here, abroad, she didn't have to worry about him seeing her brutal side. She could finally let loose. She loved blood. She loved watching people die in despair. It made her blood boil with excitement. She had grown up among the dead, and her thirst for blood had been ingrained in her since childhood. Su Hua picked up a knife and walked slowly toward the men. Each step made their trembling bodies shake even more. She stopped in front of the leader. Under his petrified gaze, she began slicing into his flesh, one cut after another, each deep enough to reveal bone. Ah, his agonized screams filled the room, growing weaker until they faded into silence. Jiang King shook her head, provoking MS. Though, that's just asking for death, she muttered. When Su Hua had had enough, she decapitated him with a single swing of her blade. Blood sprayed everywhere. Some of the men fainted at the sight. Clan. Su Hua tossed the knife onto the floor, the metallic sound echoing through the room. The remaining men flinched at the noise. Ms. Su here, Jiang King said respectfully, handing her a handkerchief. Su Hua took it and began wiping the blood from her hands and face with an elegant grace. For the men kneeling before her, every passing second was filled with unbearable dread. Death could come at any moment. Cut off their heads and send them to Su Sheng as a gift, Su Hua ordered coldly, tossing the bloodied handkerchief aside. Yes, Jiang King replied. She signaled to the others, who swiftly carried out the order. One by one, heads rolled to the ground. Su Hua stepped outside. Surveying the carnage, she let out a low chuckle. Su Sheng really went all out to get rid of me, didn't he? Ms. Su, you should let Dr. Wang tend to your wound first, Jiang King urged. Wang Lai, holding a medical kit, chimed in. Yes, ma'am, let me take care of it. Not now, Su Hua replied impassively. This minor injury was nothing to her. We'll head to the next location first. We can deal with this later. Her eyes gleamed with a cold light. This trip abroad was solely to eliminate these threats. Of course, she hadn't told young Master Lin the truth, only that she was on a business trip. Abbas, Sue, while your injury isn't severe, it's best to treat it as soon as possible. That way, it'll heal faster. If young Master Lin finds out, he might worry, John King added. A direct hit. Soo Hua paused for a moment. Fine, she said, pursing her lips and nodding. John King's expression said it all. Invoking young Master Lin always worked. Wang Lai was stunned. Abbas, Sue was actually letting her treat the wound. Wang Lai quickly got to work, cleaning and bandaging the injury. Suddenly, Soo Hua's expression shifted. Will it leave a scar? Young Master Lin adored her body, and she didn't want any unsightly marks marring it. While there were scar removal treatments, they took time. Wang Lai's hands froze mid-bandage, her face a picture of surprise. MS, Sue was worried about scarring? Since when did she care about her appearance so much? It will, but don't worry, MS. With our special medicine, the scar will fade quickly. The reason your old scars took over a year to disappear was because they were treated too late. I say, Soo Hua's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. How quickly is quickly? She pressed. With our organization's unique medicine, at least 15 days, Wang Lai answered. 15 days? Soo Hua's expression darkened, her entire aura turning icy. Wang Lai, what now? Once the wound was bandaged, Soo Hua walked over to the decapitated body of the man who had injured her. She narrowed her eyes dangerously. This was the one who had dared to harm her. Chop his body into pieces and feed it to the dogs, Soo Hua said, her voice dripping with menace. Yes, John King acknowledged. Soo Hua strode ahead. Wang Lai pulled John King aside and whispered, Secretary John, what's going on with MS? So, why did she suddenly let me treat her? And why is she so concerned about scarring and recovery time? What's happening? This was beyond unusual. How had MS? Sue changed so much in just a few months. Han Yu and Ji happened to pass by and sneered. It's the work of a male fox spirit. Wang Lai, a male fox spirit? Secretary John, Wang Lai's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What male fox spirit? Nothing much. MS. Sue just has a boyfriend now, and she doesn't want him to worry, John King explained. What? Exclamation, a boyfriend? Exclamation. Wang Lai's eyes nearly popped out of her head. MS. Sue was in a relationship, and she actually cared about his feelings? Was the sun rising in the west now? Seduction of Hua Bao bonus chapter for defeating the whining monster Han Yu, and he clenched his fists tightly. Indeed, there were some areas where Lin Xuan could influence their master, but this also proved just how much the master cared about Lin Xuan. The more the master showed concern for Lin Xuan, the more worried Han Yuanji became. He feared that those people would go to any lengths to capture Lin Chu and then use him to threaten the master. He was afraid that the master would risk everything, even his own life, for Lin Xuan. Fortunately, young Master Huo was about to return. Young Master Huo had once saved the master, so the master surely cared about him. Han Yu and Ji hoped that young Master Huo could push Lin Chu Han out of the picture. A row of severed heads was placed neatly along the path leading to Su Sheng's base. Screech. The driver slammed on the brakes and the tires made a sharp, ear-piercing sound as they skidded across the ground. What's going on? Su Sheng asked coldly from the back seat. Young Master, heads. There are many heads, the driver stammered, his face pale. Su Sheng got out of the car to investigate. He saw more than 20 severed heads. One of his subordinates, looking grim, said, Aren't these men from the Tiansheng gang? Young Master, it seems the assassination attempt on Su Hua has failed again, the subordinate added. Su Sheng's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Useless. They're all useless. Young Master, none of the men we've sent out recently have returned alive. It's going to be very difficult to assassinate Su Hua and avenge the old master this way, the subordinate said with a frown. I think the only way to eliminate Su Hua is to find her weakness. That way, you can become the head of the Su family. Yes? Su Sheng sneered at him. A woman like Su Hua, who cares about nothing, a cold-blooded, ruthless demon, what weakness could she possibly have? The subordinate fell silent. Indeed, Su Hua had always been untouchable. Otherwise, how could the old master have failed to deal with her for so many years? A sense of helplessness rose in Su Sheng's heart. How could he possibly eliminate Su Hua? Su Sheng returned to his villa and sat on the sofa, lighting one cigarette after another. Young Master, a subordinate rushed in excitedly. One of the old master's former subordinates has something important to report to you. Let him in, Su Sheng said, pinching the bridge of his nose. Young Master, the man, named Chen Lai, knelt before Su Sheng. He had been out gambling that day, which was why he had escaped Su Hua's recent purge of Su Hai's men. For the past few months, he had been hiding, afraid that Su Hua's people would find him. Finally, he had found the young master. As long as he stayed with the young master, his life would be safe. Speak, Su Sheng said impatiently. Young master, the old master was killed by Su Hua because he targeted someone, Chen Lai said. Su Sheng immediately sat up straight. Su Hua would go to such lengths for someone? Who is this person? Su Sheng pressed. I'm not sure, but I heard from my brothers that he's most likely Su Hua's lover, Chen Lai reported. Su Sheng burst into laughter. If this was true, then Su Hua had a fatal weakness, and she would inevitably fall. Send people to investigate. I want to know everything about this man by Su Hua's side. Su Sheng ordered. If Su Hua truly cared about this so-called lover, he would capture him and use him to threaten her. Su Hua had just wiped out an entire gang stronghold. After cleaning up, she washed away the smell of blood and changed into a tailored business suit, transforming back into the powerful CIO who commanded the business world. She boarded a plane back home. When the plane landed and the car was heading toward Night Garden, Su Hua spoke up. Jiang King. Yes, President Su. What do you need? Jiang King asked. Is there any excuse I can use to explain the injury on my arm? Su Hua asked, pursing her lips. The straightforward Jiang King replied. President Su, you don't need to explain it. Just keep wearing long sleeves, right? Su Hua frowned. That wouldn't work. If she wore long sleeves all the time, she wouldn't be able to get close to Aishu, and for over 20 days. She couldn't bear to wait that long. Think of something else, Su Hua said. Jiang King looked puzzled. Wasn't her suggestion good enough? Then let's say someone tried to assassinate you, and you were injured in the process, Jiang King suggested. The wound couldn't have been an accident. The assassination excuse would work, as President Su was often targeted, and young Master Lin was aware of that. This explanation would be perfect. Fine, Su Hua's expression relaxed. Jiang King, go to the prison and find the mute who tried to assassinate me. Cut off his fingers. President Su, why? Jiang King asked, confused. Aishuan is too clever, Su Hua said softly. If we're going to act, we need to do it thoroughly. I can't let Aishuan find out I lied to him. Understood, Jiang King nodded. Su Hua sat in the car, watching the trees pass by outside the window. She felt an urgent need to see her Aishuan. These past few days, she had been immersed in violence and bloodshed. The smell of blood had excited her, but afterward, she felt an overwhelming emptiness. She longed to see the ray of sunshine that belonged to her. When Su Hua arrived at Night Garden, it was already evening. Lin Xuan should have been back by now, but Su Hua didn't see the figure she had been longing for. Her mood grew inexplicably irritable. Miss Butler Wang quickly explained. Young Master Lin is upstairs in his room. Su Hua entered the bedroom but didn't see Lin Xuan. He must have been in the study. After a long flight, she went into the bathroom to freshen up. Finally, she put on a long-sleeved silk nightgown and opened the door that connected directly to the study. Lin Xuan was lying on the couch, seemingly asleep, but in reality, his consciousness had entered a mental space. Lin Xuan was focused on writing a game plan and didn't notice that Su Hua had returned. Suddenly, a sweet fragrance filled Lin Xuan's nose and his lips were met with a soft, warm sensation. Lin Xuan's consciousness returned to the present, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a stunningly beautiful woman. Her eyes were filled with affection and longing. Su Hua! She was back! Every time she returned from a business trip, Su Hua would cling to him, spending hours in bed, making up for the time they had been apart. Lin Xuan thought of his plan to seduce Su Hua. Maybe today was the day to put it into action. That way, his kidneys could get some rest. Xuan, if you're tired, you can keep sleeping, Su Hua murmured, though she showed no intention of letting him go. Lin Xuan suddenly wrapped his arms around Su Hua's waist, flipped their positions, and pinned her beneath him. A glint of surprise flashed in Su Hua's eyes. Today, Xuan was being unusually proactive. Xuan, what do you want to do, hum? Su Hua's soft hands wrapped around Lin Xuan's neck. Her eyes were seductive, filled with desire, and they reflected only Lin Xuan as if he were her entire world. Lin Xuan almost lost himself in Su Hua's gaze. But he had a mission to accomplish. Summoning his willpower, Lin Xuan whispered by Su Hua's ear, I want to seduce you, Hua Bao. Thank you to knock down the crybaby for the king of gifts. Big Bro 6666. Is Xuan scared to seduce her? Su Hua was momentarily stunned. Looking up at the man above her, her eyes darkened in an instant. What does Xuan want me to help you with? Su Hua's crimson lips curved into a slight smile. She loved seeing her Xuan rely on her like this. 2 of my company's animated films were held up during the review process. I was hoping you could help me get them approved, Lin Xuan replied. That depends on how Xuan performs, Su Hua murmured softly. It was just a matter of a word from her, but Xuan's rare initiative made her look forward to it. As long as you satisfy me, I'll help Xuan, Su Hua teased seductively in Lin Xuan's ear. Lin Xuan leaned down and kissed her lips. Su Hua's pale legs wrapped around his waist. As the two were lost in their passion, a series of knocks sounded at the door. Lin Xuan made a move to get up and answer it. Su Hua clung tightly to his neck. Xuan, don't bother. The knocking continued insistently. I should probably check, Lin Xuan said, getting up and straightening his clothes. They had only been passionately kissing, nothing more. Their clothes were still intact, though slightly disheveled. The mist in Su Hua's eyes hadn't yet cleared, but her expression had turned icy, her mood clearly displeased. Lin Xuan opened the door. The maid immediately felt a chilling coldness. Why is it so cold? The maid muttered, rubbing her arms. Lin Xuan frowned. What is it? Master Su Guoxing is here. He's waiting for you and the young lady in the living room, the maid replied respectfully. All right, I'll be right down. As soon as Lin Xuan finished speaking, Su Hua, dressed in a nightgown, walked over. The maid couldn't help but glance at Su Hua curiously. The young lady's face was slightly flushed, and her eyes still held a misty allure. There was no denying that she exuded a captivating charm, so much so that even the maid, a woman herself, felt her heart race. The young lady didn't seem to be in a good mood. When Su Hua looked at her, the maid felt a shiver of fear run down her spine. It was as if she had interrupted something important, though she had only come to knock on the door. Tell him to leave. Shu, and I have matters to attend to, Su Hua said coldly. Understood, the maid replied. She hurried away, gasping for breath once she was out of earshot. Oh no, the young lady was truly terrifying. Su Guoxing sat in the living room sipping tea. Due to his leg issues, he hadn't visited the night garden since his return. This time, however, he noticed that the once cold and sterile decor of the night garden had been replaced with a more warm and inviting atmosphere. Not bad. Not bad, Su Guoxing nodded, his eyes filled with satisfaction. The maid approached him and said, Sir, the young lady might not be able to see you. What about Xuan? Su Guoxing frowned. Master Lin is also occupied, the maid replied. What's going on? Didn't you say both Hua and Xuan were home? Su Guoxing's face was full of confusion. The young lady said they have matters to handle and asked you to return for now, the maid explained. Su Guoxing's brows furrowed tightly. Something felt off. Never mind. I'll wait here until they finish whatever they're doing, he said. Should I inform the young lady, sir? The maid asked. No need. Su Guoxing picked up a newspaper from the side table. Don't disturb them. Understood. The maid breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she didn't have to deliver the message, or she might have had to endure the young lady's death glare again. Upstairs in the study, Su Hua closed the door and locked it. Hua, your grandfather is here. Isn't it improper for us not to see him? Lin Xuan said. To be honest, he was worried that Su Guoxing might hold it against him for keeping Su Hua from meeting him. One couldn't afford to offend the woman's family. Xuan, don't worry about outsiders. Su Hua stood on her tiptoes, wrapping her arms around Lin Xuan's neck. Xuan, weren't you trying to seduce me? Her eyes were filled with a bewitching allure, her slender fingers tracing Lin Xuan's chest. Xuan, shall we continue? Su Hua lured him deeper into temptation. Their lips met again. Su Hua's body sank into the sofa. As her clothes slipped off, Lin Xuan noticed the bandage on her right arm. What to this? I was attacked and got a minor injury. It's nothing serious, Su Hua said, pursing her lips. The attacker is in custody. Hua, you should rest. We can continue another time, Lin Xuan said, concerned for her well-being. The wound looked fresh, and he was afraid of accidentally reopening it. At the mention of the assassin, Lin Xuan's eyes turned cold. There were too many dangers around Su Hua. He couldn't just focus on business and making money. It seemed he needed to expand his underground influence to truly protect her. Su Hua's red lips curved into a smile. Xuan, don't worry. You're the one doing the work, so it won't be a problem. Besides, it's just an arm injury. It won't interfere. Oh, Su Hua chuckled softly. Is Xuan getting cold feet at the last moment? Lin Xuan, exclamation, 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 cold feet. How could a real man back down when it came to matters like this? Lin Xuan's competitive spirit was ignited. Is that so? Just don't cry later, Lin Xuan said through gritted teeth. This time, he was determined to prove himself. Seeing Lin Xuan's expression, a hint of triumph flashed in Su Hua's eyes. The air was thick with passion. 3 hours later, Su Hua had changed into a new nightgown, and Lin Xuan was now in casual attire. "Xuan, my legs are a bit sore. Carry me downstairs." Su Hua's voice carried a hint of coquettishness. Lin Xuan's heart melted. What man didn't enjoy having a woman depend on him? Especially someone like Su Hua, who was usually so strong-willed but showed her softer side only to him. She had him completely wrapped around her finger. Now, no other woman could catch his eye. Lin Xuan scooped Su Hua into his arms, and she nestled against him, utterly reliant. Hearing footsteps, Su Guoxing set down his newspaper. He glanced toward the staircase. Su Guoxing! Exclamation, exclamation, exclamation! They were this close. Carrying her down the stairs? Su Guoxing, afraid they might feel awkward, quickly picked up the newspaper and pretended to read. When Lin Xuan carried Su Hua to the first floor, they saw Su Guoxing sitting on the sofa. Thankfully, Lin Xuan had kept his composure, or he might have been so nervous he'd have dropped Su Hua. Su Hua pursed her lips. Su Guoxing's unexpected appearance had thrown all her plans into disarray. "Finished with your matters?" Su Guoxing asked casually, his eyes still on the newspaper. "Grandfather," Lin Xuan hesitated, "your newspaper is upside down." Round and large cake. Su Guoxing quickly adjusted the position of the newspaper. He pretended to remain calm. "I didn't hold it upside down. I was just looking at the pictures in reverse." Lin Xuan placed Su Hua on the sofa and sat down beside her. Su Guoxing subtly observed Lin Xuan and Su Hua. Both of their faces were still flushed, especially Su Hua, whose eyes still carried a hint of satisfaction. As someone who had been through it all, how could he not guess what the young couple had just been up to? Not bad at all. Su Guoxing couldn't help but nod repeatedly. As soon as Su Hua returned to the country, she couldn't wait to spend time with her boyfriend, leaving even her grandfather neglected. He had been worried that his granddaughter might be too reserved in matters of intimacy, but it seemed he had overthought it. It wouldn't be long before he could hold a great-grandchild in his arms. Su Guoxing was in an exceptionally good mood. Su Hua asked with a displeased expression, "Grandpa, why didn't you let me know you were coming? Otherwise, she would never have allowed him to disturb them tonight. Is it wrong for a grandfather to visit his granddaughter and her boyfriend?" Su Guoxing pretended to be upset. Su Hua glanced at him coldly, clearly indicating that it was indeed wrong. Su Guoxing clutched his chest, feigning hurt. "Are you abandoning your grandfather now that you have a boyfriend?" Suddenly, Su Hua felt a sharp pain in her stomach. She only frowned slightly. "I have something to attend to. I'll go back to my room for a moment." The living room was now left with Su Guoxing, Lin Xuan, and a few servants. After spending time observing Lin Xuan and Su Hua's relationship, Su Guoxing had come to fully understand how important Lin Xuan was to Su Hua. Without Lin Xuan, his granddaughter might not be able to go on living. Su Guoxing said, "Lin Xuan, my granddaughter was abducted just 2 months after she was born. After she was brought back at the age of 16, she became withdrawn and solitary. Later, due to the struggle for the position of the Su family head, she became a target for countless people who wanted her dead. She faced danger many times, even once ending up stranded on an island, her fate unknown. So, Su Hua's temperament can be quite unpredictable. She may appear strong on the surface, but deep down, she longs for warmth." Lin Xuan nodded. Su Hua was indeed like that. From their previous life to this one, as long as he showed her a little warmth, she would cling to it desperately. "Grandpa is glad that you've managed to find a place in her heart. You're probably the only person she truly cares about." Su Guoxing saw it clearly. Su Hua didn't value family ties much. In her heart, Lin Xuan likely held more weight than even him. "If one day you were to leave her, it would devastate her deeply," Su Guoxing said kindly, patting Lin Xuan's hand. "Good child, treat her well. Grandpa hopes that you and Su Hua can walk through life together." "Grandpa, don't worry. I won't betray Su Hua's trust. Not in this lifetime," Lin Xuan promised. Good. Grandpa believes in you," Su Guoxing said, his eyes nearly closing into slits from smiling. When Su Hua came downstairs, she saw Su Guoxing patting Lin Xuan's hand. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. "Lin Xuan," Su Guoxing said, "I heard you started a company called Tamu Group, right?" "Yes," Lin Xuan nodded. "It's just a small company." "It's not small at all." Su Guoxing's eyes were filled with admiration. He had thoroughly investigated Tamu Group. He found that Lin Shu and had built the company entirely on his own, with little involvement from his granddaughter. In just 8 months, he had turned a novel website into an industry leader, and his short video platform was also thriving. Such boldness and strong business acumen. The more he looked at Lin Xuan, the more satisfied he became. Su Hu had found herself a good boyfriend. Su Guoxin smiled. Lin Xuan, if you encounter any problems with your company, feel free to ask this old man or Su Hua for help. Although the Su family isn't omnipotent, we can handle small matters with ease. Thank you, Grandpa. Lin Xuan nodded. Su Hua watched as the two of them chatted without a care, completely ignoring her presence. She pursed her lips, her expression darkening. Grandpa, she finally couldn't hold back. You've been sitting here for a while now. You must be tired. Let me have the driver take you back to rest. This old man is still in good health. I'm not tired, Su Guoxin chuckled. It's only 7:30. There's still plenty of time. I can stay for another 2 hours. Lin Xuan, let me tell you, managing a company involves many intricacies. Let me share some of the mistakes I made in the past. Su Guoxin turned back to Lin Xuan and continued talking. He went on and on. Su Hua clenched her fists, her eyes darkening. If he weren't her grandfather, he would have already been dragged away by her people. Grandpa, Su Hua spoke up. There's a company matter I need your advice on. Come with me to the study for a moment. Su Guoxin gave his granddaughter a suspicious look. She had always been decisive and independent, never seeking his opinion on company matters before. Why was she acting so out of character today? This wasn't like her at all. Su Guoxin glanced thoughtfully at Lin Xuan. When he had been talking to Lin Xuan earlier, Su Hua's expression had been off. Now she was asking the driver to take him back and sending him to the study. Could it be that Su Hua was eager to spend some alone time with Lin Xuan? The more Su Guoxin thought about it, the more he believed this was the case. Su Hua saw him as a third wheel. All right, Su Guoxin nodded with a smile. He followed Su Hua to the study, while Lin Xuan stayed behind in the living room, waiting for them. Su Hua, what did you want to discuss with the grandpa? Su Guoxin asked with a smile. Su Hua replied, Grandpa, do you want to hold a great-grandchild? Of course! Su Guoxin answered without hesitation. A soft, adorable baby, he had been dreaming of it. Su Hua said, if you want to hold a great-grandchild, then visit Night Garden less often. That way, you won't interrupt me and Lin Xuan when we're being intimate. Once the baby is born, you can take care of it. The promise was both grand and tempting. Su Guoxin thought back to the scene earlier when Lin Xuan had carried Su Hua downstairs, and his expression shifted slightly. He had indeed interrupted them. All right, Grandpa will listen to you. I won't come over anymore. The old man nodded with a smile. Then, Grandpa, can you head back now? Su Hua's expression softened. Su Guoxin suddenly remembered the incident from last night. Su Hua, I don't want what happened last night to occur again, Su Guoxin said sternly. Grandpa, what are you referring to? Su Hua asked calmly as she sat on the desk. She picked up a glass of water. As she drank, her mind involuntarily replayed the scene of her and Lin Xuan on the desk. A faint smile crept onto her lips. Choosing a wife for Xiaoxu, and are you still playing dumb with me? Su Guoxin angrily tapped his cane on the floor. Last night, you used yourself as bait, didn't you? Su Hua lowered her head, staring at her water glass, and remained silent. You put yourself in danger and even got your arm injured. Su Guoxin was both furious and worried. He gritted his teeth and said, such a small matter, why did you have to handle it personally? Couldn't you have sent your subordinates? It's just a minor injury, Su Hua replied indifferently. A minor injury? In your eyes, is everything short of death just a minor injury? Su Guoxin glared at Su Hua, exasperated by her stubbornness. Grandpa knows you're capable, but accidents happen. What if next time it's not just your arm that gets hurt? It won't happen. I know my limits. Su Hua lowered her gaze. In the past, she had always been drawn to extremely dangerous situations. There was nothing in this world that she cared about, so dying didn't matter to her. Back then, she had forcibly kept Lin Xuan by her side, and she was certain he hated her for it. If she died, he would probably be glad. Her organization, Night Rose, had grown and flourished over the years. Her reputation as the Dark Rose struck fear into the hearts of many, but now she valued her life. Lin Xuan had finally accepted her, and she wouldn't let anything happen to herself. It won't happen. Fine, keep doing those dangerous things then, the old man huffed angrily. If you die, I'll pick dozens of outstanding young women for Lin Xuan to choose from and marry. Then you can watch from the underworld as he enjoys a happy life with someone else. Soo-hyua, she pursed her lips and glanced at her grandfather. Grandpa, I'm your biological granddaughter. So what? Soo-gyuokshing snorted. If something really happens to you, I can't let Lin Chuan grow old alone, can I? I'm putting it out there, if anything happens to you, I'll immediately find him a wife. He had to use some tough love to make Soo-hyua realize her mistake. Soo-hyua lowered her eyes. It won't happen. Lin Chuan won't have the chance to be with anyone else. Whether in hell or on earth, she would always be with Lin Chuan. I'll cherish my life, Soo-hyua said softly. Soo-gyuokshing nodded in satisfaction. Good, good. It seemed his words had finally gotten through to her. Bringing up Lin Chuan had worked like a charm. Lin Chuan was truly the lucky star of the Su family, the only one who could reign in his fearless granddaughter. Hua, remember what you said today, Soo-gyuokshing said sternly. After their conversation, the two of them went downstairs. Soo-gyuokshing's teasing gaze shifted between Soo-hyua and Lin Chuan. Grandpa, what's wrong? Lin Chuan couldn't help but ask. The old man's stare was making him uncomfortable. Soo-gyuokshing chuckled. Lin Chuan, Hua, you two should work harder and make a baby for me to take care of. Make a baby. Lin Chuan couldn't help but glance at Soo-hyua's stomach. Come to think of it, Soo-hyua never let him use protection and practically kept him in bed every night. How come she still wasn't pregnant? I'll leave now. You two, give it your best shot. Humming a tune, Soo-gyuokshing left in high spirits. Soo-hyua glanced at Butler Wang, who immediately understood her meaning and ushered the servants out with a smile. The living room was now empty except for Soo-hyua and Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, Soo-hyua cooed as she wrapped herself around him like a seductive enchantress. Her delicate fingers traced his neck, moving downward to his well-defined abs. Her touch was like fire, igniting his senses wherever she trailed. Having been intimate many times, Soo-hyua now knew exactly how to arouse Lin Chuan. It wasn't long before Lin Chuan's breathing grew ragged. Only then did Soo-hyua stop. Lin Chuan, she whispered, pressing him down onto the sofa. Her lips brushed against his as she spoke in a sultry tone. Grandpa loves children. He's getting old, and we should fulfill his wish. Let's have a baby for him to play with, okay? Of course, having a baby was just an excuse. She wouldn't be able to be intimate with Lin Chu, and during the 10 months of pregnancy and the period after giving birth, a child would also steal Lin Chuan's attention away from her. She wasn't ready to let a child disrupt their lives so soon. She only said this to find an excuse to be close to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan was already aroused, but this time, he was determined to take control. He wrapped his arms around Soo-hyua's slender waist and flipped their positions. He kissed her deeply. Just as things were about to escalate, Lin Chuan suppressed his desire and said in a slightly hoarse voice, Hua, let me carry you to the bedroom. No, let's stay in the living room, Soo-hyua purred, her eyes glazed with desire, making her even more alluring. We've never tried it here before. Soo-hyua's arms pulled Lin Chuan down, and their lips met again. The seductive woman led the man deeper into indulgence and passion. Afterward, Lin Chuan couldn't help but think how fortunate it was that he had been drinking the nourishing tonic Butler Wang had prepared for him the past few days. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to keep up with Soo-hyua's demands. This time, Soo-hyua slept unusually late. When she woke up, Lin Chuan was already in the bathroom washing up. As Lin Chuan stepped out of the bathroom, he saw Soo-hyua lying on the bed, propping her head up with one hand. Her soft silk nightgown accentuated her graceful curves. Seeing her like this, Lin Chuan couldn't help but recall the events of the previous night. Lin Chuan's ears turned slightly red. He wondered where Soo-hyua had learned so many positions. Soo-hyua noticed Lin Chuan's presence. She got out of bed and walked barefoot toward him. Lin Chuan, I was very satisfied with your performance last night, Soo-hyua said with a seductive smile. So, your seduction was successful. Lin Chuan remained silent. How could it not be successful? He had given it his all last night, truly exhausting himself. Soo-hyua stood on her tiptoes and straightened Lin Chuan's collar. If you ever run into any problems in the future, don't hesitate to come to me. Of course, helping you comes with conditions, like last night, Soo-hyua whispered seductively in his ear. Lin Chuan, having such a powerful and wealthy girlfriend meant he never had to worry about any challenges, but his kidneys were paying the price. Soo-hyua headed to the company. Abs. Soo-gyuokshing entered the office. You asked for me? Soo-hyua instructed. Contact the Film and Television Censorship Department. Get the animated series from Tamu Group approved. Understood, John King replied. Also, Soo-hyua added, arrange for those 2 animated series to be broadcast on television. Additionally, prioritized Hanmu Group's TV dramas for television airing. Yes, MS. Though John King knew this was related to Lin Xuan and was of utmost importance, she immediately set aside her current tasks and carried out Su Hua's orders. Secretary Jiang, what brings you here? Qin Yuzhai, knowing John King was Su Hua's right-hand woman, treated her with great respect. Not only was the Su family's influence immense, but their intelligence network alone was enough to make him tread carefully. He couldn't afford to offend Su Hua. Did you block the 2 animated series from Tanu Group? Jian King asked sternly. Qin Yuzhai was taken aback. Jian King had come for Tanu Group's animated series. He had personally ordered those 2 series to be blocked. Could he admit it? Of course not. Tanu Group. Qin Yuzhai feigned surprise. Their animated series were blocked? I had no idea. Secretary John, this must be the work of someone in the department. I'll investigate immediately. Soft rice is really delicious. John King didn't expose him. Speaking indifferently, Skyline Group will invest in numerous film and television projects in the future. All the TV shows, animations, and cartoons, don't unnecessarily block them, understand? Having been by Su Hua's side for a long time, John King had learned a lot from her. When she turned serious, an overwhelming sense of authority emanated from her, making Qin Yuzhai feel suffocated. Yes. Qin Yuzhai wiped the sweat from his forehead. Remember, there are plenty of people who want your position. Be wise and know when to act accordingly, got it? Jiang King said. I understand, Qin Yuzhai replied hastily. Secretary John, if I may ask, what is the relationship between Skyline Group and President Su? That's none of your concern. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. John King coldly glared at Qin Yuzhai. As soon as John King left, Qin Yuzhai immediately grabbed his phone. Gather the animation review team and come with me to Skyline Group right now. At Skyline Group, in the conference room. Meeting adjourned. Lei Hui packed up the documents in his hands. General Manager, one of the executives asked, why haven't those 2 animations been submitted for review yet? The company had a lot of ongoing projects, and the funds were tight. They were counting on those 2 animations to bring in some revenue. The boss instructed us to hold off for now, Lei Hui replied. Let's focus on our tasks and not worry about it. The executive looked worried. He had heard that Starlight Group was behind this, and their animations might not pass the review. If that happened, their future TV shows might also get blocked. With investments ranging from tens of millions to hundreds of millions, failing to pass the review could severely damage the company. Breaking into the entertainment industry would be nearly impossible. Noticing the concern in the executive's eyes, Lei Hui patted his shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, if the boss says it's fine, he'll definitely find a way to resolve it. Lei Hui had complete faith in Lin Xuan. Since the founding of Skyline Group, every challenge they faced had been effortlessly resolved by Lin Xuan. By now, Lei Hui had become a devoted fan of Lin Xuan. Despite Lei Hui's reassurance, the executive still couldn't shake off his anxiety. General Manager, an employee rushed in. The head of the film and television department has personally come with his team. The executive was stunned. Weren't these people usually arrogant and aloof? Why were they here in person? Lei Hui didn't delay and hurried to meet them. To Lei Hui's astonishment, Qin Yuzhai apologized profusely. Manager Lei, Qin Yuzhai said apologetically. After an internal review, we've concluded that there are no issues with the 2 animations your company submitted. We sincerely apologize. It was a mistake by one of our contract workers who wasn't familiar with the review process and accidentally blocked your animations. We take this matter very seriously and have come in person to expedite the review process. Lei Hui nodded. Thank you, Director Qin. The executive watched as the film and television department team apologized, reviewed, and stamped the documents. Once the process was completed, they left, promising to update the system soon, which would ensure the animations would pass the review. The executive was still in a daze. Their animations had passed the review and the head of the film and television department had personally come to handle it. Not only that, but they had also apologized profusely for their mistake. Lei Hui walked over and smiled. Look, I told you not to worry. General Manager, the executive still couldn't believe it. What kind of connections does our boss have? This is incredible. Even Starlight Group wouldn't have the power to make the head of the film and television department come and apologize like this. I'm curious too, Lei Hui said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. General Manager, Lei Hui's secretary rushed in, his face filled with excitement. The children's channel contacted us. They want to review our animations and, if they're good, we'll schedule them for broadcast. Lei Hui! The executive, Exclamation, 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 holy cow. The boss is so powerful, even the TV station is reaching out. Lei Hui immediately sent the animations over. The children's channel's director had assumed that the animations, which had secured a spot through connections, would be of poor quality. However, after watching * Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf * and * Detective Conan *, the director and the staff were thoroughly impressed. Both animations were masterpieces. They appealed to a wide audience: young children, teenagers, and even adults. They had a feeling these animations would be a huge hit. Manager Lei, the director said with a smile, coincidentally, 2 animations are finishing their run next Monday. We'll slot yours in right away. Prime time slots 6 to 8 p.m. and 8 to 9:30 p.m. Thank you. Lei Hui returned to the company, and after hearing one report after another from his secretary, he couldn't help but call Lin Xuan. He was still in a daze, unable to believe what had happened. Boss, Lei Hui said, our animations have passed the review, and they've been picked up by the children's channel. Also, I've received numerous calls from TV stations asking if we have any TV dramas ready for release. They're willing to prioritize our shows. Lin Xuan was equally surprised. Did Su Hua not only arrange for the animations to pass the review but also pave the way for their shows on all TV stations? Is this what it feels like to have a powerful backer? It has to be said, it feels great. Thanks to Su Hua's arrangements, their company's TV dramas and other projects would now have a smooth path to broadcast without having to worry about Lin Chang causing any trouble. Shen Kaiqian appeared in a run-down rental apartment. She was wearing a pink Chanel-style dress, paired with small heels, and her makeup was flawless. A pink butterfly hair clip adorned her hair. Beside her was her lackey, Zhang Lai. In front of Shen Kaiqian knelt a girl, trembling as she glanced at the surrounding bodyguards. Kaiqian, I was wrong, the girl kowtowed frantically. I shouldn't have insulted you. Please, let me go. Zhang Lai crossed her arms and sneered. If apologies worked, what would we need the police for? Kaiqian, you need to teach her a proper lesson. She needs to remember this. Shen Kaiqian's delicate face was dark with anger. Lately, she couldn't stop thinking about that day in the cafe when Lin Chu and that vile woman were so intimate, as if no one else was around. It was driving her insane. She couldn't accept it. She, a proud heiress of the Shen family, had lost to a woman who climbed her way up using her body. This girl had privately mocked her, saying she was too spoiled and unreasonable, and that no one would ever truly like her. Well, she had walked right into Shen Kaiqian's line of fire. Shen Kaiqian let you off? Shen Kaiqian sneered. Shen Yu, weren't you so bold before, daring to talk behind my back? Why are you so scared now? Shen Yu trembled uncontrollably. She truly regretted it. She shouldn't have said that Lin Lai was cheating on Shen Kaiqian and that she deserved it. She shouldn't have said that no man would ever truly love Shen Kaiqian. Because she was slightly more attractive, she had overshadowed Shen Kaiqian to become the campus belle, and Shen Kaiqian had always bullied her. Even after she deliberately made herself look plain, Shen Kaiqian still wouldn't leave her alone. She had always harbored resentment toward Shen Kaiqian, so when she was chatting with her friends about Shen Kaiqian that day, she couldn't help but say a few harsh words. Little did she know, Shen Kaiqian had overheard. She had always known how terrifying Shen Kaiqian could be, hadn't she? Moreover, her father was a small-time manager at a company under Shen Corporation. Losing his job would be as simple as Shen Kaiqian uttering a single word. Her mother needed a large sum of money for her medical treatment, and her father's salary was indispensable. She should have endured until she graduated from university. Just one more year, and she would have been free. You lowly trash, how dare you point fingers at me? Shen Kaiqian's delicate face twisted in anger. Zhang Lai watched with amusement, clearly enjoying the spectacle. She had always disliked Chen Yu, that little vixen with her seductive looks. Thankfully, Shen Kaiqian could keep her in check. Slap. Shen Kaiqian struck Chen Yu's face several times. Chen Yu bit her lip, enduring the searing pain in silence. A faint cough echoed from inside the house. Yu, what's going on? Chen's mother's weak voice called out from the bedroom. Mom, I'm just watching TV, Chen Yu replied loudly. Mom, you're not feeling well. Go back to sleep. All right. Chen's mother murmured and closed her eyes. How filial of you, Shen Kaiqian sneered. Kaiqian, you can do whatever you want to me, Chen Yu pleaded. But please, don't let my mother find out. She has a heart condition and can't handle any shocks. Fine, I'll agree to that, but on one condition. Shen Kaiqian took a plate of food from the dining table, dumped it on the floor, and had her bodyguard stomp on it. Cheng Yu, eat it! Crawl on the ground like a dog and eat it. No hands allowed. Chen Yu clenched her fists, her face filled with humiliation. You have 10 seconds. If you don't eat it, don't blame me for having my father contact your dad's company and getting him fired. Not only that, I'll make sure your mother sees exactly how her daughter is being humiliated by me. Shen Kaiqian lifted her chin arrogantly. My family has power and influence, Chen Yu. I advise you not to defy me. Shen Yu bit her lip and got down on her knees, crawling toward the food on the ground. Shen Kaiqian watched with a triumphant smile as Chen Yu lowered her head and began licking the floor. Eat it, hell hada, keep eating. The bodyguard watched impassively, clearly accustomed to Shen Kaiqian's cruel behavior. Kaiqian, Janlai flattered, with your looks and background, how could anyone not genuinely like you? She's just jealous of you. I don't think there's a man alive who wouldn't fall for you. Shen Kaiqian's eyes darkened. Indeed, with her family's wealth and her beauty, how could anyone not love her? So what if Lin Chu and didn't love her now? He was just bewitched by that vixen. She would definitely win Lin Xuan back from that woman. Once he got to know her, he would surely fall for her. Shen Kaiqian suddenly grabbed Chen Yu's hair and flung her to the side, causing Chen Yu's face to hit the ground. Chen Yu lay on the floor, biting her lip and holding back tears. Don't overestimate yourself and mess with me again, understand? Shen Kaiqian said, stepping over Chen Yu's face in her little skirt before leaving. After Shen Kaiqian left, Chen Yu got up from the floor. She silently cleaned up the mess in the living room, then went to the kitchen to prepare her mother's medicine. Mom, it's time to take your medicine, Chen Yu called out, waking her mother. Chen's mother propped herself up on the bed, leaning against the headboard as she drank the medicine. She noticed the bruises on Chen Yu's face and froze. Yu, how did you get such a big bruise on your face? Chen's mother asked, her voice filled with concern. It's nothing, Chen Yu replied, covering her face. Mom, don't worry, I just tripped and fell. How could you get hurt so badly? Go put some medicine on it. Okay? Chen Yu nodded, her nose stung with unshed tears. After leaving her mother's room, she crouched in a corner and sobbed quietly. Shen Kaiqian left the rental house. Kaiqian, let's go shopping, Zhang Lai suggested. No, I'm going to the Lin family's house, Shen Kaiqian said through gritted teeth. She needed to win Lin Xuan back as soon as possible. She couldn't let him sink deeper into that woman's clutches. Shen Kaiqian entered the Lin family's villa and sat down on the living room sofa, her expression haughty. In her eyes, the entire Lin family had wronged her, and she owed them no politeness. Kaiqian, what brings you here? Zhang Shukin asked, her tone ingratiating. Shen Kaiqian frowned. Where's uncle? Wait a moment, I'll call him right away, Zhang Shukin replied with a forced smile. Lin Lai emerged from his room, faintly hearing the conversation in the living room. He frowned and asked a passing servant, Who's here? Young master, it's Miss Chen Kaiqian, the servant replied respectfully. Lin Lai's face darkened. What was she doing here? Was she here for Lin Xuan again? Lin Chang hurried back after receiving Zhang Shukin's call. Kaiqian, Lin Chang said warmly. It's been a while. How are you and your father doing? Shen Kaiqian ignored his question and asked, What's the progress on arranging my engagement with Lin Xuan? Don't worry, Kaiqian. I'll have it sorted out soon, Lin Chang assured her. He had already set the plan in motion. You'd better hurry. If I'm not engaged to Lin Xu and within 3 days, the partnership between Starlight Group and Shen Corporation is off. Shen Kaiqian snapped. With that, she got up and left. Jiang Shukin's face turned grim. It was all about Lin Xu and again. Lin Xuan must have deliberately seduced Shen Kaiqian. Shen Kaiqian was originally Lin Lai's fiancé, and Lin Xuan was clearly trying to humiliate Lin Lai through this. Darling, Zhang Shukin couldn't help but say, didn't you try to reach out to Lin Chu and before? He didn't give you the time of day. Maybe we should just let this go. Don't worry. This time, will work, Lin Chang said confidently. If Lin Xuan wanted to grow his company, he had no choice but to return to the Lin family. Lin Xuan had no other option. Lin Chang had discovered that Lin Xuan was the owner of Tanmu Group. Instead of going to see him at school like before, he decided to visit Tanmu Group directly. Here comes the general manager's office. Lin Xuan tossed a thick stack of documents to Lei Hui. King of pesticides? What's this? Lei Hui asked, puzzled. It's the game proposal. You can start hiring people to develop the game. Lei Hui had previously managed a company that also developed games. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, he immediately became interested and picked up the game proposal to read. Anything that came from Lin Xuan was never ordinary. Lei Hui began flipping through the pages. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, sat leisurely on the sofa, sipping tea. After just a few pages, Lei Hui's eyes lit up with immense joy. He hurriedly started reading the details about the heroes. His eyes grew even brighter. The descriptions of the heroes' skills were comprehensive, covering cute types, tough guys, and handsome ones. Not only would boys enjoy playing it, but it would also attract many girls. He had a feeling that if they could develop this game according to the proposal, it would definitely become a huge hit. Lei Hui frowned and asked, "Boss, creating such a large-scale game will require a significant investment. The funds in our company's account might not be enough." "It's fine. Our animated series is set to air on TV next week, right? By then, we should see some funds flowing back in. As for the remaining gap, I'll cover it." By then, the stocks of Feng Hui Group that he had bought from Lin Chang could also be sold. That would bring in another large sum of money. Lei Hui, he had almost forgotten that the man in front of him was not someone short on cash. "Boss," the secretary hurried in. "Lin Chang is here. He wants to see you." Lin Xuan frowned. The secretary was aware of the issues between Lin Xuan and the Lin family, so he asked, "Should I tell him you're not here?" "No need." Lin Xuan thought for a moment and realized that Lin Chang was here because of the animated series. Lin Chang wanted him to return to the family, but Lin Chang's plans were destined to fail this time. "Just tell him I'm busy and that he'll have to wait," Lin Xuan said. "Yes? Oh, and one more thing," Lin Xuan added, "no need to entertain him. Let him sit there by himself." "Understood, boss." The secretary immediately followed Lin Xuan's instructions. He went downstairs. "Mr. Lin," the secretary said with a smile, "our boss is currently busy and can't see you right now. Would you like to wait here or come back later?" Lin Chang sneered. So, his rebellious son Lin Xuan was finally willing to see him. As he had expected, Lin Xuan was feeling the pressure. Only if he stopped targeting Starlight Group would the company have a way out. Lin Xuan, for the sake of the company, had no choice but to compromise with him. "I'll wait here," Lin Chang said. "I'll wait until Xuan is done." The secretary nodded and went back upstairs to attend to his duties. Lin Chang frowned. Did Starlight Group have no sense of etiquette? It was no surprise, given that Lin Xuan, who had no formal background, was running the company. They clearly didn't understand proper manners. Lin Chang had no choice but to find a seat and sit down. He kept glancing at his watch. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. Lin Chang asked the receptionist countless times, but the answer was always the same. Lin Xuan was busy and he would have to wait. Lin Chang began to suspect that Lin Xuan was deliberately keeping him waiting. He wanted to leave, but today was the final deadline Chen Kai-kian had given him. He had to meet with Lin Xuan today. He couldn't delay any longer. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan was chatting with Su Hua. "Ok Xuan, Hua Bao, I've missed you in the 3 hours we've been apart." In the meeting room, Su Hua looked at her phone, a slight smile forming on her lips. She lowered her head, her slender fingers tapping on the screen as she replied to Lin Xuan. "Me too." The executives in the room felt the cold atmosphere dissipate. When they looked up, they saw Su Hua smiling. The only person who could put Su Hua in such a good mood was her boyfriend. The executives' eyes lit up in unison. Great! Their savior had arrived. Su Hua put her phone away, and the icy demeanor she had earlier completely vanished. "Let's continue," Su Hua said expressionlessly. The meeting ended. "Mr. Su's boyfriend is amazing. Just a few messages can make her so happy," the executives commented. They were extremely grateful to Lin Xuan. Another 3 hours passed. Finally, Lin Xuan arrived in the lobby. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Mr. Lin, you came to see me?" Lin Chang scrutinized Lin Xuan, his frown deepening. Given the issues with the animated series not being approved, shouldn't Lin Xuan be looking haggard? Why did he still seem so confident and energetic? "What were you doing just now?" Lin Chang asked sternly. "What I was doing is none of your business, Mr. Lin Xuan replied with a light laugh. "Lin Xuan, what kind of attitude is this?" Lin Chang began to adopt the tone of a patriarch again. "Mr. Lin, just tell me why you're here," Lin Xuan said. He sat down on a chair, crossing his legs and leaning back in a relaxed posture. Lin Chang spoke in a serious tone. "If you return to the Lin family and agree to marry Shen Kai-kian, I will stop targeting your company." "Are you talking about the approval of the animated series?" Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. "Lin Xuan, those 2 animated series were just a warning. If you continue to refuse to marry Shen Kai-kian, I will launch a full-scale attack on your company." Lin Chang's expression was cold as he continued. "The TV dramas and films you're currently shooting will not be approved, and I will also blacklist all the artists under your name. As long as I don't give the green light, your company will not survive in the entertainment industry." Lin Xuan chuckled. "Mr. Lin, Are you so confident that you can destroy my company? Lin Xuan's eyes were filled with mockery. Lin Xuan, your Starlight Group has only been around for a few months. You've just entered the entertainment industry. Starlight Group has deep roots. If I want to crush your company, it would be as easy as stepping on an ant, Lin Chang said with full confidence. He had never taken Starlight Group seriously. Oh, is that so? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. But my animated series has already been approved, and it's set to air on the children's channel next week. So, Mr. Lin, your first move against Starlight Group has already failed. Lin Chang's frown deepened. Approved? How was that possible? He had already made arrangements, and the other party had promised to block Starlight Group's animated series. Lin Chang said coldly. Lin Xuan, you've become quite the liar, haven't you? It seems Mr. Lin doesn't believe me. Why don't you check the children's channel's official Weibo account? Lin Chang, seeing Lin Xuan's confident expression, felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Could he be telling the truth? Lin Chang took out his phone, logged into Weibo, and searched for the children's channel's official account. Sure enough, he saw Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf and Detective Conan listed in their programming schedule for next week. He has a woman he likes. This Lin Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. An animated series that had in past censorship would never appear on the children's channel's program schedule. No, impossible. Lin Chang shook his head. He refused to believe it, but all the evidence forced him to accept that those two animated series had indeed passed censorship. Not only that, they were now airing on the children's channel during prime time. It was worth noting that even Starlight Entertainment's animated series rarely made it to the children's channel, let alone during prime time. Lin Xuan, in a cheerful mood, watched as Lin Chang's face turned pale and then flushed with anger. How on earth did you manage this? Lin Chang asked through gritted teeth. That, I suppose, is none of Chairman Lin's business, Lin Xuan replied casually, sipping on a cup of tea handed to him by his staff member. Lin Chang's expression turned icy. Lin Xuan, Starlight Group has dominated the entertainment industry for 20 years. Our methods go far beyond what you've seen. Are you sure you want to go against me? I'm giving you one last chance. Go home and get engaged to Shen Kaiqian. After that, we'll merge your company with Starlight Group and you'll take on a key position within the company. Lin Chang had to admit Lin Xuan had a remarkable talent for business. He wanted to harness the talent to further Starlight Group's growth. If you perform well, you could inherit Starlight Group. Lin Chang dangled the carrot in front of Lin Xuan. Chairman Lin Xuan scoffed. I founded Skyline Group precisely to oppose you. Merging with Starlight Group, what are you thinking? As for your methods, bring them on. I'm ready for whatever you throw at me. He had prepared for everything. Lin Chang was powerless against him now. Fine, very well. Lin Chang's face darkened like ink. Lin Xuan, don't blame me for disregarding our father-son relationship. Chairman Lin, you're joking. We've already severed ties. What father-son relationship is there? Lin Xuan chuckled. You should be more concerned about how you're going to explain the losses from the Shen family's terminated collaborations to your shareholders. With that, Lin Xuan left in his Rolls-Royce in high spirits. Lin Chang returned to Starlight Group, his expression grim. He slammed his phone onto the desk. What's wrong? Why are you so angry? Wang Yajin walked into the chairman's office holding a cup of coffee and asked with concern. Who's upset you this time? It's that brat, Lin Xuan. Lin Chang said coldly, both of his animated series passed censorship. He is riding high now, completely disregarding me. Wang Yajin was secretly delighted. It seemed Lin Chang had failed to convince Lin Xuan to get engaged to Shen Kaiqian. Lin Xuan had thoroughly infuriated Lin Chang. After this, Lin Xuan stood little chance of competing with her son for the Lin family's inheritance. The Lin family would soon belong to her and her son. How did this happen? Chang, how did Lin Xuan manage to get his animated series approved? Wang Yajin asked, frowning. I don't know. Lin Chang pinched the bridge of his nose. Wang Yajin's question reminded him of something, and he frowned. Could it be the woman who's supporting Lin Xuan? If that's the case, her wealth and influence might surpass Starlight Group's. Lin Chang's eyes lit up. Wang Yajin's heart skipped a beat. She knew Lin Chang better than anyone. He was a man who prioritized profit above all else. With Starlight Group's growth currently stalled, if this woman truly had such power, Lin Chang might try to curry favor with her. That would mean Lin Chang would also try to repair his relationship with Lin Xuan. She had to nip this idea in the bud. Wang Yajin carefully weighed her words. Chang, among the companies stronger than Starlight Group, only Su Hua holds real power. The rest are all controlled by men. Su Hua has no interest in men, so Lin Xuan couldn't possibly be involved with her. That leaves only a few wealthy wives, but if their husbands found out their wives were involved with Lin Chuan, they wouldn't let him off the hook. It might even affect our company. Lin Chang's brows furrowed. If Lin Chuan were involved with some heiress, I think that's even less likely, Wang Yajin analyzed. I doubt they have the resources to support Lin Chuan's company. Besides, given how much Lin Chuan despises us, he probably wouldn't let us benefit from his connection with this woman. Lin Chang's expression darkened. Yajin was right. He shouldn't pin his hopes on Lin Chuan anymore. Yajin, arrange for all streaming platforms and cinemas to block Skyline Group's TV shows and movies. Also, blacklist all of Skyline Group's artists. Lin Chang said fiercely, Lin Chuan likes to oppose me, then I'll show him the consequences of crossing me. Without distribution platforms, and with only one TV channel airing his shows, Lin Chuan's investments in movies and TV series would never turn a profit. All right, I'll handle it. Wang Yajin nodded. She walked behind Lin Chang and began massaging his temples. Lin Chang leaned back in his chair, eyes closed. Wang Yajin's gentle attentiveness was something Jiang Shuken had never offered. Chang, since Lin Chuan refuses to get engaged to Shen Kainqian, how should we explain this to her? Wang Yajin asked with concern. I'll have to go to her in person and apologize, Lin Chang said through gritted teeth. If it weren't for Lin Chuan, he wouldn't have apologized to a junior like her. After buying some gifts, Lin Chang arrived at the Shen family's residence. Shen Kainqian was lying in her room, scrolling through her phone. Miss, a servant came to inform her, Lin Chang is here. Lin Chang! Shen Kainqian's eyes lit up. Today was the deadline she had given him. Had he come to announce her engagement to Lin Chuan? By the way, is he alone? Did Lin Chuan come too? Shen Kainqian asked nervously. The servant shook her head. No, he is alone. Shen Kainqian's excitement dimmed. But it didn't matter. Lin Chuan might be busy, which is why he didn't come with his father. Shen Kainqian slipped on her slippers and hurried downstairs. Uncle Lin, compared to their last meeting, Shen Kainqian's attitude toward Lin Chang had improved significantly. She tried to contain her excitement. Have you come to tell me about Lin Chuan? Kainqian, Lin Chang's expression was grave. Shen Kainqian's heart sank. She had a bad feeling. I've done my best, Lin Chang sighed. Shu and said he already has someone he loves. He refuses to get engaged to anyone else. Shen Kainqian clenched her fists tightly. Lin Shu and had rejected her once again. What was wrong with her? She came from a good family and was completely devoted to him. Why wouldn't he even look her way? I want to make him a eunuch, Kainqian. Don't be too upset, Lin Chang comforted. Get out of here. Shen Kainqian pointed to the door. I'm telling you, I won't help you plead with Dad. Shen Kainqian redirected her anger toward Lin Chang. If it weren't for the Lin family driving Lin Chuan out, he wouldn't have disobeyed Lin Chang. It's all their fault. Kainqian, regarding Lear's matter, our Lin family has wronged you. Don't worry, I'll gradually convince Xu and Lin Chang still wanted to make amends. I don't need you to convince Lin Chuan. I'll handle it myself, Shen Kainqian said with a grim expression. Now get out. Lin Chang had no choice but to leave. Shen Kainqian bit her lip. She wouldn't admit defeat so easily. Shen Kainqian had been spoiled by her father since childhood. He always gave her whatever she wanted. She was used to getting her way, no matter what. And it was the same with Lin Chuan. Her obsession with Lin Chuan wasn't just because she liked him, it was also because he loved someone else and she couldn't have him. Wang De, Shen Kainqian spoke in a low voice. Yes, miss, Wang De replied respectfully. Shen Kainqian raised her chin slightly. I want you to follow Lin Chuan's girlfriend. Take photos and videos of her being intimate with other men. She wanted Lin Chuan to see the true face of that seductress. She wanted him to know how that woman climbed her way up by seducing other men. No man could tolerate his wife betraying him. Daring to steal my man? HMPH, Shen Kainqian's eyes darkened. I won't let you get away with this. Once she got Lin Chuan back, she would make that woman pay. Oh, and she would hold Lin Chuan's hand and flaunt their love in front of her. At the Lin family residence, Lin Lai personally prepared Jiang Shuken's prenatal medicine every day. That day, he brought her another bowl. Mom, drink your medicine before you sleep. All right, I'll listen to you. After Jiang Shuken finished the medicine, she sat on the bed, smiling as she watched Lin Lai leave. Lear was so obedient and considerate, unlike that rebellious son, Lin Chuan, who always defied her. It was a pity, though. If only Lear were her biological son. As soon as Lin Lai left Jiang Shuken's room, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a dark expression. HMPH, Lin Lai let out a sinister laugh. You want a child? I'll make sure you lose it and never get pregnant again. thinking she could give birth to a child and compete with him for the Lin family fortune. How laughable! Lin Lai returned to his room and closed the door. He turned on his computer and logged into a familiar website, the dark web. It was the largest underground network in Asia, filled with illegal and illicit transactions. Lin Lai placed an order with a well-known domestic underground organization. 8 million. I want Lin Chuan from Shanking University to suffer unimaginable pain. I also want him castrated. He only had a little over 10 million in savings. Spending 8 million was a huge gamble for him. Lin Chuan, the pain I've endured, I'll make sure you experience it tenfold. Once you're no longer a man, do you think Su Hua will still love you? Once she abandons you, you'll have nothing, and I'll keep you under my heel forever. Hudud! Lin Lai burst into laughter. Just thinking about Lin Chuan's miserable state filled him with satisfaction. Lin Lai suddenly realized he hadn't shaved in several days. He picked up a razor and walked to the mirror, only to find that his face was smooth, no trace of stubble, like a woman's. He remembered reading about eunuchs in a book how castration reduced or stopped the secretion of male hormones, causing facial hair to disappear. Ah! Lin Lai let out a scream of despair, sweeping everything off the bathroom counter in a fit of rage. The underground organization looked into Lin Chuan's background. He seemed thin and weak. Completing this task would be a piece of cake. They accepted the job without hesitation. However, they had a bigger assignment to finish first. Once that was done, they would deal with Lin Chuan. Meanwhile, Shen Kaienqian's side, Wang De had been trying to follow Shen Kaienqian's orders to photograph Su Hua, but they couldn't even find out Su Hua's address, workplace, or anything about her, let alone capture any compromising images. Oh, you can't get anything? Shen Kaienqian's face darkened. How is that possible? Miss, I've exhausted all methods to investigate, but I can't find her exact location. She seems mysterious, Wang De said nervously. Useless. All of you are useless. Such a simple task, and you can't even handle it. A woman who relies on her looks to seduce men, how mysterious can she be? You're just incompetent and making excuses. Shen Kaienqian grabbed a teacup and hurled it at Wang De's head. With a loud bang, the teacup hit Wang De's forehead, then fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Blood trickled from Wang De's temple down to his chin. Miss, Wang De said, pursing his lips, we can't find her, but your father's people might be able to. Perhaps you could ask him for help. No, I can't let Dad know about this, Shen Kaienqian bit her lip. If her father found out Lin Chu and had a girlfriend, he would never allow her to be with him. She couldn't take that risk. But what else could she do to win Lin Chuan back? She didn't even have a chance to see him. A sense of defeat washed over Shen Kaienqian. Wang De added, however, Miss, I found out that Lin Chuan is participating in the national computer competition in 2 days. Would you like to go? Yes, I must go. Shen Kaienqian's eyes lit up. Finally, she could see Lin Chuan again. Hurry, go get me tickets. I want to watch the competition. Shen Kaienqian's face was filled with excitement. This time, she would cheer for Lin Chu and with all her heart. At Su Corporation, the principal of Shanking University sent 3 tickets to Su Hua. CEO Su, these are from the principal. John King handed over the tickets. What is it? Su Hua signed a document without looking up. John King replied, tickets to the National Computer Team competition. Principal Wang mentioned that young Master Lin's computer skills are excellent. He's one of the contestants. When is it? Su Hua put down her pen. John King answered, in 2 days, in Yundu City. Adjust my schedule for that day. Clear some time to watch Chuan's competition, Su Hua said. But CEO Su, there's an important meeting that day before John King could finish. Su Hua shot her a cold glance. Do as I say. John King nodded. Yes, CEO Su. She should have known better. Of course, Su Hua would want to watch young Master Lin compete. Forgot Grandpa after getting a boyfriend the day of the computer competition arrived. Hua Bao, I'm heading to school. Wait! Su Hua walked up to Lin Chuan and straightened his clothes for him. Hey Chuan! Su Hua stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on his lips. Good luck in the competition. Hua Bao, you knew I had a competition today? A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Chuan's eyes. I know everything about Chuan. Su Hua's fingers rested on Lin Chuan's chest. So be good, and remember, you're my man, Su Hua's man. Otherwise, I'll lock you in bed and torment you. The word torment was uttered with a suggestive tone. The depth in Su Hua's eyes seemed as if it could devour Lin Chu and whole. Lin Chu and had a feeling that if he didn't leave now, he might not be able to leave for a while. Hua Bao, I'm in a hurry. I have to go. Lin Chuan slipped away like a greased eel. Su Hua chuckled softly, her entire being radiating joy. The ringtone of her phone sounded. Su Hua glanced at the caller ID, which displayed Grandpa. She held the phone to her ear. Hua, Su Guoxing asked kindly, would you like to come over to Grandpa's place? Su Hua and Lin Xuan were inseparable. He had deliberately chosen a time when Lin Xuan was at school to call his granddaughter, making it easier for her to agree to spend time with him, an old man. Being alone at home was so boring. No, Su Hua refused without hesitation. Hua, is it because of work that you can't come? The old man asked, puzzled. No, Xuan is participating in a computer competition today. I want to watch his match in person. Su Guoxing clutched his chest, his tone tinged with jealousy. So, you've really forgotten about your grandpa now that you have a boyfriend. Oh, this is just. Before Su Guoxing could finish, Su Hua hung up the phone. The line went dead with a series of beeps. Su Guoxing shook his head helplessly. To be honest, he did feel a bit jealous, but the better their relationship was, the more comforted and happy he felt. Ever since Su Hua returned to the Su family, she had seemed indifferent to everything. With Lin Xuan around, he realized that Su Hua could laugh so happily, just like an ordinary person. Her aura had also softened, something he had never seen before. Su Guoxing checked the start time of the computer competition. Then he called one of his old friends. Old Liu, come over to my place. Didn't you want to take a look at that jade seal? Come on, I'll let you see it. Old Master Liu was astonished. Weren't you extremely protective of that jade seal? How come you're willing to let me see it now? He had begged countless times before. Every time, Su Guoxing had refused without a second thought. This time, he had actually taken the initiative to call and invite him over to see the jade seal. This was unusual. Very unusual. Enough with the nonsense. Just tell me, are you coming or not? Su Guoxing asked. He was busy and still had to contact others. Old Master Liu, of course, I'm coming. After begging for so long, he finally had a chance to satisfy his curiosity. How could he not go? Click. Su Guoxing hung up the phone. Old Master Liu, Su Guoxing then contacted a few more of his old friends. Old Chen, it's me, Su Guoxing. Didn't you love the dishes my chef makes? My chef is already preparing your favorite dishes. Old Lai, come over to the Su family residence. Didn't you have your eye on that jade chess set? I'm willing to sell it to you. Su Guoxing called over 3 of his old friends. Hadn't they all said that his granddaughter would end up alone? Well, he was going to show them just how handsome and outstanding his future grandson-in-law was. The 3 old friends arrived quickly. Su Guoxing had already turned on the TV. Old Su, where's the jade seal? Old Su, where's my food? Old Su, where's the chess set? The 3 old men asked. Old Lai slapped a bank card onto the table. The 100 million for the jade chess set is right here. I can transfer it anytime. Su Guoxing smiled. No rush for that. Come and watch the TV first. The 3 old men, it's the National College Computer Competition. It's going to be exciting, and it's starting soon, Su Guoxing explained. The 3 old men, a computer competition? Since when did old Su care about such things? Backstage at the competition, apart from King Hua University, the other 4 teams that had made it to the finals had arrived. Everyone believed that Yandere University had the highest chance of winning this competition, especially Lin Lai. He was the most skilled among them, and his family background was exceptional. Starlight Group had recently entered the gaming industry and had launched several popular games in the past few months. The company was growing rapidly, and the salaries were high. Getting a job in Starlight Group's gaming department would be a great opportunity for them. They gathered around Lin Lai, flattering him. Lin, your performance in the preliminary rounds was outstanding. It's no wonder you won first place in last year's individual competition. Lin, you're definitely going to lead Yandere University to victory this time. Like father, like son. Your dad has done such a great job developing Starlight Group, and you're just as impressive. Lin Lai, surrounded by the crowd, felt immensely proud, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. He reveled in the feeling of being the center of attention. Lin Xuan, Wang Da, and another contestant from King Hua University also entered the backstage area. Wang Da had been recommended by Lin Xuan to participate in the competition. One of the students from another school had been in a car accident, so a replacement had been sent. The replacement looked puzzled. Who are they? Why are they arriving so late? Don't you know? That's the team from King Hua University. They made it to the finals in 5th place, his teammate explained. King Hua University? Didn't they usually rank 2nd or 3rd in previous years? How did they drop to 5th this time? One of their team members is dragging him down. His name is Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan? Yeah, he's actually Lin Lai's twin brother. Twin brothers? The boy couldn't help but comment. Isn't the gap between them too big? One led his team to first place, while the other dragged his team down to fifth. Exactly. I don't understand why they let such a useless person compete. Wang Da, overhearing their conversation, sneered inwardly. Lin Chuan had just been holding back his true strength earlier. Soon he would unleash his full potential and leave them all in the dust. Wang Da had an unshakable confidence in Lin Chuan. He was certain that Lin Chuan would lead King Hua University to victory. The professor from King Hua University who had brought the team over paid no attention to the discussion. He simply reminded them, do your best later. Don't stress too much. Just give it your all. Lin Lai walked over to Lin Chuan. He lowered his voice and sneered. Lin Chuan, isn't your school worried about being completely crushed by Yandere University with you on the team? Secretly showing off affection, Lin Chuan glanced up at him, frowning. Why was Lin Lai bothering him again? Oh, so confident? Lin Chuan's lips curled into a mocking smile. Lin Lai smirked arrogantly. Lin Chuan, you're definitely going to lose to me this time. And next time too. Once the people he hired crippled Lin Chuan's team, he'd see what Lin Chuan could possibly use to compete against him. Lin Chuan chuckled softly. Is that so? Then let's see who comes out on top. Lin Lai couldn't stand Lin Chuan's calm and relaxed demeanor. It was as if nothing fazed him. His taunts felt like they were hitting a wall of cotton. Clenching his fists, Lin Lai returned to his seat, glaring at Lin Chuan from a distance, his eyes dark and menacing. All 5 members of the Lin family had come to participate in the competition. Dad, Mom, don't worry. Zio Lai will definitely lead the team to victory, Lin Qingwen said with a smile. Ha ha ha, of course, I'm not worried, Lin Chang replied with a laugh. Lin Lai had always won first place in computer competitions, bringing the family a lot of pride. This time would be no different. Shen Kaiqian arrived at the scene, accompanied by her lackey, Zhang Lai. Meanwhile, Su Hua sat in the front row of the audience. The host took the microphone and announced with a smile, welcome everyone to the 21st National College Computer Team Competition. This year, Su Corporation has generously provided substantial prizes for the winners. First place will receive 5 million, second place 3 million, and third place 2 million. Additionally, the most outstanding MVP from the champion team will receive a whopping 50 million yuan. The entire venue erupted in excitement. 50 million yuan! Such an astronomical sum. Su Corporation was truly flexing its financial muscles. Wang Da's eyes sparkled. The total prize money for the top 3 teams combined was only a fifth of the MVP's reward. This lopsided distribution had to be Su Hua's way of secretly rewarding Lin Chuan, and he, Wang Da, would get a hefty share too. As expected, sticking with a wealthy friend paid off. President Su, aren't you worried that Lin Lai might win the championship? John King asked, furrowing her brows. No, the championship will belong to Xuan, Su Hua replied, her crimson lips curling into a faint smile. She believed in him. President Su, young Master Lin has always had a rocky relationship with Lin Lai. What if, just saying, something unexpected happens and Lin Lai takes the prize? Young Master Lin might be upset. The Lin family had treated Lin Chuan poorly in the past, and the thought of Lin Lai walking away with 50 million made John King uneasy. If he really does take it, Su Hua said nonchalantly, we'll just send someone to take the money back. John King, straightforward and ruthless. But no matter what, Lin Lai wouldn't be keeping that money. John King felt reassured. Su Hua's striking appearance caught the attention of the cameras, which frequently panned to her during audience shots. Back at the Su family's ancestral home, the elders were stunned. Old Su, isn't that Hua? Why is she watching a competition? They rarely saw Su Hua, but they knew her well enough. She was always cold and distant, her focus solely on work. She rarely involved herself in anything else. So why was she attending a computer competition? It didn't fit her personality at all. Old Master Su simply smiled without a word. The host continued, now, let's welcome the 15 participants from 5 universities to the stage. 15 students, each wearing different colored team uniforms, lined up on stage. Shen Kaiqian covered her mouth, her face filled with excitement. She finally got to see Lin Chuan again. After not seeing him for a while, he seemed even more handsome than before, exuding the confidence and charm of a young man in his prime. Kaiqian, Zhang Lai said, her face also lit up with admiration. Do you see the third guy from the left? He is so handsome. She was obviously talking about Lin Chuan. If I could be his girlfriend, I'd be over the moon, Zhang Lai gushed, clutching her cheeks dreamily. Shut up! Shen Kaiqian snapped, her expression darkening. You can't like him. He's mine. The last sentence was spoken softly, but Zhang Lai still heard it. Oh, Zhang Lai drew out the syllable, teasingly winking. So that's why you came to watch the competition, huh? Poor him. Shen Kaienqian blushed, her cheeks turning a deep shade of red. Kaienqian, you're so beautiful. I doubt he could resist falling for you, Zhang Lai said with a grin. Shen Kaienqian twisted her clothes nervously, her voice low. But he doesn't like me. If he doesn't like you now, he will later. Don't worry, Kaienqian. If he doesn't end up liking you, I'll cut off my head and let you use it as a soccer ball, Zhang Lai declared confidently. Shen Kaienqian didn't argue with her. Ness, Lin Xuan would definitely fall for her. Once she got rid of that woman, Lin Xuan would slowly come to like her. Lin Xuan also spotted Su Hua in the crowd. He was momentarily stunned. Why was Hua here? Lin Xuan silently vowed to put on a stellar performance. This was the first time Su Hua had come to watch him compete. He had to impress her. His previously expressionless face broke into a smile as he looked in Su Hua's direction. Su Hua's lips also curled slightly in response. John King, sitting beside Su Hua, glanced between Lin Xu and Su Hua, then rubbed her arms as if to ward off goosebumps. The subtle display of affection was too much. So unfair. Shen Kaienqian was sitting 3 rows directly behind Su Hua. Kaienqian, Zhang Lai whispered excitedly, grabbing Shen Kaienqian's arm. Lin Xuan's looking at you, right? He wasn't smiling before, but he smiled when he saw you. Oh my god, he must be interested in you. Kaienqian, it's not one-sided after all. Shen Kaienqian's heart raced. Lin Xuan was indeed looking in her direction. The Lin family's attention was entirely focused on Lin Lai, completely oblivious to Lin Xuan. Zhang Shuken said proudly, Zhao Lai looks in great spirits today. He's going to perform exceptionally well. The host began introducing the teams from left to right. The first team is from Shanking University, Huang Cheng, Wang Da, and Lin Xuan. Lin Qingwen looked surprised. Zhao Xuan? Why is Zhao Xuan here? Jiang Shuken frowned deeply. Even the national computer competition? Is Lin Xuan trying to embarrass himself on a national stage? Mom, don't say that. If Shanking University chose Zhao Xuan, he must be doing well, Lin Qingwen said. Elder sister, don't defend Lin Xuan, Lin Qingxiu interjected with a scoff. Lin Xuan only scored around 300 on his college entrance exams. How good could he possibly be? Lin Qingwen fell silent. It was true Lin Xuan's past academic performance hadn't been impressive. Sleeping with a fresh and dewy look, Zhang Shuken crossed her arms and spoke coldly. It's a good thing we've cut ties with Lin Xuan. Otherwise, if he were to embarrass himself in such an important competition in front of the entire nation, not only would he lose face, but he would also drag the Lin family into ridicule. Lin Qingwen felt a deep ache in her heart. The prejudice against Zhao Xuan was truly too much. Let's just wait and see how Lin Xuan humiliates himself. He is overestimating his abilities. Zhang Shuken had already assumed the posture of someone ready to enjoy the show. When Lin Chang heard the host announce that Su Corporation had provided a total of 60 million in prize money, he immediately thought that Su Corporation would send a representative. He scanned the audience, and there, in the front row of the spectator seats, he spotted Su Hua. Su Hua had actually come in person. Lin Chang's eyes lit up. Su Hua must have come for Lear, definitely for Lear. After all, Lear was the most outstanding one here. Winning the MVP for the championship team was undoubtedly within his grasp. Su Hua had taken notice of Lear. The host finished introducing all the contestants and, with a smile, continued, I won't waste any more words. Let me explain the rules of this competition. There are 3 rounds in total, each worth 100 points. One contestant will be selected to compete in each round. After the 3 rounds, the total score will determine the champion, runner-up, and 3rd place. Then, based on the performance of the 3 members of the winning team, the judges will select the MVP, who will receive a prize of 50 million. Now, let's proceed to the first round. Lin Xuan sat on the sidelines with his eyes closed, seemingly resting, but in reality, his consciousness had entered a special space. He was currently preparing to develop an underground organization, which meant his combat skills had to be strong. If necessary, he could also resort to less than honorable methods. In this space, there was a wealth of knowledge from otherworldly realms. One of these realms excelled in the use of poison. He planned to thoroughly study the art of poison making. Mastering poison would be of great use in developing his underground organization. The competition progressed with intense tension. 3 hours passed and 2 matches had been completed. In the second round, Wang Da made a strong push, turning the tide for King Hua University from being 8 points behind to leading Yandere University by 1 point. This unassuming Wang Da had displayed strength surpassing even Lin Lai's. King Hua University had chosen Lin Xuan as their final trump card for a reason, but Lin Xuan's previous performances had been nothing short of disastrous. Lin Lai scoffed, "What's there to fear from Lin Xuan? If he were truly skilled, King Hua University would have sent him to the computer competition earlier. Coach Lin, don't worry, I'll definitely surpass King Hua University's total score and bring the championship back to Yandere University." And he would do so by crushing Lin Xuan with an overwhelming margin. He wanted his parents and sisters to see just how vast the gap was between him and Lin Xuan. Su Hua was also here. He wanted Su Hua to see just how useless Lin Xuan was. Perhaps it would even make Su Hua grow impatient with Lin Xuan. Lin Lai, no matter what, it's better to be cautious. Don't let your guard down, the team leader advised, still uneasy. All right, I understand. On stage, the host held the microphone and announced, "The rankings for this competition are displayed on the screen behind me. As you can see, King Hua University is currently in first place, with Yandere University trailing closely behind. There is only a 1-point difference between them. Now, let's proceed to the third and final round. This final round consists of 10 questions, each worth 10 points. You will need to solve them one by one within a 2-hour time limit. Special mention, 3 of these questions were designed by Professors Qian Hong and Zhu Wenbo, both of whom are present here to watch the competition." Lin Lai's heart burned with excitement. Qian Hong and Zhu Wenbo had personally designed the questions. Could they be here to scout for disciples? If he could become a disciple of either of them, not only would his computer skills improve significantly, but their connections would also be invaluable resources. No matter what, he had to perform exceptionally well this time. Lin Xuan, Lin Lai, and 3 other students stepped onto the stage, each sitting in front of a computer. The screen behind them displayed the contents of their computers. To add pressure, there was also a small screen in front of them showing each contestant's progress in real time. Jiang Shuken smiled and said, "Lear is on stage now. He'll definitely finish these questions quickly. With Lear's skills, his score will surely lead by a wide margin." Lin Chang sat up straight in his seat. Su Hua was here, and 2 giants in the computer industry had also appeared. If Lear performed well, he might even gain their favor. At the Su family mansion, old Master Lai stroked his beard and said, "This Lin Lai, my granddaughter mentioned him before. He won the National College Computer Competition last year. He should be able to lead Yandere University to victory over King Hua University this time. I'm actually quite optimistic about that student named Lin Xuan," Old Master Su said with a smile, his eyes narrowing. This was his grandson-in-law, after all. He had to show some support. "Lin Xuan, who's that?" Old Master Lai asked, puzzled. "The most handsome one, sitting next to Lin Lai," Su Guoxing explained with a chuckle. "Oh!" Old Master Lai glanced at Lin Xuan and shook his head. "I don't think he's up to par." "Why not?" Su Guoxing frowned. "He's too good-looking," Old Master Lai said seriously. "People like that usually don't have much talent." Old Master Su rolled his eyes. "Is my granddaughter not good-looking? Does she lack talent?" Old Master Lai was left speechless. Old Master Su snorted. Soon, they would all see just how capable Zio Xuan was. The countdown begins now. 3, 2, 1, they did. As soon as the host's words fell, the 10 computer problems appeared on their screens. Lin Lai glanced at Lin Xuan, a cold smirk curling his lips. He couldn't wait to see how Lin Xuan would embarrass himself this time. Lin Lai began solving the problems in order. After reading the first question, he started typing on the keyboard, lines of code appearing on the screen. Lin Xuan calmly scanned through all 10 questions. Then he laid his head on the desk, and just like that, he fell into a deep sleep. The entire audience, he's sleeping. Just like that? Even the host was stunned. This was the first time someone had fallen asleep during a competition. Writing love letters at the competition venue. Look at him. John Shuken sneered coldly. Lin Xuan is here to embarrass himself. He didn't even attempt a single question and just gave up. It's a good thing he's no longer part of our Lin family, or else he would have completely disgraced us. Lin Chang frowned deeply. President Su, what is young Master Lin doing? John King asked, her eyes filled with shock. Is he giving up because he doesn't know how to solve the problems? No, he knows how, Su Hua replied, a faint smile playing on her lips, her eyes filled with adoration. He just thinks an hour is too much time, so he wants to take a nap. When the time is right, he'll solve those computer problems. Her Ok Xuan is truly one of a kind. President Su, there are only 2 hours for these 10 questions. That's just 12 minutes per question. There's no time to spare, let alone nap. John King said, her confusion evident. Su Hua glanced at her indifferently. Want to make a bet? What kind of bet? Jian King asked, puzzled. I bet Okshuan will take first place this time. If I win, I'll deduct 3 months of your salary and bonus, Su Hua said calmly. If I lose, I'll give you a 30 million yuan bonus this month. Jiang King's eyes lit up. This was a sure-win deal. She admitted that young Master Lin was quite capable, but he wasn't that extraordinary. She was certain she would win this time. All right, President Su, I'll take that bet, Jian King declared. Su Hua's lips curved slightly. The money deducted from Secretary Jian would make a nice allowance for Okshuan. The competition continued tensely. Time ticked by, and Lin Lai had already solved 3 problems, while Lin Xuan still hadn't woken up. Is he giving up? How could such an important competition allow someone like this to participate? It seems Tsinghua University is losing its reputation. Tsinghua University is full of rich kids, and it's a private university. They can do whatever they want. I bet Lin Xuan got this opportunity through money or connections. The audience whispered among themselves. The team leader from Tsinghua University was also baffled by Lin Xuan's actions. A computer science professor called to check on the competition. How's the competition going? He was busy and hadn't been able to watch the live broadcast, so he called to get an update. Wang Da is performing well. We're in first place after the first 2 rounds, 1 point ahead of Yandere University, the team leader reported. The professor breathed a sigh of relief. They hadn't dragged the team down, and it seemed the championship was within reach. However, the team leader hesitated. However what? The professor asked. Lin Xuan didn't solve the single question in the 3rd round. He fell asleep and hasn't woken up after half an hour, the team leader said, feeling a headache coming on. Their university finally had a chance to win, but Lin Xuan was ruining it. Is that so? The professor chuckled lightly. Don't worry, just wait and see. He'll wake up when the time is right and finish the problems. But even if he can solve them, there might not be enough time, the team leader said, frowning. He knows what he is doing. Trust him, the professor said before hanging up. The team leader was still full of doubts. Could Lin Xuan really solve those problems in such a short time? Lin Lai had already finished the 5th problem. He glanced at Lin Xuan's progress. Lin Xuan, 0%. Lin Lai frowned and looked in Lin Xuan's direction, only to find him sleeping. Lin Lai couldn't help but sneer. It seemed Lin Xuan knew he couldn't compete and had given up. At least he had some self-awareness. Lin Xuan appeared to be sleeping, but in reality, he had entered a space where he was experimenting with a poison. When he finally succeeded, he leisurely emerged from the space. He noticed there were still 70 minutes left in the competition. Too much time. Lin Xuan picked up a draft paper and started sketching. The team leader from Tsinghua University's eyes lit up. Was Lin Xuan finally going to solve the problems? The technician in charge of switching the screen content directed the camera toward Lin Xuan's draft paper. Everyone was stunned. They thought Lin Xuan was writing down his problem-solving approach, but instead, he was drawing a picture. On the paper was a man kneeling on one knee, facing a tall and slender woman. He held her right hand and kissed the back of it. After finishing the drawing, Lin Xuan began writing a series of cheesy love lines on the paper. In my eyes, you're the brightest star in the sky, flawless and perfect. I want to be with you forever, inseparable. Every moment apart from you, I miss you. From sunrise to moonrise, I think of you. In my heart and mind, I think of you. I love you for eternity. The host, this move, was truly bold. But thanks to Lin Xuan, the number of live viewers skyrocketed. The Chinese audience loved drama and gossip. How could they resist watching a public confession in the middle of such a serious competition? Slap. The team leader slapped his forehead in despair. This was utterly humiliating. Tsinghua University was about to make history in computer competitions, and not in a good way. This brat Lin Xuan was taking advantage of being President Su's boyfriend to do whatever he wanted. But then again, now he understood why President Su was so taken with Lin Xuan. The guy was a smooth talker. Who else would confess to their lover in front of a live audience during a computer competition? What girl wouldn't be moved by that? Professor Wang, the team leader from Yandere University, walked over with a smile. It seems like you're going to lose to Yandere University again this time. The competition isn't over yet, Professor Lin. Don't celebrate too early, the team leader replied, though his voice lacked confidence. Their chances of winning were slim. All right, the Yandere University team leader said with a smirk. You still have a chance to win, even if it's just 0.1%, right? Su Hua looked at the love lines Lin Xuan had written, unable to suppress the smile on her lips. Jian King rubbed her arms. This couple was something else. At 30 years old, she had seen many couples, but none as cringeworthy as these two. Kian, look. After writing all that, he glanced in your direction and smiled. He must have written it for you. Yang Lai exclaimed excitedly. Shen Kian lowered her head shyly. In the past, she would have thought Lin Chu and was writing for that vixen, but this time, that woman wasn't here and he kept looking in her direction. So, it was likely, as Zhang Lai said, that Lin Chu and liked her but had distanced himself for some reason. Meanwhile, the live chat was flooded with comments. Ah, he confessed during the competition. This is too sweet. I'm going to faint. Ugh, who can write me such a cheesy love letter? Shut up, you hopeless romantics. This isn't just his competition. He represents his school and his team. Sleeping and writing love letters during the competition is so irresponsible. Lin Lai is the real MVP. A country bumpkin like Ling Xuan could never compare. A pheasant can't become a phoenix. Lin Lai's fanatics were already planning how to celebrate his victory. Want to win the prize money, the Su family's old residence. Old Master Su stared at Lin Xuan, who was sleeping, and was utterly stunned. Old Su, didn't you say he was quite impressive? How come he gave up right away? Old Master Lai snorted. Old Master Su furrowed his brows tightly. Lin Xuan wasn't the type to be so careless. Old Chen, Old Lai, Old Liu, do you think he might be doing this on purpose? Maybe he is planning to make a grand impression. Su Guoxin felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Grandpa Chen shook his head. It's difficult. It's already been 50 minutes since the competition started. To finish these 10 problems in such a short time, he'd have to be a genius. Hearing Grandpa Chen's words, Su Guoxin's hopes for Lin Xu and winning first place faded significantly. After all, Grandpa Chen was once a big name in the computer science department. If he said it was difficult, then it must truly be difficult. But it didn't matter. It was just a computer competition. Lin Xuan was a business genius, after all. As long as Su Hua liked him, even if he were a good-for-nothing with no bad habits, it wouldn't be a big deal. Old Su, Grandpa Chen said impatiently, it's already afternoon. Can we start eating? This competition isn't worth watching. He had been craving the food made by the Su family chef, especially since this time they had prepared some of his favorite dishes. Just then, Su Guoxin noticed that Lin Chu and had woken up. His eyes lit up. Everyone, pay attention. Lin Chuan is about to show his true skills. Perhaps his future grandson-in-law is about to make a grand move. But instead, he saw Lin Chuan confessing his feelings to a girl at the competition venue. The three old men, young people these days, Grandpa Chen shook his head. They really don't know how to behave. Old Master Su, however, was full of smiles. What do you know? This is called romance. Old Su, something's off with you. Why are you so focused on this, Lin Xuan? Old Master Lai asked with a look of surprise. Su Guoxin snorted. How could he not pay attention? This was his future grandson-in-law. The competition continued. Lin Xuan filled an entire page with sweet nothings. With only 50 minutes left in the competition, Lin Xuan finally started working on the problems. He leaned back in his chair, looking completely relaxed, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Lines of code appeared on the screen. Lin Xuan is starting to solve the problems, Lin Qingwen said excitedly. Yeah, he's starting, Zhang Shukin said with disdain in her eyes. It took him 70 minutes just to figure out how to do the first problem. Lin Lai started on the first problem right away and finished it in just a few minutes. Look, he's already on the 7th problem now. When talking about Lin Lai, Zhang Shukin's eyes were filled with pride. The son she had raised was clearly much more outstanding than Lin Xuan, who had grown up in an orphanage. Su Hua's lips curved into a faint smile. Lin Xuan is getting serious now. Jiang King remained calm. With so little time left, there was no way Lin Xuan could finish. The 3 million yuan prize was as good as hers. This speed. The host was stunned. 1 minute and 20 seconds. Lin Xuan finished the first problem. Another minute and 20-something seconds. He completed the second problem. While solving the problems, he barely seemed to think, and his typing speed was several times faster than everyone else's. Lin Xuan's speed is incredible, Lin Qingwen exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Shukin sneered. He spent over an hour just thinking about the answers. Copying them down now, of course he's fast. Lin Qingwen carefully watched the content on Lin Xuan's screen. Perhaps Lin Xuan would give her a pleasant surprise. Everyone, look at the big screen. Lin Xuan has caught up to Lin Lai. Everyone looked. He really had caught up. Ugh! The crowd was shocked. I remember he only took about 10 minutes to finish 7 problems? Isn't that too fast? Was Lin Xuan just messing around earlier, sleeping and confessing, because he thought he had too much time? No way. Absolutely no way. These problems aren't easy. Solving 7 of them in just over 10 minutes? I don't believe it. Right, I don't think it's possible either. The screen isn't showing the accuracy rate. I bet he just randomly typed stuff and submitted it. Lin Xuan had completed the first 7 problems in just 15 minutes. Lin Lai, on the other hand, was still stuck in the middle of the 8th problem. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he stared blankly at the screen, completely clueless about how to proceed. But it didn't matter. Among the 5 competitors, he was the best in computer science. If he couldn't solve it, no one else could. Lin Lai glanced at the progress chart to see how the others were doing. Just as he expected, everyone else was still working on the 5th, 6th, or 7th problems. Wait, Lin Lai frowned. How had Lin Xuan already finished 7 problems? Just 10 minutes ago, his progress was still at 0. Suddenly, Lin Lai's expression relaxed. Lin Xuan must have just randomly filled in the answers. There was no way he could have done it that quickly. Du Wenbo and Qian Hong, 2 computer science experts, had been closely watching Lin Xuan's screen. He had solved the earlier problems so quickly, they wondered how he would fare with the later ones. Lin Xuan glanced at the content on his screen. Without pause, his fingers continued to dance across the keyboard, producing lines of code that were almost dizzying to follow. Old Zhu, this problem was your creation, right? Did he get it right? Qian Hong asked curiously. Du Wenbo shook his head. No, the code he wrote is completely different from what I provided. Qian Hong's interest in Lin Xuan waned. He had thought Lin Xuan might have some real talent, but it seemed he was just randomly typing away. Then again, the problems they had created were so difficult that even experts would struggle to solve them in such a short time. They had set their expectations too high, hoping to find a genius student. Qian Hong sighed. When Lin Xuan moved on to the 8th problem, his speed didn't slow down at all. However, the code required was more extensive, so it took him a bit longer. He spent 5 minutes on the 8th problem. The 9th and 10th problems each took him about 5 minutes as well. Lin Xuan's progress bar showed 100% completion. The crowd was stunned. He's done already? Damn, that speed is insane. TCH, you think he is really that fast? Lin Lai's computer skills are top-notch, and even he took 50 to 60 minutes just to finish the earlier problems. There's no way Lin Xuan could have solved all of them in less than 30 minutes. No one believed Lin Xuan could have finished so quickly. Jiang King was starting to feel uneasy. Lin Xuan's answers looked pretty convincing. Her 3 months' worth of salary and bonuses might actually be at risk. Lin Xuan finished all 10 problems with over 20 minutes to spare. He glanced at Lin Lai. If Yandere University took 2nd place, there would still be a 3 million yuan prize. TCH, did Lin Lai really think he could take the prize Su Hua had offered? God or ghost Lin Xuan didn't submit his answers right away. Instead, he continued writing code on his computer. He wanted Yandere University to finish last in his final round. Isn't he done with the questions? What is he doing now? The crowd whispered among themselves. Probably just messing around out of boredom. It had to be said. Lin Xuan's series of actions had significantly increased the entertainment value of the competition. Now, everyone was eager to see the moment when Lin Xuan would receive an embarrassingly low score. Lin Xuan pressed the enter key. He sent the code to Lin Lai's computer and then submitted the 10 completed questions from his own computer. The moment he clicked the submit button, his computer was locked and he could no longer operate it. The live comments were still scrolling. They say a man who's focused on his work is handsome. Though, brother Lin Lai is so cool. There's no doubt brother Lin Lai will win this time. Later, we'll just see how badly Lin Xuan gets crushed. Let Lin Xuan know that a wild chicken can never compare to a phoenix. Just wait and see. Lin Xuan is going to embarrass himself soon. The team advisor was stunned by Lin Xuan's actions. Had Lin Xuan really finished? Or was he just fooling around? Wang Da, sitting with one leg crossed over the other, relaxed, said Mr. Wang, don't worry. Everything's fine. Xuanzi will bring back the championship for you in a bit. How can I not worry? The team advisor said through gritted teeth. He had never seen a student like this before. If it were any other student, he would have scolded them harshly. But Lin Xuan was Mr. Su's man. Not only could he not hit or scold him, but if Lin Xuan performed poorly and got upset, he would even have to comfort him. Otherwise, if Lin Xuan whispered a few words in Mr. Su's ear, he'd be packing his bags and leaving King Hua University. He couldn't bear to lose the high salary King Hua University offered. How frustrating! Wang Da handed the team advisor a bottle of water. Sir, calm down. The competition will be over in a few minutes. Whether Xuanzi is a genius or a fool, we'll know soon enough. The team advisor took the water bottle. He tilted his head back and chugged the entire bottle. Sigh. The team advisor sighed as he looked at Lin Xuan on the screen. Lin Chuan used to be so obedient. How did he end up like this? Wang Do thought about how Lin Chuan kept showing off his relationship in front of him and occasionally demonstrating his intellectual superiority. He nodded in agreement, his tone somewhat resentful. I think he's changed too. He has become so full of himself. But even during the competition, he had to write a love letter to confess to Mr. Duh. It was a critical hit of 10,000 points to him, a single dog. Lin Lai was sweating profusely as he worked on the questions. Just like before, he had only completed half of the 8th question and had no idea how to proceed. As for the 9th and 10th questions, he had no clue from the very beginning. The remaining 50 minutes felt like a waste with no progress made at all. Kai Hong and Zhu Wenbo, the two experts, shook their heads in disappointment. They had thought they might find a promising student, but the results were far below their expectations. Only 30 seconds remained. Lin Lai knew he couldn't finish, so he gave up. He glanced at the others. Except for Lin Xuan, who had somehow completed 100% of the questions, everyone else was behind him. Lin Lai breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he would still take first place. Confidently, Lin Lai submitted his answers. Mr. Wang, the team advisor from Yandere University approached. It looks like your team is really going to finish last this time. Mr. Wen, the results aren't out yet. Let's not jump to conclusions, the team advisor replied with a faint smile. Although he didn't think Lin Xuan would win, he couldn't let his team's morale fall behind their competitors. Alright, let's wait for the results together, the Yandere University team advisor sneered. The people from King Hua University sure had tough mouths. She wanted to see how long he could keep up that tough talk once the results were out. The competition officials were reviewing the answers, calculating the scores, and determining the final results. Lin Xuan, Lin Lai, and the other 3 participants returned to the backstage area. Students from the other 3 universities gathered around Yandere University to offer their congratulations. It looks like you'll win again this time. Congratulations. Lin Lai, you're amazing. I had no idea how to approach the 8th question. The problems set by Kai Hong and Zhu Wenbo must have been incredibly difficult, yet you managed to complete half of it. You're truly a genius. Lin Lai was floating on the praise. He smiled modestly. Oh, it's nothing. Let's wait for the official results. Yandere University was certain that first place was already in their grasp. The first place winner would receive a 5 million yuan reward from Su Corporation. The school wouldn't take a cut, so the 5 million would be split among the 3 of them, with each person getting over $1 million. The Yandere University team was flushed with excitement. Lin Lai was also thrilled. The 50 million yuan prize for the best team performance would last him a long time. A staff member from the competition rushed over to Kai Hong and Zhu Wenbo. Gentlemen, could you come with me for a moment? Kai Hong and Zhu Wenbo frowned but followed the staff member to a computer on the stage. The code written by Lin Xuan is completely different from what you provided, but the results are surprisingly effective. Take a look, a bespectacled technician said. This applies to all 3 of the questions you set. Kai Hong and Zhu Wenbo's eyes widened in surprise. How could this be? The 2 of them examined Lin Xuan's answers closely. Their eyes sparkled with amazement. Incredible! Absolutely incredible! Why hadn't they thought of this approach? And Lin Xuan had only spent 5 minutes on each question. A genius! Truly a genius, Kai Hong exclaimed. Yes, he's only 21, right? The future is bright for him, Zhu Wenbo added. What? They glanced at each other, their expressions turning wary. Old Kai, you're not planning to compete with me, are you? Zhu Wenbo glared at him. Old Zhu, I'm 5 years older than you. Shouldn't you respect your elders? Kai Hong retorted. Respect your elders? I'm 5 years younger than you. Shouldn't you take care of the younger ones and let me have Lin Xuan? Zhu Wenbo shot back. Old Zhu, do you have to fight me on this? Old Kai, are you the one fighting me? The 2 of them argued until their faces turned red, almost coming to blows. Since neither of us is willing to back down, let's leave it up to Lin Xuan. Let him choose who he wants to study under, Kai Hong suggested. Zhu Wenbo nodded. When they returned to their seats, both of them looked displeased. Shocked, the live broadcast camera focused on the faces of Kai Hong and Zhu Wenbo. What's going on? Why did they both look so grim? A viewer in the live stream chat speculated. I know what's up. It must be because of the 3 questions Lin Xuan answered. His answers were so off the mark that they got angry. Yeah, I think so too. These big shots usually have their own temper. They worked hard to come up with those questions and someone just answered them carelessly, showing no respect. How could they be in a good mood? Kai Hong sat down in his seat. He happened to lock eyes with Zhu Wenbo, and both of them snorted in unison before turning their heads away. The scoring for this competition took significantly longer than previous ones. It took a full 40 minutes before the results were finalized. When the host saw the list, he was momentarily stunned. Is there a mistake with this ranking? The host asked, frowning. The person in charge shook their head. No mistake. This is correct. The person in charge had a big smile on their face. The outcome of this competition was so dramatic that they were sure the National University Computer Competition would gain much more attention than before. The host stared at the list, unable to snap out of his disbelief. It was truly unbelievable. Are you shocked by this result? The person in charge asked with a smile. Yes, the host nodded. Under Lin Chuan's series of maneuvers, he actually managed to score full marks. How could that not be shocking? The person in charge couldn't help but sigh. Our country has produced a true talent in computing. This could only be described as extraordinary. If someone could solve the questions set by Qian Hong and Zhu Wenbo within the given time frame, they could already be called a genius. But Lin Chuan not only solved all 3 questions, he did each one in just 5 minutes. And his answers were even more perfect than those provided by Qian Hong and Zhu Wenbo. The host frowned. This result is bound to raise a lot of doubts. Don't worry. You go ahead and announce the results. I'll handle the explanations afterward. All right. The host walked onto the stage with the results card in hand. Clearly, he had the competition results ready. Everyone waited nervously for the announcement. Lin Lai had already prepared himself to receive the audience's applause. This time, it's definitely Lear's victory, Zhang Shuken said with his smile. My younger brother's computer skills are the best among all of them, Lin Qingxiu declared proudly. Yandere University and Shanking University were only 1 point apart. In the 3rd round, my brother will surely lead Yandere University to victory. And by a large margin, too. The Lin family had absolute confidence in Lin Lai. Lin Lai had always excelled in his studies, and he was the pride of their family. The livestream chat was flooded with messages from Lin Lai's fans. Congratulations to brother Lin Lai. Ah, my idol is so amazing. After winning the individual computer competition, he's now taken the team championship as well. Who else can do that? On stage, the host smiled and said, I'm sure everyone's been waiting anxiously. The results of this competition are quite unexpected. I believe everyone will be shocked. The team leader from Yandere University had a bad feeling. What did he mean by unexpected? What did he mean by shocking? Wasn't it obvious that Yandere University would take 1st place? Jian King felt a twitch in her temple. Her 3 months' worth of salary and bonuses might really be in jeopardy. Everyone looked on with curiosity. All right, I won't keep you in suspense any longer, the host said with a smile. The winner of this year's National University Computer Team Competition is Shanking University. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The 1st place winner was actually Shanking University. This was too surreal. The chat, which had been filled with congratulatory messages for Lin Lai, suddenly went silent. Shen Kaiqian exclaimed excitedly, Lily, brother Lin Qiu, and took 1st place. He is so amazing! The man she liked was truly extraordinary. Shen Kaiqian's face flushed with excitement. With Lin Qiu and being this incredible, her father would have no reason to object to their relationship. Zhang Shuken's brows furrowed deeply. How could Shanking University have won the championship? Unable to contain herself, Zhang Shuken shouted, was there a mistake? Isn't Yandere University the real champion? There's no mistake, the host replied with a smile. In this competition, Shanking University achieved a total score of 255 points, far ahead of the rest. This everyone was even more confused. Shanking University's score from the first 2 rounds was only 155 points. Adding the 3rd round score brought them to 255 points. Did that mean Lin Chuan had scored a perfect 100? The next second, the host clarified their doubts. Among them, Lin Chuan achieved a perfect score of 100 points in the 3rd round. He also broke a 10-year record in the individual event of the National University Computer Team Competition. Based on his outstanding performance, we have named him the MVP of the champion team. As such, he will receive the 50 million yuan prize provided by Su Corporation. Zhang King's heart sank, and she felt like crying. She shouldn't have doubted young Master Lin. Jian King shot a resentful look at Su Hua. She should have known that the CEO wouldn't make any decisions that weren't in her best interests. She had thought Su Hua was being overly infatuated when it came to young Master Lin, but it turned out there was a trap. Her 3 months' salary and bonuses were really gone. CEO Su, you tricked me! Did you already know how skilled young Master Lin was in computing? Jian King asked resentfully. I believed in him, Su Hua replied with a smile in her voice. My Oxuan has always been amazing. Jian King, the CEO, seemed to be showing off her boyfriend. She felt like she was being force-fed dog food again. At that moment, The team leader's mouth was open so wide it could fit in an egg. Wang Da, am I hallucinating? Did I just hear that our school won? And not only that, but Lin Shu and also scored a perfect 100. The team leader asked in disbelief. Teacher Wang, I heard the same thing. You're not mistaken, Wang Da replied, equally stunned. He knew Lin Shu and was good, but he never expected him to be this ridiculously talented. No, I still can't believe it. Wang Da, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Wang Da, being an obedient student, didn't hesitate to give the team leader's arm a hard twist. No dreaming. The team leader let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Wait, Wang Da, did you really go all out? The team leader asked with a resentful look. Didn't you tell me to pinch you awake, Teacher Wang? Wang Da replied innocently. Teacher Wang, it looks like it hurts. Are you sure you're not dreaming? Yes, I'm not dreaming, the team leader said excitedly. We really won. He had thought for sure that after Lin Shu and series of maneuvers, he was destined to lose. But they won not just one, but with a perfect score. The team leader from Yandere University was also stunned. Wasn't their school supposed to take first place? How did it end up being Shanking University? Well, Teacher Lin, I told you not to jump to conclusions too soon, the team leader said with a smirk. After being mocked for so long, he finally had the chance to turn the tables. The Yandere University team leader was left speechless. Lin Lai clenched his fists tightly. Amidst the incredulous gazes of everyone, the host continued to announce, the second-place winner of this year's National College Computer Team competition is Jianglin University. Third place goes to Qinghai University. Let's congratulate these three universities. The results shocked everyone once again. Yandere University not only failed to secure first place, but didn't even rank second or third. This Lin Qingwen frowned. Jian Shuken coldly remarked, I never expected a computer competition to be rigged like this. Lin Qingwen also felt that the results were off. The host said, next, let's take a look at the scores of each school in every round. The screen behind him switched to display the total scores and round-by-round results of the 5 universities. Yandere University was at the bottom, with a glaring 0 in the final column. Are you reading this? How could Lin Lai possibly get 0 points? Lin Qingxiu couldn't help but shout. And Lin Chuan, his performance had always been poor. This time, he had only spent less than 30 minutes answering the questions. How could he have possibly scored a perfect score? Backstage, the Yandere University team leader asked Lin Lai, what's going on here? I don't know either, Lin Lai replied, his mind buzzing. I'll go ask for an explanation. The Yandere University team leader approached the event organizer. I'd like to know why our student, Lin Lai, received 0 points. We saw him complete 7 questions and submit his answers on time. No matter what, he shouldn't have gotten 0. She also wanted to ask why Lin Shu and had a perfect score, but questioning another school's results would damage their own school's reputation. Teacher Lin, don't worry. We'll explain everything shortly, the organizer said. As Lin Qingxiu's question arose, other audience members also began to voice their doubts. Yeah, this doesn't make sense. Shouldn't Lin Lai have the highest score and Lin Shu and the lowest? Why is it the opposite, and with such extreme results? Exactly. Tell us why. We have the right to question the fairness of this competition. The live stream's comments were flooded with accusations of foul play. By now, Lin Lai had calmed down. Lin Shu and couldn't possibly be this good, and he couldn't have scored so low. This outcome had to be Su Hu as doing she must have helped Lin Shu and cheat. Yes, that had to be it. Once they investigated, Lin Shu and's cheating would be exposed. Lin Lai smirked. Lin Chuan would be disgraced, and this competition would also damage Su Corporation's reputation. Someone like Su Hua, who cared deeply about her interests, would surely abandon Lin Shu, and after this, HMPH. Did Lin Shu and think he could do whatever he wanted just because Su Hua was protecting him? The voices of doubt are increasing. The host remained unfazed. With a slight smile, he said, since so many people have questions about the results, our organizer will now provide an explanation. A man in a sharp suit, Gao Yang, stepped onto the stage. Hello, everyone. I'm Gao Yang, the person in charge of organizing this competition. The reason Lin Lai received 0 points is that the answers he submitted were completely erased. The crowd frowned. Erased? How was that possible? They had all seen Lin Lai submit his answers. Is this just some excuse you're making up? Someone challenged. Gao Yan remained calm. He gestured, and a recording of Lin Lai's computer screen appeared. In the last 8 minutes, Lin Lai deleted the answer to the 8th question. The new code he entered had errors, and when he submitted his answers, a personal mistake caused all his answers to be erased. This is what Lin Lai wrote. We verified it, and it indeed would have erased the answers. We assure you that not a single word has been altered. There's also live footage as proof. Friends in the computer industry are welcome to verify it themselves. No, that's not right. Lin Lai rushed onto this stage. I didn't write that, and I didn't delete my answers. He had no memory of doing any of that. This time, the crowd didn't side with Lin Lai, as they had clearly seen him delete his answers. I used to have high hopes for Lin Lai, but I didn't expect him to be so unwilling to take responsibility. Turns out he's not the genius I thought he was. Wang Da leaned over to Lin Xuan and whispered, "Xuan, it was you, wasn't it?" In the last few minutes, Lin Xuan had been doing something on his computer. Wang Da suspected he had been tampering with Lin Lai's system. Yes, Lin Xuan admitted without hesitation. Wang Da was shocked. "Xuan, that's insane! You hacked into the competition's backend in such a short time." "It's just a small trick," Lin Xuan said nonchalantly. "That's ruthless, man." Wang Da sighed. Lin Lai was probably about to explode with anger. "Xuan, were you getting back at him?" "No," Lin Xuan replied coolly. "I just didn't want the prize money my Hue Bao offered to end up in his hands." Wang Da, damn. More dog food. Wang Da grimaced. "Lin Xuan, I don't care about you and Su Hua. Can you stop shoving your relationship in my face? It's nauseating." And he was jealous. Exclamation. Lin Xuan leaned back in his chair and raised an eyebrow. "If you're so bothered, go find yourself a girlfriend." Wang Da gritted his teeth. "What? Just wait. When you're single, I'll make sure to bring my girlfriend around and rub it in your face." He was going to make Lin Xuan eat his own dog food. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes. "Are you cursing me and Hua about to break up?" Wang Da. "Huh? What do you think Hua Bao would do to you if she found out?" Lin Xuan asked with a faint smile. "Don't," Wang Da said nervously. "Xuan, I misspoke earlier. If you tell Su Hua I'm a dead man, then call me Dad," Lin Xuan teased. Wang Da. "Dad. Good boy." Lin Xuan chuckled. Wang Da. Asterisk and percentile hashtag exclamation. "What kind of friend does this? Cheating on stage." The person in charge frowned and said, "There is a live recording here, Lin Lai. It clearly shows that you modified your answers. Someone tampered with the content displayed on the screen from my computer and cleared my computer records. Please send someone to investigate this," Lin Lai replied, his eyes dark and heavy. This time, he was determined to expose Lin Xuan's cheating. "All right," the person in charge nodded. If he refused, it would only make them appear guilty. "Lin Lai, you can choose who to bring in for the investigation," the person in charge added, to avoid any accusations of them bribing the investigators. Lin Lai quickly contacted an institution. They arrived promptly. After examining the computer and the screen content, they announced the records showed that the content was deleted at 2:10 p.m. Additionally, the live feed was consistently connected to the computer with no interruptions or switching of the live feed. In other words, Lin Lai's answers were indeed invalid. Lin Lai felt his limbs turn cold. He was certain he hadn't deleted anything, nor had he input any code that would clear his answers. Now, all the evidence pointed to him being at fault. What on earth was going on? The person in charge was not surprised by the result. Their security system couldn't possibly be hacked, and he had already had the computer thoroughly checked multiple times beforehand. There was no way Lin Lai's claims could be true. "Lin Lai, do you have any further questions?" the person in charge asked, raising an eyebrow. "No," Lin Lai replied, his heart filled with frustration. The person in charge smiled and turned to face the audience with the microphone. "Now that the matter is clear, the results of the competition are fair and just with no falsification." Before he could finish, Zhang Shukin shouted, "I have a question." "Madam, please go ahead," the person in charge said. "I suspect Lin Xuan knew the competition questions and answers in advance," Zhang Shukin declared. The person in charge frowned. "Lin Xuan is my son. I know him better than anyone. If Lin Lai couldn't finish the questions, there's no way Lin Xuan could have completed them," Zhang Shukin said coldly. If she could prove that Lin Xuan had cheated, it would cast doubt on the reliability of the competition and validate her belief that Lin Lai's results had been tampered with. She wanted justice for Lin Lai. The Lin family, Su Hua chuckled softly. They should be grateful they were still around to amuse Lin Xuan. Jian King frowned and asked, "Ms. Su, do you think Lin Xuan might not actually be the Lin family's son?" Their attitude toward Lin Xuan was baffling. They treated him more like an enemy than family. "Lin Xuan is their biological son," Su Hua replied, lowering her gaze. "Abs. Su, how can you be so sure?" Jian King asked, curious. "I had the butler arrange a paternity test between Lin Xuan and the Lin family," Su Hua answered. "What?" Jian King was momentarily stunned. "When did this happen?" "Over 2 years ago," Su Hua said, slowly twisting the ring on her right middle finger. A ring Lin Xuan and had personally placed there. 2 years ago, Lin Xuan had tried everything to leave her. Every time they met, he had never shown her a single kind expression. Yet, he would turn around and fawn over the Lin family. It drove her mad with jealousy. She wanted to drive everyone away from Lin Xuan, so she had the butler arrange a paternity test between him and the Lin family. The results confirmed that he was indeed their son. Jian King was astonished. MS. Su had investigated this so long ago. Of course, given how much MS. Su cared for Lin Xuan, it made sense that she would have checked. The audience in the seats below began murmuring among themselves. Lin Lai's results being valid doesn't mean Lin Xuan's are, someone said. I also think Lin Xuan cheated. While other contestants took 2 hours to barely reach the 8th question, he finished all the questions in less than 30 minutes and got a perfect score. That's impossible. He's just a college student. I don't believe he's that much of a prodigy. If even an officially organized competition can be rigged, it's a disgrace to all of us. Zhu Wenbo, hearing Jiang Shugen's words, was displeased. The last 3 questions were set by me and Kaiyan Hong. Are you implying that we were involved in the cheating as well? Lin Chang had been sitting quietly in his seat, not stopping Jiang Shugen from questioning Lin Xuan's results. The son he had always valued, Lin Lai, had scored 0, while Lin Xuan, whom he had disowned, had achieved a perfect score and was being hailed as a genius. This was a slap in the face for him. If the truth could be uncovered, so be it. But when Lin Chang saw Zhu Wenbo step forward, he grew uneasy. Zhu Wenbo and Kaiyan Hong had extensive connections, and they might even become Lin Lai's mentors in the future. He couldn't afford to offend them. Lin Chang stood up and smiled. Professor Zhu, my wife isn't accusing you of helping Lin Xuan cheat. She's concerned that after you submitted the questions to the competition organizers, someone within their team might have leaked them to Lin Xuan in advance. Is that so? Zhu Wenbo sneered. Professor Zhu, Lin Chang said politely, Lin Xuan is our son, but we don't want anything to undermine the fairness of the competition. Lin Xuan's perfect score is simply unbelievable. Even if we hadn't raised the issue, others would have doubts. Don't you think it's better to prove that he truly earned that score? Lin Xuan is your son? Zhu Wenbo asked, his expression skeptical. Would biological parents really distrust their own child? He is our son, but he has cut ties with our family, Lin Chang sighed. It's a shame. We failed to raise him properly. Zhu Wenbo recalled a piece of gossip he had heard from his niece. It was about Starlight Group publicly announcing on all platforms that they had severed ties with Lin Xuan. That must have been about Lin Chang and Lin Xuan. It matched the rumors. If you've cut ties with him, then stop calling him your son, Zhu Wenbo said coldly. Also Lin Lai, who also participated in the competition, is your son, isn't he? Are you questioning the fairness of this competition just for Lin Lai's sake? If you're doing this for your other beloved son, stop pretending to be impartial. It makes you come across as hypocritical. Zhu Wenbo laid bare Lin Chang's intentions for all to see. Lin Chang's face stiffened. The audience looked at him with strange expressions. Kaiyan Hong grew anxious. If Zhu Wenbo was defending Lin Xuan like this, wouldn't that earn him a lot of favor with Lin Xuan? Oh, what if Lin Xuan chose Zhu Wenbo as his mentor? That wouldn't do. Kaiyan Hong also stepped forward. Mr. Gao, Kaiyan Hong asked, could I meet with Lin Xuan? Of course, the person in charge agreed and had Lin Xuan brought out to meet Kaiyan Hong. The nauseatingly sweet couple Lin Xuan, Kaiyan Hong said kindly, everyone is questioning whether you cheated. If you don't prove your innocence now, people might talk behind your back. Lin Xuan frowned. Indeed, he had to prove that he hadn't cheated. This time, Su Hua had offered such a large prize. If people thought he had cheated, their relationship might be exploited by others in the future. It could inevitably affect Su Hua and the reputation of the Su group. So, Lin Xuan, I was thinking of having someone give you a challenging computer problem to solve on the spot. Are you willing to take it on? Kaiyan Hong asked. All right, Lin Xuan nodded. This was indeed the fastest way to prove himself. Lin Xuan, think carefully. If you can't solve it, people might question your abilities, Kaiyan Hong reminded him. No problem. He had learned advanced computer knowledge from a futuristic world in his space. The computer knowledge of this world was simple to him. Impressive! Such courage! Kaiyan Hong looked at Lin Xuan with admiration. If Lin Xuan wasn't confident in his abilities, why would he agree? Kaiyan Hong led Lin Xuan onto the stage. Dressed in a white shirt and black pants, Lin Xuan exuded youthful charm. Standing under the spotlight, he looked dazzling. I've been following the competition, but how did I not notice how handsome he is? Ugh, I wish I could be his girlfriend. 2 girls near Su Hua were talking excitedly. Su Hua frowned. The air around her turned icy. Ling Xuan really had a way of attracting girls' attention. Although she knew Lin Chu and wouldn't pay attention to those girls, every time she saw such scenes, she felt the urge to lock him away. On stage, Lin Xuan keenly sensed Su Hua's mood shift. He was confused. What's going on? When he wrote her a love letter, she seemed in a good mood. A phrase popped into Lin Xuan's mind. A woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. Kai Hong said, Mr. Gao, Lin Chu and I have discussed it. We can have someone give him a computer problem to solve on the spot to test his true abilities. Alright, then I'll leave it to Mr. Kaian and Mr. Zhu to come up with the problem, Gao Yang said. We won't be the ones to set the problem. Kai Hong glanced at Lin Chang and Zhang Shuken to avoid any accusations of us helping Ling Chu and cheat again. Then I'll contact some institutions to set the problem, Gao Yang nodded. No need for that trouble, Lin Chuan spoke up. Some professors from University are here, right? Let them come up with the problem together. Gao Yan frowned. University and Shanking University were rivals. Having University set the problem was indeed a good choice. But would University deliberately make it difficult for Lin Xuan? Since Lin Xuan had brought it up in front of so many people, it was hard to refuse. Alright, let's do as you suggested, Gao Yang nodded. When Lai felt uneasy, why would Lin Xuan suggest having University set the problem? Was he sure he could win? No, that couldn't be possible. Lin Xuan's computer skills couldn't possibly surpass his. Despite thinking this, Lin Lai was filled with unease. 3 professors from University came up with a problem together. The problem appeared on the screen. The organizer was stunned. This problem. When Lai's lips curled into a smirk, Ling Xuan definitely wouldn't be able to solve it. His reputation as a cheater was sealed. Kai and Hong frowned. Even Master Oli couldn't solve this problem in 2 years. 4 days ago, Oli posted it with a $1 million reward. No one has solved it in 4 days. Such a difficult problem, and you're using it to test Lin Xuan? Isn't that too harsh? Kai and Hong's eyes were cold. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, was excited. $1 million, converted to Xia country's currency, was 7 million. Just a computer problem, yet it had such a hefty reward. Mr. Kaian, a professor from University, smiled. I know it's difficult, but based on Lin Xuan's performance in the competition, his computer skills are exceptional. We thought we'd test him with this problem. We also prepared an easier problem. If Lin Xuan can't solve this one, it's fine. As long as he solves the next one, it's acceptable. The team leader frowned. University was playing mind games. They were sure Lin Xuan wouldn't solve the first problem. Even if he solved the second one, the value of his competition would be greatly diminished. If Lin Xuan didn't solve it, it would confirm that he had cheated during the competition. Lin Xuan said calmly, I'll solve this problem. Lin Lai sneered. Still acting tough? He refused to believe that Lin Xuan could solve a problem even Master Oli couldn't crack. Lin Xuan sat down at the computer. He wasn't nervous at all. Not only was the problem not difficult for him, but even if it were, he could enter his space and think it through slowly. In just 1 minute, Lin Xuan had figured out the entire solution. He started typing on the keyboard without pause. The professors from University exchanged glances. He's already started? Without even thinking. Professor Wang, take a look. Does his approach resemble your friend's half-finished solution? Professor Lai asked. Professor Wang's friend was also a renowned figure in the computer field. Completely different directions, Professor Wang replied. Then it seems he's just randomly typing, Professor Lai sneered. Professor Wang frowned. Why did he feel like Lin Xuan actually knew how to solve this problem? Time passed and 15 minutes flew by. Lin Xuan's computer screen was filled with dense lines of code. He stopped typing. It's done, Lin Xuan said indifferently, his expression calm throughout. The organizers immediately began verifying his solution. Old Kain, do you think Lin Xuan can succeed? Zhu Wenbo asked. I think he can. Kain Han's face was full of anticipation. If Lin Xuan could come up with a solution to such a difficult computer problem in just 1 minute, it would undoubtedly shock the global computer science community. Wang Da sighed. Lin Xuan really pulled off a great show today. This series of actions was unlike his usual self. Could it be? Wang Da thought of Su Hua, who had come to watch the competition. So, Lin Xuan was showing off because Su Hua was here. Wang Da felt he had uncovered the truth. This annoyingly sweet couple. He succeeded. He actually succeeded. A technician's fingers trembled with excitement. Scratching the palm success? Everyone began to wonder. Was this success referring to Lin Xuan? Impossible. Wasn't this the problem that even international computer masters couldn't solve after 2 years of thinking? How could Lin Chu and have cracked it so effortlessly? The technician excitedly ran up to the person in charge. Lin Chuan really succeeded. It's a perfect answer. What? Exclamation. The success the technician mentioned was truly Lin Chuan's success. The person in charge, along with Zhu Wenbo, Qian Hong, and the professors from the 5 universities that made it to the finals, rushed to the computer to check. Just as the technician had said, it was perfect. Everyone turned their astonished gazes toward the young man standing nearby. He looked calm, as if everything had been within his expectations. He was only 21 years old. He had only thought about it for a little over a minute. He had solved the problem posed by Master Alin in just 15 minutes. The person in charge snapped out of his daze and couldn't help but ask Lin Chu, and did you solve this problem at home in the past few days? Lin Chu and reply, if I had solved it at home, I would have gone to Master Oli to claim the prize money already. True. The person in charge nodded in agreement. After all, it was $1 million. One would have to rush to Master Oli immediately. Otherwise, if someone else got there first, you'd have no place to cry. At this moment, Zhu Wenbo and Qian Han looked at Lin Chu and with burning eyes. Their gazes were so intense, it was as if they wanted to stuff Lin Chu and into their pockets. John King was also shocked, her mouth hanging open. Is young Master Lin this monstrous? Just a few months ago, she had thought he was useless, but time and time again, he had exceeded her expectations. Too amazing! John King couldn't help but glance at Su Hua. Indeed, the man who could catch the attention of someone as extraordinary as Su Hua was no ordinary person. The person in charge smiled and turned to the professor from Yandere University. Do you have any more questions? No. The Yandere University professor was completely speechless now. If Lin Chuan could solve the problem posed by Master Oli, there was no way ordinary computer problems could stump him. Lin Lai, standing nearby, looked ashen. Impossible. This can't be. He muttered in a daze. His mind was filled with one thought. When did Lin Chuan become so capable? He had thought he could ruin Lin Chuan's reputation, but in the end, he was the one who ended up looking like a fool. The person in charge picked up the microphone and announced, the results are out. Lin Chuan has achieved a perfect score in the Computer Master competition, and it's well-deserved. Not only that, but because Lin Chuan solved the problem posed by Master Oli, he will also receive the $1 million offered by Master Oli. At this, the crowd erupted. $1 million! That's almost 7 million in Zia country currency. Add to that the 5 million prize money provided by Su Corporation, which means Lin Chuan would walk away from this competition with a total of 12 million. So much money! The live stream chat was flooded with 66,666. Zhang Shukin's expression turned grim. Lin Chuan was really this impressive. Lin Qingwen looked worriedly at Lin Lai. It's worth celebrating that Zhao Xu and took first place, but Lin Lai scored 0 in this round, dragging the whole team down. He must be feeling very guilty and upset. Meanwhile, Su Hua had already arrived backstage. Miss Su, a staff member, greeted respectfully. He didn't know Su Hua's identity, only that she was the representative sent by Su Corporation to present the awards. Su Hua sat down on a chair and casually asked, where's the love letter Lin Chuan wrote on the draft paper during the competition? It's still on the stage, the staff member replied. Bring it to me. I want to see it, Su Hua instructed calmly. Okay. The staff member didn't dare disobey Su Hua. He quickly went to the stage to retrieve the draft paper. Miss Su, here you go. The staff member handed the draft paper to Su Hua. Su Hua read the contents over and over, her lips curling into a smile. John King covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Although it was a bit bold of young Master Lin to write a love letter in front of the audience and netizens during the competition, there was no denying that it had indeed pleased Su Hua. Miss Su, the staff member approached Su Hua again. It's almost time for you to present the awards. Su Hua finally tore her gaze away from the love letter and handed it to John King. Keep it safe. Yes, President Su. John King understood the importance of this love letter. She carefully placed it in a folder and then into her briefcase. The staff member was puzzled. Why did Miss Su want Lin Chuan's love letter? On stage, the host held the microphone and said, I will now reveal Lin Chuan's answers. You can verify for yourselves whether they are correct or not. Next, let's invite the winners to the stage. 9 students stood in a row, with the students from Shanking University in the center. The president of the Computer Association personally presented them with certificates, trophies, and a large red envelope containing the checks provided by Su Corporation. The 2 students from Yandere University stared at the red envelope, their eyes green with envy. Even the last place team received 2 million in prize money, with each member getting about 700,000. They had performed so well and thought they would at least get 3 million, but Lin Lai had scored 0 in the third round. Now they had nothing. They couldn't help but feel resentment toward Lin Lai. The host smiled and said, "All right, the team awards have been presented. Next, we'll present the bonus certificate to the top performer of the champion team, Lin Xuan. This will be presented by the representatives sent by Su Corporation. Please welcome her." Su Hua walked slowly onto the stage. She was wearing a beige silk strapless dress that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. Her slightly wavy black hair cascaded down her back. Cold and elegant, noble and untouchable, she looked like a goddess descended from above. The beauty mark at the corner of her right eye added a touch of allure. Su Hua's appearance caused gasps of admiration from the audience. "Holy cow! A beauty! Who is she? I need all her information in 30 seconds. With her here, all the beauties in the entertainment industry seem mediocre. I wonder what kind of man could marry her." Lin Xuan was stunned. Hua Bao, she had actually come to present the award to him personally. Su Hua handed the certificate and bonus to Lin Xuan. "Your performance was truly impressive," Su Hua said in a formal tone. "Thank you." Lin Xuan also pretended not to know her well. Su Hua extended her hand. "Congratulations." "Oh, okay." Lin Xuan shook her hand in return. Su Hua subtly scratched his palm, whispered into his ear Lin Xu, and, in such a formal setting, they were supposed to maintain a distant relationship. Yet Su Hua still managed to subtly flirt with him. Someone in the audience couldn't help but comment, "Don't you think the representative from Su Corporation seemed so cold and aloof when she first appeared? But when she faced Lin Xuan, she softened up completely." "I noticed that too, but it's understandable, right? After all, Lin Xuan is a genius. She probably admires him, so she treats him differently. Honestly, they look so good together. Ah, I really want to ship them as a couple." Jian King raised an eyebrow. This was Su Hua's little trick. Whenever she needed to appear in public with Lin Xuan, she dressed like an ordinary socialite, not as mature and composed as she usually did at work. She did this to make people think she and Lin Xuan were a perfect match. At the Su family mansion, several elderly men sat in front of the television, watching as Lin Xuan scored a perfect mark and solved the problem posed by Master Oli. They were all stunned. "How impressive!" Su Guoxing puffed out his chest proudly. "You three skeptics, speak up. Didn't you say Lin Xuan couldn't possibly win? Well, look at him now. I told you, he's the type who stays silent but shocks everyone when he finally speaks." Su Guoxing was beaming with pride. "What? That's his future grandson-in-law." Old Master Lai sighed. "He's truly a genius. At such a young age, he's already this remarkable. It's hard to imagine how far he'll go in the future." Grandpa Chen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, he's a prodigy. Even in my youth, I couldn't have achieved so much in such a short time." It's true what they say, every generation has its own talents. During the award ceremony, cough cough, Grandpa Chen choked on his tea. "Old Su, isn't that your precious granddaughter? Why is she personally handing out the awards?" Grandpa Chen looked shocked. Su Hua disliked being in the spotlight and rarely attended banquets or social events. So why was she not only watching the competition in person but also presenting awards to the contestants? This was highly unusual. Su Guoxing smiled. "What do you think of Lin Xuan?" Grandpa Chen replied, "Handsome, talented. I can't speak for his character, but judging by his demeanor, he seems like a good person." "You've got some sense after all," Su Guoxing said, stroking his beard with a satisfied grin. Old Master Liu studied Su Guoxing thoughtfully. "You seem quite pleased with him. Are you thinking of making him your grandson-in-law?" "Why not?" Su Guoxing retorted. "He's good, but don't forget, your granddaughter is older than him. One is still a student, while the other is running the largest corporation in the country," Old Master Liu pointed out. While their appearances matched well, one handsome, the other beautiful, their statuses were completely mismatched. Su Guoxing huffed. "What's wrong with her being 3 years older? They say a woman 3 years older brings prosperity. And as for their statuses, a student and a CEO, that's a perfect match. Have you seen those popular novels about female tycoons and college boys? They're a hit." Old Master Liu had no rebuttal. "But still, Old Su, let me be blunt. None of that matters. The main issue is your granddaughter. She's not interested in men. No matter how perfect the match, she won't give them a second glance." Old Master Liu added gleefully, "With the way your granddaughter keeps men at arm's length, you'll probably never get to hold a great-grandchild." Su Guoxing snorted. "You don't understand. My granddaughter is just reserved. She hasn't met the right person yet." Old Master Liu shook his head. Old Sue, with Huer's personality, I doubt she'll ever find someone she likes. He couldn't even imagine Soo Hua falling in love, let alone getting married and having children. Your hopes are dashed. My granddaughter already has a boyfriend, and they're very close, Soo Gyu-akshin said, his face brimming with joy. Oh, the three old men leaned in with curiosity. See the one who took first place. Lin Chuan, Soo Gyu-akshin pointed at the TV. The old men were stunned. Old Master Liu reached over to feel Soo Gyu-akshin's forehead. You're not running a fever, are you? Why are you talking nonsense? Soo Gyu-akshin swatted his hand away. You're the one talking nonsense. I'm perfectly clear-headed. Seeing Soo Gyu-akshin's confident expression, they were taken aback. Had she really gotten a boyfriend? Soo Gyu-akshin pulled out his phone and opened his photo album. Look, here's a picture of them together. In the photo, Soo Hua was sitting in Lin Chuan's lap while he held up his phone to take a selfie of the two of them. Their intimate pose left no doubt they were a couple. The three old men gaped in astonishment. Hua, the one most likely to remain single forever, was in a relationship. Soo Gyu-akshin couldn't hide his smugness. Among all our grandchildren, my precious granddaughter is the first to settle down with a proper boyfriend. Among their grandchildren, one was a staunch bachelor, another was a free spirit who treated relationships lightly, and the third changed partners as often as they changed clothes. Only Hua was serious about marriage. When I get to hold my great-grandchild, don't be jealous, Soo Gyu-akshin said, his face lit up with joy. The three old men, his smug expression was truly irritating. At the award ceremony, Shen Kai-kien had just returned from the restroom when she saw Soo Hua standing in front of Lin Chuan. She frowned in displeasure. Dressed like that, who is she trying to seduce? Did she really think Lin Chuan would spare her a second glance? How laughable! Lily, who's that woman? Shen Kai-kien asked coldly. That's Soo Hua, the representative from Soo Corporation. She is here to present the award and certificate to Lin Chuan, Jiang Li explained. Kai-kien, you should know, she's incredibly beautiful. Even I, a woman, almost fell for her, Jiang Li added. Shen Kai-kien scoffed. How beautiful could she possibly be? Just a fox spirit, that's all. Shen Kai-kien thought back to the time she saw Soo Hua at the cafe, and her heart burned with resentment. If it weren't for that woman, Lin Chuan wouldn't have grown so distant from her. Jiang Li, sensing Shen Kai-kien's dislike for Soo Hua, quickly flattered her. Of course, she's nowhere near as beautiful as you, Kai-kien. She's just a plain Jane compared to you. Shen Kai-kien was satisfied. She kept her eyes fixed on Soo Hua's back, trying to get a clear look at her face. But Soo Hua remained turned away, making it impossible for Shen Kai-kien to see her clearly. When she saw Soo Hua shake hands with Lin Chuan, a wave of jealousy surged within her. She had never even touched Lin Chuan, yet this woman had beaten her to it. Suddenly, Soo Hua's crimson lips moved close to Lin Chuan's ear. The audience! Exclamation! 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 Clean yourself up, this is. Lin Chuan's heart pounded, and he felt a bit nervous. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, she leaned close to Lin Chuan's ear and whispered softly, Chuan, how many things have you been hiding from me? You're being naughty, keeping secrets from me. There will be consequences for that, you know. Soo Hua smiled faintly. Tonight, I have a business meeting to attend. Be a good boy and wait for me at home. Make sure to clean yourself up, though it's fine if you don't. I quite like the scent you carry, Chuan. And that love letter. I really liked it. Lin Chuan! Exclamation! 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 How could this be considered hiding something from her? Exclamation! Lin Chuan suspected that Soo Hua was just using this as an excuse to take advantage of him. Now, this was utterly ridiculous. Soo Hua, a woman, was more enthusiastic about that than he, a grown man, was. Their intimate gestures sent the audience into a frenzy. Are they a couple? They look so perfect together. Such god-tier looks. And the fact that she's representing Soo Corporation to present the award, she must hold a high position in the company. What a perfect match, both in talent and appearance. Shen Kai-kien clenched her fists tightly. That vixen! That seductress! Jiang Li didn't dare to speak, but she thought the two of them looked quite compatible and suited for each other. After speaking to Lin Chuan, Soo Hua took a few steps back, returning to her usual cold and distant demeanor. It seemed as if she and Lin Chuan had no connection whatsoever. Everyone was left confused. Were they acquainted or not? After the awards ceremony, it was time for the group photo. Soo Hua turned around, her stunning face fully revealed to Shen Kai-kien. Shen Kai-kien's pupils contracted sharply. Wasn't this the seductress who had appeared at the coffee shop and completely bewitched Lin Chuan? Shen Kai-kien gritted her teeth. What a high-level move! She had even become the person presenting the award to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan and Su Hua stood side by side. Some shippers couldn't help but scream, "Ah, so handsome, so beautiful, such a perfect match. Damn, I'm so curious if they're actually a couple." Other than that moment when the lady whispered into Lin Xuan's ear, they've been completely cold and distant. Don't you think that even though they're standing together without smiling or showing any closeness, there's still this unbreakable aura between them? I feel the same way. The photographer raised his camera, aiming it at the two of them, and clicked away. The host glanced at the livestream comments and, holding the microphone, asked with a smile, "Miss Su, Lin Xu, and many viewers in the live chat are curious about your relationship." Just now, when Miss Su leaned in to speak to Lin Xu, and he seemed a bit shy. "Some are wondering if you two are a couple. Could you share a bit about your relationship and what you were whispering about earlier?" Su Hua replied, "It's nothing significant. Our CEO at Su Corporation noticed Lin Xuan's exceptional talent and wanted to invite him to join our company after he graduates." This statement made Su Hua ponder for a moment. Having Ok Xuan work at Su Corporation, perhaps he could even become her personal secretary. But Ok Xuan has his own company. John King, who was watching them with a doting smile, had no idea that her boss, Su Hua, was already considering replacing her with Lin Xuan. Su Hua smiled gently. "We welcome Lin Xuan to join Su Corporation in the future." The audience was dazzled by Su Hua's smile. She was truly breathtaking. Earlier, she had seemed cold and aloof, but this smile was utterly captivating. Her voice was so melodious that it felt like it could make one's ears pregnant. Listening to Su Hua's explanation, everyone nodded in understanding. Indeed, Su Corporation had invested so much money into the prize pool this time. They were clearly targeting top talent. Given Lin Xuan's exceptional performance in the field of computer science, it was only natural that Su Corporation would want to recruit him. "So they're not a couple," the shippers lamented, clutching their shattered hearts. Woo woo woo, their beloved ship had sunk. But it wasn't all bad. Su Corporation, being the top company in the country, had extended an invitation to Lin Xuan. It was highly likely that he would join them in the future. Working in the same company, the possibility of love blossoming over time wasn't out of the question. "I see," the host nodded. As Su Hua left the stage, Shen Kainqian's venomous gaze followed her every move. Sensing this, Su Hua paused for a moment. She turned her head slightly and met Shen Kainqian's eyes. Su Hua narrowed her eyes slightly. Wasn't this Shen Kainqian, the one who had been coveting Ok Xuan? HMPH. She was still clinging to Ok Xuan, even coming to watch his competition. In the past, Shen Kainqian would have already been suffering unbearable torment at her hands. But Ok Xuan didn't like her being violent. Recently, they had had a small misunderstanding because of Shen Kainqian. If she were to act against Shen Kainqian now and Ok Xuan found out, he might suspect her involvement. She didn't want to leave a bad impression on Ok Xuan. Hopefully, Shen Kainqian wouldn't stir up any more trouble. A hint of killing intent flashed in Su Hua's eyes, but she quickly averted her gaze and left the stage as if nothing had happened. Damn, Zhang Lai rubbed her arms, which were covered in goosebumps. "Kainqian, did you notice? Just now, Miss Suo, the representative from Su Corporation seemed to be looking in our direction. That gaze was terrifying. Truly an ice queen. Just one look from her has such a powerful impact." Zhang Lai couldn't help but remark. Shen Kainqian sneered. "What ice queen? She's just a vixen, a seductress who relies on men to climb her way up," Shen Kainqian said disdainfully. Zhang Lai could sense Shen Kainqian's dislike for Su Hua and chose not to say anything further. Backstage, John King hurriedly approached Su Hua with her phone. "Miss Su, there's an urgent matter at the company that requires your attention." Understood, Su Hua nodded and then left. The computer competition had come to an end. The team leader was ecstatic. "It's been 10 years. For the past decade, our computer science department has been overshadowed by Yandere University. But this time, we finally turned the tables and came out on top." He was overjoyed. After this, they would see if those computer science students from Yandere University still dared to act so smug in front of them. Moreover, this competition had garnered unprecedented attention. Many people had taken notice of Shanking University, which would greatly benefit its future admissions. Lin Xuan, the team leader, couldn't help but praise, "You were the key to our victory this time." Though the competition had been a nerve-wracking experience for his heart. Lin Xuan nodded indifferently. The team leader couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly, geniuses always carry themselves with such calm composure. Du Wenbo and Qian Hong approached Lin Xuan. They both greeted him warmly, their friendly demeanor making them seem approachable. The ugly man ran out again. The host. Both of them were giants in the computer industry of Xia country, known for their stern and serious demeanor. When had they become so warm and approachable? Lin Xuan, I'm Qian Hong. Qian Hong handed him his business card and was about to say more when Zhu Wenbo cut in. Lin Xuan, this is my business card. I'm Zhu Wenbo. I've been involved in many of the country's rockets, space stations, and national network information security projects, and also, Zhu Wenbo began to boast about his achievements in the computer field. Qian Hong snorted. Most of the things you mentioned, I was involved in too. He then started listing his own accomplishments. Today, he was determined to win over Lin Xuan, this genius student. Lin Xuan, Zhu Wenbo said, Qian Hong has taken on many students before, but I'm different. I haven't taken on any students yet. If you're willing to become my disciple, I promise to pass on all my knowledge to you and guide you personally. Old Zhu, Qian Hong retorted, unwilling to back down. That was in the past. I don't have any students now. If you can guide Lin Xuan personally, so can I. The two argued fiercely, their faces red with anger, almost coming to blows. They were firing off words like rapid gunfire. Lin Xuan couldn't get a word in edgewise. The audience, who had been about to leave, stayed to watch the spectacle. The live stream chat exploded with comments. This is the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. To have two arrogant computer giants fighting over him. Lin Xuan isn't just a genius. I'd call him a monster. His abilities are truly astonishing. I just looked up that Master Oli. He's currently ranked second in the world in computer science, a problem that took him 2 years to solve. Lin Xuan cracked in just over 10 minutes. That's insane. The team leader from Yandere University watched the scene and nodded in approval. I have to admit, Lin Xuan's abilities are indeed extraordinary. It's no surprise they're fighting over him. Lin Lai, the Yandere University team leader, turned to Lin Lai. Are you Lin Xuan's brother? If you have any questions about computers, maybe you can ask him for advice. Sure. Lin Lai forced a smile. The Yandere University team leader's gaze returned to Lin Xuan. If it weren't for her position as a Yandere University teacher, she might have rushed over to beg Lin Xuan to be her mentor. Lin Lai, on the other hand, was seething with jealousy. His fists clenched tightly at his sides. This time, Lin Xuan had not only escaped but also stolen the spotlight. He couldn't accept it. But Lin Xuan had better watch out. He had gotten lucky this time, but next time, he wouldn't be so fortunate. Lin Lai had already hired someone to ensure that Lin Xuan would end up just like him, neither man nor woman. Without that thing, Su Hua would surely abandon him. Lin Xuan had been too arrogant, angering their father, who had already begun targeting Tamu Group. Without Su Hua's support, Tamu Group would crumble. The thought of Lin Xuan's downfall brought a smile to Lin Lai's face. Meanwhile, Qian Hong and Zhu Wenbo were still arguing. The host quietly took a few steps back to avoid getting caught in their crossfire. Qian Hong gritted his teeth. Old Zhu, can't you show some respect for your elders? Zhu Wenbo snorted. And can't you show some love for the younger generation? Gentlemen, the host couldn't help but interject. The choice of mentor should be up to Lin Xuan. Why don't you ask him? Lin Xuan, both Qian Hong and Zhu Wenbo turned to him. Who will you choose? Lin Xuan, could he say neither? Their statuses were impressive, but with Su Hua as his backer, he didn't need to rely on anyone else. As for computer skills, he didn't need to learn from them either. Mentors? He couldn't be bothered. The president of the National Computer Association arrived and overheard their argument. Both Zhu Wenbo and Qian Hong were older than him and had greater achievements in the computer field. Still, he couldn't resist walking up to them. Isn't it possible, the president said timidly, that with Lin Xuan's abilities, he doesn't need a mentor? There's probably nothing you can teach him. Zhu Wenbo, Qian Hong, damn. They had forgotten about that. Indeed, with Lin Xuan's current abilities, he didn't need them as mentors. The problem Master Oli had posed, they had spent the past few days trying to solve it and had only managed to crack the first fifth. The rest was beyond them. And those 10 competition questions? They couldn't have finished them in 30 minutes. Lin Xuan's abilities were truly astounding. In fact, Lin Xuan could probably be their mentor. Zhu Wenbo and Qian Hong both fell silent. Lin Xuan, Zhu Wenbo still refused to give up. He handed Lin Xuan the business card he hadn't yet given him. If you have any questions about computers, feel free to contact me anytime. And if you want to join a national computer institution, I can recommend you. Qian Hong also handed Lin Xuan his business card. Here's mine. Old Zhu is retired now, but I'm not. You don't need his recommendation. I can directly place you under my team. Lin Xuan had no choice but to accept the cards. As Lin Xuan and the other students and teachers from Shanghai University left, Lin Xuan and Wang Dao walked at the back of the group. Shen Kaiyan appeared in front of Lin Xuan, her face flushed with embarrassment. Lin Xuan's temple twitched. Why was Shen Kaiyan here again? Lin Xuan, I need to talk to you alone, Shen Kaiyan whispered. Wang Da's guard went up. What? The way Shen Kaiyan was acting, it seemed like she was trying to steal Su Hua's man. No way. He had to keep an eye on things and make sure Su Hua's territory was secure. Before Lin Xuan could respond, Wang Da spoke up. I'm Lin Xuan's best friend, Wang Da. We grew up together, sharing everything. Whatever you want to say to Lin Xuan, you can say it in front of me. Shen Kaiyan frowned. Wasn't this the dark, ugly guy who had shown up the day she had arranged for someone to rob Lin Xu and so she could swoop in and save him? Why was he here causing trouble again? Do you like me? Shen Kaiyan pursed her lips. Brother Lin Xu, and I still hope we can talk privately, just the two of us. Having outsiders around isn't convenient. Wang Da is right. He and I are close, so he's not an outsider. If you have something to say it here. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't stay, Lin Xuan said expressionlessly. He had no intention of being alone with Shen Kaiyan. If someone from Su Hua's side caught them, he'd be in big trouble. Brother Lin Xuan, wait. Shen Kaiyan called out anxiously, stopping him. She didn't know where Lin Xuan lived. If she didn't speak up now, she had no idea when she'd get another chance to see him. The longer she waited, the deeper his feelings for that woman would grow. Brother Lin Xuan, Shen Kaiyan lowered her head and whispered, I know you actually like me too. Lin Xuan, exclamation, what the hell? Don't drag me into this. Wang Da's eyes widened as he looked at Lin Xuan, his expression screaming scumbag. Shen Kaiyan, I already have someone I like, the woman from the coffee shop that day. Besides her, no one else catches my eye, Lin Xuan said through gritted teeth. Shen Kaiyan, don't mess with me. Su Hua was a Yandere. If she got jealous, his kidneys would suffer. Brother Lin Xuan, I know you're afraid to admit it. You have your reasons, don't you? Shen Kaiyan said with a knowing look. Lin Xuan, what reasons could I possibly have? He just wanted to stay away from other women. Brother Lin Xuan, does that woman have something on you? You can tell me. My family has power and influence. We can help you resolve it. Lin Xuan, she doesn't have anything on me. He simply wanted to be with Su Hua. Shen Kaiyan pursed her lips. If there was no leverage, then that vixen must have temporarily bewitched Brother Lin Xuan. But sooner or later, he realized she was better than that vixen. Brother Lin Xuan, Shen Kaiyan puffed out her cheeks. If you're worried about hurting her, we can have a secret relationship. She doesn't have to know. As long as Brother Lin Xuan was willing to spend time with her, she was confident she could drive that vixen away from him. Wang Da was stunned. From the sound of it, she was volunteering to be the other woman. She looked well off, so how could she be so shameless? Brother Lin Xuan, I like you. As long as you're willing to be with me, I can accept anything. Stop. Lin Xuan quickly interrupted Shen Kaiyan. Wait, where exactly did you get the idea that I like you? Shen Kaiyan had set up that whole beauty saves the hero scenario, but he hadn't fallen for it. Later, he even brought Su Hua along to show her he had a girlfriend, hoping she'd back off. Everything he'd done was to make it clear he wasn't interested in her. He genuinely didn't know what had given Shen Kaiyan the wrong idea. Brother Lin Xuan, weren't you smiling at me the whole time on stage? Shen Kaiyan shyly lowered her head. Brother Lin Xuan's gaze had been so focused as if filled with affection, making her blush and her heart race. Lin Xuan was baffled. Shen Kaiyan, where were you sitting? Brother Lin Xuan, don't you remember? I was in the third row, right in the middle, Shen Kaiyan replied, her face red. The middle seat? Wang Da exclaimed. Wasn't that where Su Hua had been sitting? So that's what happened. Shen Kaiyan, don't flatter yourself, Wang Da said, crossing his arms. On stage, Lin Xuan was looking at the vixen you mentioned, not you. You ugly man, what do you know? Shen Kaiyan snapped, unable to hold back her disdain for this unattractive guy. What? Are? Wang Da pointed at himself. He admitted he wasn't as handsome as Lin Xuan, but he wasn't bad looking, right? He had a square face, the classic look of a Chinese man. How was that ugly? As soon as the words left her mouth, Shen Kaiyan regretted them. This unattractive guy was Brother Lin Xuan's friend. Would insulting him make Brother Lin Xuan dislike her? I'm sorry, I lost my temper for a moment, Shen Kaiyan apologized. Wang Da snorted. He wasn't going to forgive her. Insulting his appearance? Unforgivable. If she offended him, she could forget about getting close to Lin Xuan. Dream on! Brother Lin Xuan, Shen Kaiyan turned to Lin Xuan, her demeanor sweet and charming again. You were looking at me, weren't you? Lin Chuan spoke coldly. Wang Da is right. I was looking at my girlfriend. As for you, if you hadn't shown up today, I wouldn't even have known you were at the event. Shen Kaienqian's face paled. Shen Kaienqian. Lin Chuan took a deep breath. If he weren't the type to avoid hitting women, he'd have already punched her. I've told you before, I will never like you. For your sake and your family's safety, you'd better give up on this idea. Lin Chuan's attitude toward Shen Kaienqian remained as cold as ever. There wasn't a trace of affection for her in his eyes. Shen Kaienqian's eyes stung from his coldness. Brother Lin Chuan, why can't you just look at me a little more? Shen Kaienqian's eyes were filled with sorrow. Wang Da glared at her. Isn't it obvious? Lin Chuan has a girlfriend. You're just an outsider. Why should he pay you any attention? Lin Chuan, let's go. Wang Da pulled Lin Chuan away. Da bet, if they stayed any longer, he might have punched Shen Kaienqian. Back in the car, Wang Da said, Lin Chuan, you should tone down your irresistible charm a bit. Look, another admirer had appeared. Lin Chuan sighed deeply. I don't want this either. If Su Hua got jealous, it wouldn't end well. Lin Chuan, always remember to stay true to yourself, Wang Da said seriously. Don't betray Su Hua's genuine feelings for you. Wait, Wang Da, Lin Chuan couldn't help but ask, are you my good brother or Su Hua's? Why does it sound like you're always on her side? Wang Da replied with a smirk, I wouldn't mind being Su Hua's good brother. If Su Hua spared even a little money from her fortune, he'd be set for life. Lin Chuan, I'll be honest with you, Wang Da said earnestly. If I keep an eye on you, maybe Su Hua will reward me someday. Lin Chuan, I treat you like a brother and you throw me under the bus. I want you to fire Su Hua here. Shen Kaienqian watched Lin Chuan's disappearing figure and stomped her foot in frustration. As expected, Lin Chuan was completely bewitched by that vixen. This wouldn't do. She had to deal with that woman first. She needed to make that woman leave Lin Chuan on her own, so that Lin Chuan would finally turn his attention to her. A glint of determination flashed in Shen Kaienqian's eyes. The representative from Su Corporation, was it? She would remember that. Shen Kaienqian returned to the Shen household. Shen Mao was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Kaienqian, you're back. Shen Kaienqian replied, walking over curiously. Dad, what are you looking at? You seem so happy. Shen Mao smiled. I just read some news. Lin Chuan achieved a perfect score in the National College Computer Team competition. Not only that, he solved a challenge problem set by a world-renowned computer master. Both Zhu Wenbo and Kaian Hong are vying to recruit him. Shen Mao couldn't hide his delight. Lin Chuan is quite impressive, truly talented. He was growing more and more satisfied with Lin Chuan. At such a young age, he had already founded a major company like Tianmu Group and was a genius in computer science. Talented, ambitious, and now independent from the Lin family, he would be a perfect match to marry into the Shen family. Indeed, he was an excellent prospect for Kaienqian. Of course, Lin Chuan is amazing, Shen Kaienqian said proudly. By the way, Kaienqian, Shen Mao put down his phone. How are things progressing between you and Lin Chuan? Dad, Shen Kaienqian pursed her lips. He was hurt too deeply by Qin Royale in the past, so he's not really interested in relationships right now. But don't worry, I'm confident I can make Lin Chuan fall for me. Good, good, Shen Mao nodded with a smile. They say it's easier for a woman to pursue a man, and with my daughter being so beautiful, I'm sure it won't be long before Lin Chuan is head over heels for you. I'm already looking forward to hosting your wedding. Shen Kaienqian nodded. Dad, she suddenly thought of something and asked, does our company have a partnership with Su Corporation? We do, Shen Mao confirmed. Su Corporation provides us with technology, and we pay them a significant amount annually. We're one of their major clients. Shen Kaienqian's eyes lit up. Perfect. Shen Corporation was a prominent company in Yundu City. Surely, Su Corporation wouldn't want to lose such a valuable client. That meant Su Corporation would have to agree to her demands. Why do you ask, Kaienqian? Shen Mao inquired curiously. Nothing, Shen Kaienqian shook her head. I was just a little curious. She lowered her head, hiding her thoughts. Tomorrow, she would take a day off and go to Su Corporation. She would make sure that woman lost her job. Trying to steal her man? How laughable. The next day, after submitting her leave request to the school's online system, Shen Kaienqian got into her car. Miss, are you heading to school? The driver asked. No, Shen Kaienqian replied coldly. I'm going to Su Corporation. She was determined to get that woman fired. Miss, why are you going to Su Corporation? The driver frowned. Just drive. Why are you asking so many questions? Shen Kaienqian snapped impatiently. Sorry, miss, I spoke out of turn. The driver started the car and headed towards Sue Corporation. When they arrived, Shen Kainkian stepped out in her high heels and walked into the building. "Miss, who are you here to see?" the receptionist asked politely. "I want to see your company's highest executive." Shen Kainkian tilted her chin up. In her mind, Sue Corporation might be impressive, but Shen Corporation was also one of the top companies in Yandere City. The two were practically on equal footing. Not to mention, Shen Corporation was one of Sue Corporation's major clients, and she was the only daughter of Shen Corporation's chairman. For the sake of their partnership, Sue Corporation would surely comply with her demands. "You want to see our CEO?" The receptionist frowned. "Still?" Shen Kainkian furrowed her brows. The title sounded familiar, as if she'd heard it somewhere before. "Yes, I want to see her," Shen Kainkian insisted. "May I ask who you are?" the receptionist inquired. "I'm Shen Kainkian, the only daughter of Shen Corporation. I have something important to discuss with your CEO," Shen Kainkian declared haughtily. The receptionist inwardly scoffed. So arrogant, and for what? She thought Shen Kainkian had some extraordinary status, but she was just the daughter of Shen Corporation. Maintaining her professionalism, the receptionist kept a polite smile on her face. "Ah, Miss Shen, please wait a moment. I'll make a call to check." The receptionist contacted John King. After hearing the receptionist's report, John King frowned. What was she doing here? In the past, she would have had Shen Kainkian escorted out, but Shen Kainkian was someone who had feelings for young Master Lin, and there had been some misunderstandings between her and Lin Xu, and recently, it would be best to inform CEO Su about this. Jian King entered Su Hua's office. "What is it?" Su Hua asked without looking up, engrossed in reviewing documents. "CEO Su," Jian King said respectfully, "Shen Kainkian is here. She's downstairs and insists on seeing you." "Shen Kainkian?" Su Hua narrowed her eyes. "Go meet her and find out what she wants." Su Hua tapped her fingers lightly on the desk. As far as she knew, Shen Kainkian was unaware of her identity. What could she possibly want? "Understood." CEO Su, John King nodded. After leaving the office, John King contacted the receptionist. "Have her brought to the meeting room." Shen Kainkian was led by a staff member into the meeting room. She looked around at the luxurious space and frowned. Why was it so much larger and more extravagant than Shen Corporation's? John King arrived shortly after. She smiled and said, "Miss Shen, please have a seat." Shen Kainkian sat down on the sofa and scrutinized Jiang King. "Are you the CEO of Su Corporation?" "I'm the CEO's secretary. My name is Jiang King replied. Shen Kainkian frowned. "Where's your CEO? I want to see her." "Our CEO is busy. She specifically sent me to attend to you," Jiang King answered with a polite smile. Shen Kainkian felt slighted. Was this their way of looking down on her? "Miss Shen, if you have any matters to discuss, you can tell me directly. I can represent the CEO," John King said. Shen Kainkian still wanted to speak to the CEO in person, but she was too eager to see that woman fired. She lifted her chin arrogantly and commanded, "I want you to fire someone." "Huh?" John King frowned. At that moment, Su Hua walked in. She was dressed in a professional suit, exuding a mature and captivating aura, quite different from her appearance the day before. Shen Kainkian sneered. What a seductress, dressing so provocatively even at work. Who is she trying to seduce? CEO Su, Jian King began but stopped mid-sentence, stepping aside respectfully. Su Hua sat on the sofa across from Shen Kainkian, crossing her legs. She picked up a glass of red wine and swirled it gently. "Secretary Jiang, this is the person I want you to fire." Shen Kainkian pointed at Su Hua. "The annoying kid, why did Miss Shen want Su Corporation to fire me?" Su Hua asked, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Because you offended me," Shen Kainkian replied haughtily. "Did I?" Su Hua raised an elegant eyebrow. "But I haven't exchanged a single word with you recently. So, how could I have possibly offended you, Miss Shen?" "I said you did, so you did," Shen Kainkian sneered. "There were no surveillance cameras in that area, so you thought you could get away with it, didn't you? But what you didn't expect is that I'm the only daughter of the chairman of Shen Corporation." Shen Kainkian lifted her chin proudly. Her father had always told her she had nothing to fear because she was Shen Mao's daughter. If anyone dared to cross her, she could retaliate without hesitation. Her father would always have her back. She wanted this woman to know the consequences of trying to steal Lin Xuan from her. "Oh, is that so?" Su Hua chuckled softly, her voice laced with cold amusement. John King was stunned. Shen Kainkian had the audacity to barge into Su Corporation and demand that they fire their own CEO. Not only that, but she was also slandering Su Hua. How bold! Shen Corporation is one of the top companies in Yandere City. Even Su Corporation has to show us some respect. Oh, and by the way, Shen Corporation is also one of Su Corporation's major clients. All I need to do is say the word, and you'll be fired, Shen Kaienqian declared arrogantly. John King, another spoiled brat. Shen Kaienqian probably had no idea how much her father had bent over backward to secure Su Corporation's technical support. A significant part of Shen Corporation's current success was due to the technology provided by Su Corporation. Now, all that hard-earned collaboration was about to go up in smoke. So, Su Corporation and Shen Corporation have a partnership, Su Hua murmured with a low laugh, her voice dripping with icy disdain. When she had investigated Shen Kaienqian earlier, she had overlooked Shen Corporation. But now that she knew about the partnership, well, there was no need for it to continue. Exactly. Shen Kaienqian lifted her chin again. If you know what's good for you, stay away from Lin Xuan. If you do, I might let you off the hook. Otherwise, I'll have you kicked out of Su Corporation, and I'll make sure you can't survive in Yundu City. This was Shen Kaienqian's usual tactic. She had once used Chen Yu's father's job to threaten Chen Yu. Let's see you try, Su Hua replied calmly, taking a sip of her red wine. Shen Kaienqian clenched her fists. Why did she feel like this vixen never took her seriously? In front of Su Hua, she felt like a clown. Her heart sank further. Fine, fine. If you insist on clinging to Lin Chu, and don't blame me for what happens next. Shen Kaienqian sneered. She turned to Jan King. Secretary Zhang, go tell your CEO to fire her immediately. If you don't, Shen Corporation will terminate its partnership with Su Corporation. Shen Kaienqian thought her threat would force John King to submit. But John King, having received Su Hua's silent approval, smiled slightly and said, "It seems Shen Corporation no longer wishes to cooperate with us. In that case, I'll send someone to your company to formally terminate the partnership." Shen Kaienqian's eyes widened in shock. Was this secretary really suggesting that Su Corporation would sacrifice their partnership with Shen Corporation just to protect this woman? You're just a lowly secretary. Who gave you the authority to make such decisions? Shen Kaienqian snapped. That's true. I am just a lowly secretary, John King replied, her smile unwavering. I don't have the authority, but don't worry, Miss Shen. I'll consult with CEO Su before making any decisions. Shen Kaienqian's face turned red with anger. Suddenly, she seemed to have an epiphany and let out a cold laugh. I get it now. She must have seduced someone high up in your company, and that's why you're protecting her. Who would have thought that the top company in Yundu City would stoop to such favoritism? John King, this girl was truly delusional. Who would have thought the chairman of Shen Corporation had raised such a fool? I'm going back to tell my father to cancel the partnership. A company like yours isn't worth Shen Corporation's time. Shen Kaienqian grabbed her Chanel bag, stomped out in her high heels, and left in a huff. Su Hua remained seated on the sofa, leisurely sipping her red wine. John King, observing Su Hua's calm demeanor, couldn't help but feel curious. In the past, Su Hua would get jealous whenever another woman showed interest in Lin Qiu, and her darker, possessive side would emerge. But this time, even though Shen Kaienqian had come to the company and demanded that Su Hua break up with Lin Xuan, Su Hua remained completely unruffled. This was completely out of character for her. CEO Su, how do you plan to handle the situation with Shen Kaienqian? Just as you said, terminate the partnership with them, Su Hua replied, her beautiful eyes glinting with cold resolve. Understood. CEO Su, John King nodded. Also, send a message to Shen Mao. Tell him to teach his daughter some manners. Su Hua lowered her gaze. She really wanted to send Shen Kaienqian far away or even eliminate her. But for now, she couldn't. She didn't want Lin Xuan to see her as too ruthless. However, she would quietly work behind the scenes to dismantle Shen Corporation piece by piece. Anyone who dared to covet her Lin Xuan would have to pay the price. Su Hua raised her glass and drained the last of her red wine. After leaving the reception room, John King immediately set aside her other tasks and began arranging everything as Su Hua had instructed. Meanwhile, Shen Kaienqian left Su Corporation and intended to head straight to Shen Corporation. But a friend invited her to a gathering, so she decided to attend the party first. She loved basking in the admiration of her peers. At Shen Corporation, the secretary rushed into the chairman's office. How's the renewal contract with Su Corporation coming along? Shen Mao asked. It's not ready yet, the secretary replied. Why isn't it done yet? Shen Mao frowned. Do you realize how important this partnership is to Shen Corporation? The draft should have been prepared days ago so we could review and revise it. Chairman, the secretary hesitated. Su Corporation just sent someone over. What did they say? Shen Mao's frown deepened. The secretary took a deep breath. Starting today, Su Corporation is terminating its partnership with Shen Corporation. They'll be sending a team over to remove all of Su Corporation's technology. Slapped her what? Shen Mao suddenly stood up from his seat, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could this happen? Why did Su Corporation suddenly terminate their cooperation with us? His hands were trembling. The collaboration with Su Corporation was crucial for their company. It was a partnership he had begged and pleaded for, and now it was gone just like that. The secretary lowered her head. President, this might have something to do with Miss Kian. Time get? Shen Mao's furrowed brows looked as though they could crush a fly. What does she have to do with this? I don't know the specifics, but the messenger from Su Corporation said that you should keep a better eye on your daughter. Shen Mao's frown deepened. It seemed this was Kian's doing. What on earth had she done? Suddenly, Shen Mao remembered the question Kian had asked him yesterday whether Shen Corporation and Su Corporation had any ongoing collaborations. He grabbed his suit jacket from the back of the chair and rushed out. Where is Kian? Shen Mao asked, frowning as he returned to the Shen family villa and didn't see her. Ms. Kian left at 9 in the morning and hasn't returned yet, the butler replied. He discreetly observed Shen Mao, whose expression seemed unusually grim today. What had happened? Shen Mao called Kian, his voice stern. Come home immediately. Dad, I'm still at a gathering with friends. I'll come back later, Kian replied, her voice slightly slurred, as if she had been drinking. Come back now, Shen Mao repeated coldly. All right, Dad, Kian said before hanging up. Kian, is your dad calling you back? One of her friends, who had been studying in another province, asked. Don't worry about him, Kian said, pouring herself another drink. She smiled. Today, everything's on me. Eat and drink as much as you want. Wow, you're really living up to the title of the Shen Corporation's heiress. If I had a family background like yours, I'd be laughing in my dreams. Stop dreaming. Only Kian has such good fortune, another friend chimed in, their words oozing flattery. Kian basked in their praise. Kian, when are you going to find a boyfriend? One friend asked. You're so beautiful and have such a great figure. I'm sure there are plenty of people pursuing you. Not yet, Kian replied, her cheeks flushing as she thought of Lin Chuan. Not now, but soon. She silently made up her mind. Half an hour later, Kian finally left the bar. By then, Shen Mao was sitting on the living room sofa.